see, I guess you kind of like drag your fingers everywhere. Like,
Okay. What do we got?
Or dude, don't you ever just want to like X dot your laser? Yeah. And just
I mean, that computer hasn't probably been turned on in a year.
This is my first time using a Mac, so.
all right, go ahead and play. Is that
So
switch
try.
on?
Sorry, remind me your last name.
Panethier. Yeah, if you need me to introduce myself too, it should be.
Conversion is no good.
All right, welcome to South Bend. Purdue and Indiana getting us underway in the Fighting Irish Sevens Invitational. Tyler Reedy along with Marissa Pantheri here. Purdue took the 5-0 lead to start with. Indiana just answered back with a try of their own and playing through the rain to get things started here today.
It's always a beautiful day for rugby, even with a bit of a downpour today. But yeah, game's off to a pretty good start. First half has gone pretty, a lot of energy today. So we'll see where the weather combined with some awesome rugby is going to take us.
Michael Murphy had Purdue's opening strike. 5-5 the score here as both conversions were missed following. Boilermakers in the black and gold kits. Indiana the white and red. As the Hoosiers force a turnover just outside the 10-meter. And now a potential 2-on-1 to the outside space to work with. Getting down close to the 5, Boilermakers make a key tackle. Now a stoppage for an injured Hoosier. And oh man, this doesn't look good.
Yeah, the one thing about the fast pace of sevens is that sometimes you'll get these injuries pretty early on into the game. So it's important that they're taking the time that they need to make sure everything's all good and all safe, especially with the weather conditions today.
So both teams will huddle up. Looks like the left leg. Still not sure who the injured Hoosier is. It was a hard tackle down there near the 5-meter line as the Hoosiers had a 2-on-1 going, but Boilermakers shut it down. But at what cost here?
Yeah, I think they're going to use the time they have between the halves to address this while they're regrouping as a team for both Purdue and IU today.
Justin said, have you got someone keeping track of tries for each group, and that'll happen on somebody's paper or whatever? Was he mentioned about keeping track of tries and?
Oh, right, in case there's a conflict with the standings.
Yeah.
I believe the two young ladies, Elizabeth and Bridget, are in charge of
That is something like that.
Yeah.
Wow.
They do all the posting on Twitter and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. I'll watch. Wait. See what Justin says because it's crowded. I don't want to take up space. Take up air.
You're always welcome.
Anybody see what happened?
Yeah,
Into a tackle.
he got pulled down from behind. Yeah,
And
just
it
by his
just-
jersey, and he planted on his one foot and got dragged back. Yeah.
Right at halftime, too.
Yeah.
Some is more fun to play.
So the full pool slate for the Fighting Irish Sevens Invitational here today. 8 pools between the qualifier and open division. And into the afternoon, those will transition into some tournament bracket play later on, and then the reserve division as well. 3 different fields housing men's rugby here this morning and afternoon. Great to see so many teams showing up.
Yes, a lot of fantastic teams here today. It's going to be a lot of really good rugby. Having kind of from all over the Midwest area and even some kind of further beyond, it seems like we're going to have a lot of really good matches today, especially with just the high-level rugby that we'll be seeing, especially with Notre Dame and everyone in the Big Ten, as well as some of the less familiar faces like Notre Dame College, Aquinas, Kentucky. There's going to be a lot of new matchups between the Irish and some other teams today, so it'll be one to remember.
Yeah, no question. A lot of representation from the Big Ten, of course, being here in this part of the country. Obviously, Notre Dame, one of them, hosting out of Pool C. And after this one, an Indiana battle between the Hoosiers and Boilermakers. We'll see Notre Dame College and Middle Tennessee State. And then Notre Dame itself, the university, against Illinois in an all Big Ten matchup. And then Aquinas and Western Michigan. And then later on, between 10:20 and noon, some open division pool play as well. But for now, as a little bit of snow begins to fall, we continue to wait for the injured Hoosier. Obviously getting a lot of attention, dragged down from behind. It's a tough situation right at halftime to open up the day here.
All right, it looks like the player's being wheeled off the pitch as of right now. Not an ideal start to the morning, but there's a lot more rugby to be played. Stay tuned. Looks like we're starting to enter into the second half of the Purdue versus Indiana match.
Yeah, good to see everyone getting out there so quickly. Give a lot of credit to the coaching and training staffs. Obviously looked like a pretty serious injury to the left leg of the injured Hoosier, but fortunately looks like we're ready to resume play with the second half. 7-minute halves here for Sevens action. Score is 5-5 between Purdue and Indiana. Boilermakers struck first. And they'll be moving from left to right, preparing for the kickoff here. And off we go once again. As the Hoosiers will use the left side of the field to start with. And now switch it back over.
It's been a pretty evenly matched game so far, with the obviously the tied score between the Hoosiers and the Boilermakers. But yeah, so it's anyone's game right now. With the fast pace of sevens, whenever you have possession of the ball, it's really important to use that to your advantage. And right now there's a lot of fast-paced movement, a lot of breakaways from both teams. So really is anyone's game.
Purdue will get it started once again with a scrum, 3 aside. As here comes Ethan Childers through the middle. Gets tied up. And now Eddie Murphy fighting his way through contact as the Boilermakers look to march down the field. 5:55 remaining in the second half. Game still tied at 5. Is now on the outside, room to run. Nick Albright looking to turn the corner, very close to touch. But remains in play on the tackle. And now Wissam Sadani will dig it out. Murphy once again. Spun around. Held up. A little bit of a maul developing here. And the Hoosiers appear to have dug it out, at least for the moment. But the official will stop play with 5:15 to go. It looks like the Hoosiers will make a substitution. Indiana resumes on the scrum, and now room to work with up the right side. Hoosiers quickly get across midfield, but turn it over. As Ethan Childers picked it away for Purdue.
Really smart of Purdue to play that advantage today. Whenever that ball gets knocked on by Indiana, it's really important that they pick up the possession just to keep the momentum of play still going. So it's always good game IQ to make sure that when you notice that ball is has the opportunity to be played to an advantage, that you take that advantage and run with it.
Obviously a lot of room to run today. We've already seen Indiana scoring a breakaway all the way in from midfield.
Yeah, the beauty of sevens is how much space the field has for you to run and take advantage of all of that playing space, but also you have to be really on your A game with your defense, which we've seen with IU so far, and now that they're using the holes that they're finding in Purdue's defense to their advantage.
So 3:40 remaining. Official blows the play dead once again just inside the 22. As Purdue will set up for a scrum.
Who's keeping track of the tries? Is that the officials?
Yeah, it should be.
Okay, 'cause
Yeah, they'll report it too. Yeah.
okay, all right.
Just sometimes they don't send the score reports in.
Indiana aggressive play right off the restart.
Do we need try score or no?
I don't believe so.
And now the Boilermakers will look to reset. The Hoosiers continue to hound defensively. Finally, Purdue commits an infraction in Indiana in prime scoring range with 2:50 remaining. Game still tied up at 5. As Wyatt Schrader tries to spin his way, he's close, right over the line. Did he get it down? Looks like he did. And Indiana has taken a late lead, 10-5 with 2.5 minutes remaining on a strong run.
It's always good to see that when they carry their momentum through that try zone. It's very important that they take every single opportunity they have to get closer and closer. And so seeing that that dive near the end was a very good move, because if that dive into the try zone gets blocked by the body of the opposing team or another player, the try is not valid. So really smart playmaking today.
Meanwhile, conversion for the third consecutive time misses, so Indiana takes a 10-5 lead. Clock continues to wind. 1:40 remaining here prior to the kickoff. And Purdue will need to execute well off the receive and generate something quickly going down the field. Obviously, The clock will remain at zeros, and play will continue until there's a dead ball. And it is a good kick. Indiana nearly with a chance to pick it up, but diving effort from Sidani recovers for Purdue. But the official rules it an infraction, and Indiana takes it right back, looking to add on. Boilermakers kick the ball back out. Chase is on for it.
Good recovery from Indiana.
Yeah, that's Schrader again. Strong play to stop the Purdue momentum. Almost looked like I had the ball between his legs there for a moment. So the Hoosiers try another kick, but Sidani picks it right back up. 40 seconds to go. Indiana leads 10-5.
Yeah, this endgame sequence always leads to a little more scrappy play, which is always nice to see.
So now we'll have a scrum. As Indiana sets it up. With Keenan Mikowski, the junior. Gets it through cleanly, fakes the toss, and now the Hoosiers have numbers. Mikowski's going to take it himself and outrun the defense and add on to the Indiana lead. What execution right off the scrum as he takes it all the way home. And as the clock hits zeros, it's 15-5 Indiana.
That was a fantastic use of the long try zone that Stinson Rugby Field has to offer. Having that much space allowed him to have a better angle for that free kick or for the conversion. Fantastic reading of the field and using that try zone to their advantage, because that put them in a better situation, not only to win the game, but also get just some extra points on the board.
So that's it. Indiana finishes it off. The conversion was good as well. A 17-5 victory for the Hoosiers to open up pool play as they take down Purdue. And now to follow it right up, it'll be Notre Dame College and Middle Tennessee State kicking off in a matter of moments. Middle Tennessee comes out in the all-gray kits. And NDC with the blue tops, white shorts. As this is what's going to be great about this Sevens Invitational. It's just bang, 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 games after one another. Non-stop rugby action and fast-paced play as well.
Yeah, and with the different games happening, you also see a bunch of different playing styles, and it's always really interesting to see the approach that some of these teams have, especially some of the ones that are have more seasoned programs or even fresh to the scene. So, always exciting to see the differences in playing style between the Big Ten and other conferences.
Falcons pick it up off the kickoff. Notre Dame College finished the fall at 5-4, ranked number 6 nationally. Notre Dame College with some space on the back end. Marcus Jansen Van Vuren pitches it off, and Remy Thompson is speeding through the defense, and he's gone. All the way in from midfield. He's going to open up the scoring for Notre Dame College. Settling in right under the posts. And in the opening minute, Notre Dame College jumps out to a 5-0 lead.
Having breakaways like that really sets you up better for a solid conversion attempt. So using those holes in the defense to your advantage really do pay off, especially when you're trying to get those conversion points, because those do really make a difference, especially in tight games.
And the conversion kick from the backside goes through. And it's a strong start for Notre Dame College, up 7-0. You see the precipitation somewhere between rain and snow falling here, with temperatures around the low 40s, high 30s. Just a classic rugby weather scene here at Stinson. And now right off the kick, Notre Dame College will score again. as Harley Sherman, the freshman, got a big bounce to his advantage and made no mistake with it. And yet again, another prime opportunity for the two-point conversion as well.
Yeah, especially with this weather, we're going to see a lot of drop passes and potential knock-ons to be used for advantages. So it's really important that these teams adjust to that. And as we can see, Notre Dame College is having no issue adjusting to not only the weather conditions, but the other team's potential errors related to the weather. So throughout today, it's going to be a different kind of game compared to maybe a little more temperate weather.
Another kick for the Falcons. This time it's handled cleanly as Kyle Wilson, the senior, took it on the catch. And now Jalen Greatrex, the senior, battling through close to midfield. Blue Raiders with quick ball movement, but the Falcons right on him. There goes Wilson again. Head over heels tackle. And the official deemed it illegal. Play goes on for Middle Tennessee. As Ian Wilson, the junior, gets out close to midfield.
Good ball movement coming from Middle Tennessee today. Sending it out to that wing, trying to get an opening down the line. It's a pretty good offensive move, especially because of how tight Notre Dame College's defense proves to be.
.3:15 remaining in the opening half. Notre Dame College leads Middle Tennessee State 14-0. Tries coming from Remy Thompson and Harley Sherman in very quick succession. 14 points in about 2 minutes of game time to start things off. As now the Falcons will work back again on offense, but a turnover near midfield. Physical play from the Blue Raiders, and here comes Jalen Greatrex again. Bennett McKendy was taken to the ground. And a foul against Notre Dame College keeps things moving for Middle Tennessee State.
Good idea to send the offload, but I think partially the weather conditions have a bit of an effect on ball handling today, so we're going to see a lot of somewhat dropped passes, a little bit of less accuracy. So good effort on Middle Tennessee, but fell short this time.
Yeah, pitch came out a little bit low, it looked like, as well. And in the meantime, Dayton Pitts received a yellow card, so now really a strong opportunity for Notre Dame College to extend the advantage, and it looks like they will. Hugh Johnston high steps past one man in midfield and takes it all the way home. And finally grounds it with 1:40 remaining in the half. Notre Dame College up 19-0 as they quickly capitalize on the yellow card. Conversion good again, 21-0, and after a tight physical opening matchup between Indiana and Purdue, Notre Dame College has really come out and impressed in our second game. So now it's McDonald sending the kickoff away. Brought in by Greatrex. The backwards pitch didn't go as planned, and a few kicks from Johnston. He's looking for another try. That big try zone again, but he couldn't track it down. However, a turnover very close to the try line, and once again, Notre Dame College with 30 seconds remaining will put 5 more on the board.
Notre Dame College is doing a really good job today of playing to the mistakes of Middle Tennessee. With all of the drop passes that we're seeing, or missed passes, especially with their offloads today. Notre Dame College is doing a really good job of reading exactly where those errors are and using them to their advantage, and that's how they're getting this big point disparity between the two. Some really good rugby.
Really impressive, too. Now 4 different try scores and a difficult conversion made as well. 28-0. Everybody getting involved early on for Notre Dame College as they take a 28-0 lead to halftime.
I have a feeling this is going to be a pretty high-scoring game for Notre Dame College, especially with the fast-paced momentum that they've got going from just the first half alone. I'm excited to see what they're going to do offensively to play to the advantages that they've already established against Middle Tennessee. And I'm excited to see if Middle Tennessee will put something on the board too.
And really opportunistic from the Falcons as well. 2 of those tries coming off just busted plays on the back end for Middle Tennessee State. Once on the failed kickoff receive, and then there was the bouncing ball as well. And a turnover very close to the try line. So the Falcons doing it in all sorts of ways to come up with offense. They have to be feeling great about their start here in South Bend.
The one thing that's so important about sevens is being able to adjust quickly to changing offensive and defensive plans from the opposing team. So moving into the second half, hopefully having a little bit of a second to recuperate, reevaluate. Maybe Middle Tennessee will put something on the board within the next half.
So 28-0 Notre Dame College. Teams will switch ends as 7 minutes go back up on the clock for the second half. Notre Dame and Illinois, that is the University of Notre Dame, will follow up this matchup. Big Ten versus Big Ten. Official making his final preparations. And now puts the book away. McDonald ready to kick it off as Notre Dame College and Middle Tennessee State will resume. 28-0 lead for the Falcons. And right away, an illegal play against Notre Dame College right off the kick, so Middle Tennessee State will take possession on the right side of midfield. Ian Wilson driven backwards. That's a strong play from Asher Hannon. And now the Blue Raiders look to reset. That one goes off the fingertips of Bennett Mukendi and into touch. And again, the pressure from this Notre Dame College defense, even as MTSU tries to spread the play out. Falcons have players waiting in the wings as Notre Dame College goes quick on the resumption.
And it appears that there's a call for a knock-on.
Hey, good morning.
From
Welcome as a
the
fan, but we need you
penalty.
to calm down a little bit for us.
From the penalty that Notre Dame College was trying
Or
to
maybe just go down one bleacher.
play to. They unfortunately mishandled the ball, so it looks like it'll be going straight to a scrum.
So now up 28 with 5.5 minutes remaining. Notre Dame College will get its bench involved, making a number of changes. MTSU set to get things going once again on the scrum. And again, Notre Dame College with pressure right away against Cameron Shear. Aggressive rucking there from the Falcons. They do force the turnover. Under 5 minutes remaining. Backwards pitch. Takes a bounce in Middle Tennessee State's favor. But Notre Dame College will take it once again on a scrum here.
no points on the board yet for the second half. So it seems that Middle Tennessee might have adjusted a little bit in their defense and are trying to force some more errors from Notre Dame College.
Blue Raiders have it once again now. But the strong defense continues from the Falcons. As Andrew Harvey didn't have a whole lot there. Now Dayton Pitts. Looks like he lost it. Notre Dame College sets it up once again as Michael Yeboah backs it out.
Yeah, a lot of conversions coming from defensive rucks today. Seeing both strong defenses, some really strong players out there, just really trucking through the ruck to get that possession, because every possession counts, especially for Middle Tennessee trying to make up some of those points. But it looks like Notre Dame College has got it once again in a breakaway.
Harley Sherman running free one more time. He'll put it down for his second try of the match. And with 3 minutes to play, that extends the Notre Dame College lead to 33-0. As it was a chaotic play near midfield, but the Falcons got themselves organized quickly, and Sherman found a seam and did the rest. And now Christian Dickens with a straight-on two-point attempt goes through the posts. And Notre Dame College continues to build its advantage, now 35-0 with 2:35 to go.
It doesn't appear that Notre Dame College is going to stop those attempts at a try anytime soon. Sometimes teams will kind of hold it down, make sure they use the time to their advantage, but it seems like their forward momentum is just going to keep on going. Almost regained possession there by number 12, George Brown, but unfortunately went out of bounds, so it looks like there will be a line out.
So under 2 minutes remaining, both of these teams will face Michigan next to wrap up pool play. Middle Tennessee will see the Wolverines at 10:40. And then Notre Dame College, what a matchup that'll be at 12:10 against U of M.
Yeah, both really strong programs. That's going to be a high-intensity, really skilled game that you're not going to want to miss.
That one will be here at Stinson Rugby Field, so we'll have it live for you, along with so many other great matchups. Full slate on this Saturday to begin the month of April. As Middle Tennessee struggles to get organized, commits a knock-on. And now Notre Dame College set up in prime scoring range one more time. 1 minute remaining. As the Falcons lead 35-0. 4 different try scores today. Blue Raiders take it right back as the Falcons struggle to get going off the scrum. Physical play, and the official will keep it with MTSU in the final 30 seconds.
And it looks like a knock-on play to the advantage of Notre Dame College. But it seems that the play of game has stopped because of, I think, too many back and forth infractions.
Final 10 seconds left. Both teams from the 9:40 matchup making their way over toward the benches. University of Notre Dame and University of Illinois coming up next. As Notre Dame College begins to wrap up a convincing victory. Maybe one more try on the way. Physical run on the far side of the field. As that was McDonald inflicting some punishment on the defense.
All right, one final push.
And it'll be McDonald to run it in one more time. He'll ground it in the center area, and Notre Dame College hangs 40 on the board. And we'll have a chance to kick one more time before wrapping it up. And it's a 42-0 victory for the Notre Dame College Falcons. What a performance here today in Game 2.
Really, really impressive display of just how strong the Notre Dame College rugby program is. Really fast momentum. Really good just defensive and offensive decision-making from everyone on the pitch. Excited to see their continued matchups for the rest of the day, as well as potentially some bracket play for them later on.
Certainly one of those smaller but incredibly strong programs that we're looking forward to seeing, not just today, but certainly going forward in the coming years as rugby at the collegiate level continues to grow. As now Notre Dame College will give way to University of Notre Dame and Illinois as well. Looks like the Irish will be wearing the white shirts, blue shorts. Illinois going with the orange and white today. Our first all-conference matchup in the Big Ten. Obviously, a handful of teams participating from the conference. And these are two of them right here. Notre Dame finished the fall 7-2, ranked 10th nationally, and recently went 4-2 at the Bermuda Invitational. International Sevens 2 weekends ago, also competed at the LA Invitational in February. So they've had plenty of action, same with Illinois. It looks like the Fighting Illini will kick things off here to get us underway.
Weather's cleared up a little bit, so don't have to deal with as much of the rainy, snowy, sleety conditions. So we'll probably see some pretty strong performance from both teams.
Right away, foul called against Notre Dame, so Illinois inside the 22. Chance to get things going quickly. Irish playing aggressively. And already a physical start. Here comes Daniel Delamano, rumbling over defenders, but losing control. Irish picked it up briefly as Aaron Ney had possession for a moment. But a knock-on called against the Fighting Irish as it just trickled out of his reach. And now Illinois will set up the game's first scrum with 6:05 remaining in the first half.
It's really important to keep those possessions, especially in sevens when the clock keeps going. There's not much time, so just making sure you use every possession to your advantage is really important here, especially when you have such high momentum or high energy teams like Notre Dame and Illinois.
This is a Pool C matchup. Adrian, the other program, rounding out the three in that area of the seedings here today as Illinois looks to spread the field out wide.
I'm surprised the SIR didn't call a knock-on. Seemed that Illinois just had some misused ball handling, and it looked like it went forward, but seems that the SIR is going to allow it this time. But Notre Dame just forced that conversion, and now it is their ball. Beautiful breakaway from, I believe, number 11.
Give it to Andrew. Give it to Andrew.
Here comes Andrew Packard, putting the moves on near midfield, tossing it backward.
That's it. That's it.
And now plenty of room to run for Patrick McKenzie, a physical player, looking to ward off orange jerseys. He's got 3 of them there as he takes it inside the 22.
Fantastic display of Irish offense right now. Notre Dame's always able to make really quick progress in their offense, but it looks like that try was just short of completion.
Tough shot right there for Jamie Warren, the senior from London. A little kick and run opportunity there. And had it in his hands, but as he was lunging forward, just popped out. Still Notre Dame has cut deep into Illinois on their defensive side of the field. And now a scrum for the Fighting Illini. Notre Dame spins it around. Illinois does recover, but cornered in pretty well there by the Fighting Irish. 3:40 remaining, still scoreless in this Big Ten matchup. As Illinois really up against it now, working very closely to the try line, and now the Fighting Illini will finally kick it out. And look at the speed to get to this ball. It's picked up cleanly right near midfield. Heck of an effort there. And now here come the Illini, as that was Brian Winstead, freshman with a strong play to flip the field in the blink of an eye for Illinois. 3 minutes remaining as Delamano gets ready to resume. And he'll just send that one into touch. And on the line out, Illinois will advance a little bit further with 2:45 to play.
Looks like we're going to get a pretty traditional line out right now, taking their time. And it appears that Illinois was able to maintain possession from the line out, and it will be for a try.
And Nolan Opalski will open up the scoring as he takes it all the way through the Notre Dame defense, and Illinois is off to a 5-0 lead with 2:10 remaining in the first half. Opalski, the junior from Carlsbad, California, one of the few non-Illinois natives on this team, makes a big play for the Fighting Illini, and they're off and running. So it'll be a difficult conversion attempt. It looks like he put it through there, yeah.
It's always impressive to see those harsher angles. Getting those conversion attempts through is always tough, especially with the weather. When you have those drop kicks, it can be really tough to not only get the angle right, but just get a good contact with the ball to make it do exactly what you want it to do.
So just enough from Delamano to push it over the crossbar now with 1:15 to go. Notre Dame looks to set up an answer. There's Warren angles around the left side. Official stops play, forces Illinois to back off after an infraction. And Notre Dame appears content to kick into touch. And a line out right at midfield here.
So field 2 is on time? Okay. Tom, these are recording now. Okay, good. Thank you, Sean.
And he gets it right in. Takes the ball back from Dylan Ryan. As now Packard works around the outside. Look at the speed, splitting a couple Illinois defenders, and he's off to the races. He's going to cross the line in the right corner and now try and get into the middle with some other teams having to clear out over there, but he's got the try down. And Andrew Packard, the sophomore, has Notre Dame on the board in the final 15 seconds.
Fantastic attempt from Packard to try and get a little more into the try zone to see if he could reduce that angle just a little bit. Definitely a good effort on his part.
I believe that's Aquinas getting warmed up over there in the try zone. Packard had to navigate his way through them as the conversion kick from Jamie Warren missed off to the right. So a 7-5 Illinois lead at halftime, but a competitive start. What you would expect in a Big Ten matchup like this. Notre Dame with the recent try from Andrew Packard. And for Illinois, it was Nolan Opalski to get things started. So, Marissa, what do you want to see from these two teams looking to pull away, as it's obviously going to be very tight coming down to the wire in this Pool C opening matchup?
I'm looking for maintaining that high momentum that we are seeing. A lot of high energy going on today. I always love seeing those really good breakaways from both teams, just like the one we saw with Andrew Packard just moments ago. Using those holes that Sevens just naturally creates because of the small number of players on the field or on the pitch. It's really important to use those to their advantage, and honestly, I think both teams are doing a fantastic job of really just pushing their offense, having some strong rucks, having really good contact when they are on defense, and using all of their opposing team's errors to their advantage. That's going to be something that I want to see even more of for the remainder of this particular game. Looks like we're getting ready for our kickoff.
Be Jamie Warren to resume play. 7 minutes back on the board for half number 2 as Notre Dame moves from right to left on your screen. Facing Illinois, who leads 7-5 in this one. As the kick does not travel 10 meters. As the wind working against that ball. Blowing from the north and the west today. Hands it back over to Illinois.
Looks like they're going to try and find another hole for their offense to infiltrate, but that pass falls a little short. It's dropped.
Polsky couldn't handle it, and now Patrick Devereaux sends it over to the left side. Illinois looks to set things up over there. Brian Winstead. And now a turnover. That's right to McKenzie. He picked it off, and now he's running through the middle of the field. There's that breakaway you talked about, and McKenzie's going under the crossbar and lunging for the try.
Right in the middle, exactly where you want it to set up for that conversion. McKenzie's speed is always an asset for the Irish, and it's always nice to see him using it to not only his advantage as a player, but for the team itself. So
Patrick McKenzie turns defense into offense and gives Notre Dame its first lead of the day, 10-7 Irish. And a straight-on chance to extend. Christian Opperman puts it through. And Notre Dame, just like that, less than 90 seconds into the second half, has taken a 12-7 lead.
Impressive adjustment from the Irish moving into the second half. Definitely seeing a bit of a change in their defensive style, really going for taking advantage of those defensive offensive errors from Illinois. Obviously, it's proving to their advantage.
So you think the key for Illinois is just going to have to be cleaning it up down the stretch?
Yeah, for sure. I think that definitely for Illinois, what it's going to be important is really holding down defense when the Irish have offensive opportunities, just because the Irish are so strong with their speed and their power. Making sure that they are set early is going to be super important for their defensive stops and potential turnover opportunities that'll naturally present themselves throughout the game.
Was another untimely turnover for Illinois, but Notre Dame threw it into touch, looking to use the whole width of the field on the right side. So Illinois will throw it back into play here. Sam Schultz goes high for it. And Illinois executes cleanly, and now a long kick across midfield. Looks like Notre Dame will get there first with Aaron Ney. He does pick it up and has reinforcements on the back end. Offloads it over to Opperman. And now Opperman just running straight through. Illinois confused about something, and Opperman is running all the way down the right side. He's going to cross the line and just wheel back into the corner for another Notre Dame try.
Great use of that space by Opperman. I think that Illinois thought that the play of game was over. Might have heard or thought they heard a whistle from the sir, but it appears that the game was still going. So Opperman used that to his advantage, and that's exactly what you need to do, especially when you have such a limited time to make an impact points-wise.
Okay, all right, so just start recording.
Play to the final whistle, such a fundamental thing, but sometimes it works to your advantage, and Opperman takes full advantage that time. It's going to be a very difficult conversion attempt into that wind from the right side, and it will come up well short and off to the right. So Notre Dame's lead remains at 10, but good news for the Irish, it is now a 2-try margin with 3 minutes to play, so Illinois up against it.
Yes, Illinois is going to need to really use this next offensive possession if they want to catch back up to the Irish, because it seems like they've stuck with their offensive momentum. So Illinois is really going to need to adjust.
Bodies flying, jerseys tugging as Pedro Madero Carabatsos tried to receive for Illinois. Official stops the play.
Appears it'll be an Illini scrum from a Notre Dame knock-on.
.2:15 to go.
Good momentum from Notre Dame coming out of that scrum, but it appears that there might have been a high tackle from Notre Dame. Looks like it'll be a quick kick from the Illini.
This one stays in play. Plenty of room on the back end for Notre Dame to start things up. Here's Opperman. Well, they have numbers on the left side. McKenzie pitches it, and a juggling catch finally for Dylan Ryan. Who tries to throw back for McKenzie, but it goes into touch right at midfield. So looked like an opportunity there for Notre Dame, but obviously the wet ball being a factor, execution wasn't very clean on the near side. So Illinois once again takes a chance with 1:20 to go.
Yeah, that definitely was a good attempt at controlling the ball from the Irish, but some of those offloads at the very end just need to be controlled a little bit more if they want to make some progress there, especially on the wings.
And Notre Dame controls right off the throw-in, and there goes Opperman again. Second time he's taken advantage of some Illinois confusion. He sheds one tackle and crosses the line. And Opperman has scored again for Notre Dame as it's now 22-7 in the final minute.
Yeah, Opperman is senior. He just has so much game IQ. He's able to read the pitch and really use the holes that he's finding to his advantage, especially just as like an offensive force for the Irish today.
You know, this is a pretty early morning game for Notre Dame as Opperman kicks it through. Still just reaching the 10 o'clock hour, but Opperman's certainly wide awake. Playing good disciplined rugby on this Saturday morning. He's got 2 tries to his name, and he's got Notre Dame up 24-7 with 15 seconds to go.
Yeah, slow start for the Irish this morning, but they picked up that momentum very quickly once they saw a defensive challenge from the Illini. So some impressive progress this morning.
24 unanswered points for Notre Dame. Following up Notre Dame College's 42 unanswered in the preceding game, victory over Middle Tennessee State. Up next, you'll see Aquinas and Western Michigan in the 10 o'clock matchup. As Illinois looks for one final rush here, and they might have something. Patrick Devereaux speeding past the defense. And he's going to cut into that Notre Dame lead just a little bit as the clock has hit triple zeros. Devereaux puts it down for the try, and it's now 24-12 Notre Dame.
That was one good last offensive push from the Illini. It appears the conversion is good, but it will not be enough.
So Illinois will take some momentum into its next matchup at 11 o'clock against Adrian. Notre Dame will see Adrian at 12:30 right here at Stinson, but the Irish take a 24-14 victory over the Fighting Illini, and some scores to update you on as well over at Richie Fields in the Open Division pool play. St. Louis defeated Trine 19-7 in Pool F. Indiana's second squad took down Grand Valley State 29-12 in Pool E action. And then in the reserve division, Notre Dame College second squad defeated Kentucky second squad 36-0, and then Michigan 2 over Purdue 2 20-0. So plenty of action unfolding across the complex here on the northeast side of Notre Dame's campus. And just like that, ready to go with our fourth matchup as we get into Pool D play between Aquinas and Western Michigan.
Excited to see this game. I don't think I've ever seen either of these programs play, so it'll be definitely a new style of play that I haven't seen, hopefully. Maybe we'll get something new from Western Michigan and Aquinas.
Western Michigan in the white and gold. Aquinas the maroon and black, as the Broncos will get things started with a short kick that just crosses the 10-meter line, and already some aggressive dives for the ball, and possession awarded to Western Michigan, making the short trip down from Kalamazoo.
A little bit of a switch up there. It's really important to read the field, so we'll see if that plays to their advantage. And it does not. So there's a turnover playing to the advantage. Aquinas takes that ball and runs. Number 21.
Stefano Riley with a lot of speed down that left side, but eventually the Broncos catch up to him and put out the fire right at the 22. So that's a big early stop for Western Michigan after looked like they had a knock on and turned it over in the process. Now the Broncos will get things moving once again on the far side of the field. Aggressive stop. This one does stay in play just barely, and it does leak into touch. As Aquinas had Archie Fleming over there going for it. A lot of freshmen on this Aquinas Saints team.
Yeah, I was a really smart idea from number 9, Ethan Rasmussen, from trying to kick that ball in an attempt to keep it in play and use that to their advantage, but they have the line out either way, so really close to a try. We'll see if they can push through the Western Michigan defense. And it appears that there is some form of a penalty.
Free kick.
And it'll be a free kick for Western Michigan. Tap and go.
And here come the Broncos. 4:55 remaining in the first half. Still no score. Possession has been fairly even for the most part, and now the Broncos throw it back deep into their own try zone.
He's going to need to get rid of that really fast before Aquinas can use it to their advantage.
Now the official stops play. Some of the fans here making some noise as Aquinas will be set up well here. So it looks like a scrum will be called for right at the 5-meter line. Called a forward pass against Western Michigan. 4:10 to go in the first half.
Looks like the scrum was stopped. Resetting. And it is stopped.
No, they'll let it continue.
Right.
And Aquinas takes full advantage of it. Another busted play there right off the scrum. And the Saints are on the board first. Credit Luke Domini, the freshman, with the opening try. And now a strong conversion kick attempt is missed off to the right. So the Saints lead holds at 5-0 with 3:20 to play in the opening half. So what you see there off that scrum, obviously Western Michigan a little bit discombobulated, and Domini took full advantage of it.
Yeah, sometimes when the game is kind of stopped to reset and just kind of get everyone in order, especially with those scrums, it can really change the momentum of the game. Aquinas is doing a really good job of keeping control of the pitch. Really strong defense, good launches. And so keeping it as a mental game for Aquinas, letting Western Michigan kind of idle a little bit is really, really something that they're going to need to capitalize off of, and that's what they did on their last try.
Broncos with some sustained possession now, looking to advance. And again, Aquinas staying home defensively. Haven't seen any of those gaps so typically seen in sevens rugby to this point for Western Michigan. And now for the Broncos, it's a knock-on. And Aquinas, with plenty of support from the fans behind them, keeps going. Penalty against the Broncos.
Smart idea from number 10 on Aquinas, Jacob Ederling. And it'll result in a try.
So the chip and chase play for Aquinas works to perfection, and with 1:35 remaining, the Saints have built up a 10-0 advantage. But again, the conversion kick misses wide, so the score holds there. I beg your pardon, I believe the conversion kick was good, so 12-0 Aquinas with 1:15 to play.
Aquinas is doing a really good job of setting themselves up to have a really comfortable second half, so if they keep this momentum going, we might see a pretty good point margin difference between the two for maybe a high-scoring game. Looks like number 8 from Aquinas is going for another try. That is Luke Dominy, another freshman from Aquinas.
So the Saints continue to build. Impressive work as they took that one right off the kickoff. And another score for Aquinas, 17-0 now with 30 seconds remaining in the half.
Really impressive display of the Aquinas offense today. Really infiltrating that Western Michigan defense, seeing those holes that their less than ideal launch calls have been producing. And once again, Aquinas has regained possession from the kickoff.
It was Archie Fleming taking control right away. Clock about to hit triple zeros, but Aquinas hungry for another score here before the break. And with the effort from Zach Bester, they might just get one.
One last push. We'll see if they can make it.
Aquinas gets ready to go. A spin move, and the ball's down for one more. Jay Manson with his second. And Aquinas with a roaring first half here in South Bend. 24-0 the score with a difficult conversion kick still to come. So it'll be a 24-0 lead for the Saints at halftime. Really impressive work. I mean, Aquinas, much of the key for them was just what they did off kickoffs. Western Michigan hardly had any chance to possess in that opening 7 minutes.
Really impressive display from such a young team. I'm looking at their roster, and there's only one player above the age of a sophomore. Really got some young players out there. They're really, really, really scrappy. A lot of high energy that we're seeing, but impressive game IQ for how seemingly new the program appears.
And this is a team that's really starting to come along nicely as of late. Went 4-1 at the St. Louis Sevens tournament a couple weeks ago and picked up a pair of 30-point victories in that one, 30-plus points. Aquinas could certainly be on track for another one here, already leading by 24. Third consecutive game in which we've seen a 24-point or more unanswered run. Notre Dame College got it started against Middle Tennessee State, then Notre Dame came alive late to down Illinois, and now Aquinas in full control as both teams break and return to their positions for half number 2. it's 22-0 Aquinas. There was a missed 2-point conversion kick in there. That wasn't accounted for initially, so Saints still have some work to do before they get to 24.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's helpful. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Now Aquinas gets moving once again. Nathan Schaefer off to the races all the way down the left side, and from midfield he's going to go all the way. Waiting to get a better kicking position. Puts it down for the try. 27-0 Aquinas. In less than 30 seconds into the second half, the Saints extend their momentum from half number 1.
Yeah, impressive display of just kind of asserting that dominance really early on into the second half, just kind of continuing the same trend that we've seen this whole game so far. Unfortunately, that conversion was missed, but they have a really good spread against Western Michigan today. So just continuing to have that force as they move forward is going to be a really impressive display from Aquinas.
Kick floated off wide to the left, so 27-0 Aquinas. And Western Michigan again drops the kick, but some reinforcements there. Now let's see what the Broncos can do with it.
Yeah, it's going to be really important for them to just make some form of offensive progress if they want to get anything on the board. Reading Aquinas' defense, which is really solid, so it is going to be a bit of a challenge for them to kind of infiltrate that, get some of those breakaways that Aquinas is also producing. But
Taylor Green taken down. Western Michigan gets the ball out and keeps things rolling. 5 minutes to go in the second half as Aquinas leads 27-0.
I think something Western Michigan's going to need to start doing is stop hesitation. As we can see right now, they're having a little more progress because of how quickly they are offloading those passes. When they hesitate is when Aquinas is able to read exactly what they're doing and use those offensive errors to their defensive advantage.
Looks like a scrum on the way here as Aquinas makes a substitution. After this game, we'll see open division pool play transition over to Stinson as Louisville and Trine will get going at 10:20, just a few moments thereafter, followed by Kentucky and Grand Valley State, Minnesota and Michigan State, and then West Virginia and Wisconsin.
Free kick, not putting it in soon enough.
Looks like there was a free kick. Western Michigan's using that for their offensive advantage.
Broncos just across the midfield stripe. We're going to switch the field back to the near side. 3:45 to play. And some strong shrugging off defenders. And all the way home, Western Michigan will have its first try.
What a great display to get them on the board. Pushing through some of those tackles from Aquinas. A really impressive attempt.
I have to double check on it. Western Michigan has extremely small numbers on the backs of their jerseys. I believe it was Sean Corbett, the try scorer for the Broncos. And the conversion kick through the post as well, so 27-7 with 3 minutes to go. And a positive sign for Western Michigan after Aquinas really buried them early. The Broncos generate something offensively, carry with them to the remainder of pool play, and still a little bit of time left in this one as well.
Unfortunate knock on from Aquinas, just drop ball as he was going into contact.
So now Western Michigan, a scrum just on the Aquinas side of the center of the pitch. Sergio Cortez, the sophomore, resumes play. Taps it back out with his left hand. 2:05 on the clock here. As Conrad Kulot goes down hard. Western Michigan keeps the play alive, though, and now maybe some numbers on the left side. Aquinas recovers, but a nice offload moves it over to Aiden Wardell. And Wardell charges through. And Western Michigan making progress. Broncos now working the far side of the field. Heavy tackle from Aquinas and a nice play to tap the ball backwards and switch possession over back to the Saints. 1:20 to go. Aquinas leads Western Michigan 27-7, and they might just add on. Archie Fleming is in the clear. And that's another try for Aquinas with 1:05 remaining, make it 32-7.
I really think that their offensive strengths are coming from their ability to read the offense of Western Michigan while they're on defense. Winning, what led to that try was a one ruck, just kind of ripping the ball out from a Western Michigan player who had gone into contact with no teammate there to ruck for him. Aquinas was able to use it to their advantage, just take that ball and go with it. With some really smart passing, they really made quick work of kind of shifting the field of play, so impressive.
Final 15 seconds of this pool play matchup. Is this one trickling back to the tri-zone? Maybe another score coming here for Aquinas. Yes, indeed. Stefano Riley, the senior, gets involved, and the Aquinas fan base is loving it here at Stinson Rugby Field. 39-7 in favor of the Saints as the clock has hit triple zeros.
Slightly difficult angle for the conversion, but we'll see if Aquinas can keep this momentum going to finish off the game with a completed conversion.
Looks good, drawing to the left, just misses and comes up short. But Aquinas opens up Pool D play with a statement victory, 39-7 over Western Michigan. Heck of an effort from this Saints squad today.
Absolutely.
So after the Big Ten matchups, Indiana, Purdue, and Notre Dame, Illinois were fairly tight. We've seen a couple of the smaller schools, Notre Dame College and Aquinas, come in here and really dominate. And now we're through with the 4 qualifier division pool play matchups at Stinson, and now we'll transition over to the 4 open division games. Started off by Louisville and Trine. Some other scores to report from the other fields. In Pool H, Washington University took down Michigan State 5-0. According to the stat sheet, so not a lot of offense going on over there, but strong physical play. WashU pulls it out. And then on the reserve side, 3 consecutive shutouts to open things up. The most recent one, Marion taking down Wisconsin, 29-0. As Trine and Louisville take the pitch here and get ready to keep things rolling on this full Saturday of rugby. Trine in the blue and white stripes. Louisville, a lot going on with their uniforms, but largely black, white, and red, as you can see on the right side of your screen after the kickoff.
And we're going to get right into it with kickoff. All right. Kickoff fell short, so it's going right to Louisville.
Cardinals are out of the Mid-American Conference. Went 11-1 in the fall, posted a 15s conference championship and even made a national title game appearance in the fall. And in early March, played at Vanderbilt in the Oak Leaf Cup. So the Cardinals have been plenty active, and they'll have a midfield scrum with 30 seconds already off the clock. Ball mishandled on the back end. Official stops play. The ball was not put in straight on the scrum, so Trine takes over. Louisville launching well initially, but the Thunder have handled it well, and now some room to operate on the far side. Getting close to touch. Now Trine will switch it back over. Nearly an interception, ball bouncing around. Really physical play right there.
Yeah, I'm really liking the aggressive defense from Louisville. Solid, quick launches are what's going to make the difference in their defensive opportunities. Trine needs to be a little more careful when they're picking up that ball after going into contact. Need to be a little more clear with dropping that ball between contact and picking it up to continue going if there's no ruck present, just because that is somewhere where penalties can be called pretty easily.
Louisville playing with some serious force right now, looking for every loose ball and every hit they can make. And they've earned possession back with 5:10 to play in the first half. Still no score, Louisville and Trine. This matchup between a couple Pool F squads. St. Louis University, the other one.
Good
Louisville
ball
breaks
movement.
right through. And plenty of room to run for Ryan Camerata, the freshman. Goes all the way and puts it down for a try. So another one of those breakaways. Louisville spaced out on the left side of its attack, and all of a sudden there was room to operate, and Camerata scorched right through it. And will set up a straightforward conversion kick attempt as well. So with 4 minutes remaining in the first half, it's 7-0 Louisville.
Looks like the snow-rain combination has picked back up once again here at Stinson Rugby Field. Watch for some more potential knock-ons, mispasses. It's a natural effect of the weather, but seems that both Trine and Louisville are adjusting to the changing conditions throughout today.
And that precipitation expected to pick back up around the midday hours, which we are approaching, forced some of the other spring sports here on campus, baseball and softball, to be postponed to tomorrow, but not rugby. We're playing right through it here, and everything has gone to plan so far, even with some rain and storms this morning. So 3 minutes remaining. Another scrum on the way here. Louisville handling the ball. One takes a while to emerge, but the Cardinals do come up with it. Trying right on him, however. And interference, the ruling against Louisville, so Trine takes it right back.
Who's up here? Well, ask Elizabeth or Bridget, they'll get you one.
Good kick from Trine.
That one bounces right toward the touchline. It helped out Trine initially, but the second kick, a little too much on it, and Louisville will have it back on the throw-in. That first kick, as you said, really well done. Angled toward the outer boundary, and that helped try and get to it.
Absolutely, and understanding where your other teammates are on the pitch is really important when you're sending those kicks out. Just because if you do want to send it out for one of your teammates to go chase, it's really important that you know where they are and if they can get there in time, so that there's no switch of possession to the other team, so that they have an advantage over you.
Cameron Donlin, the second team all-conference selection, throws it back in.
Louisville's doing a really good job of not going down upon that first contact, just kind of rushing through it, using their own power to kind of offset Trine's defensive pursuits.
Trine launching aggressively, but they may be outnumbered now on the outside. However, they break up. They pitch to the outside. And Louisville struggling to get things moving. Looks like they've committed a knock-on with 30 seconds remaining in the first half.
Thank you for the donuts.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome. Yeah.
I did.
Any good?
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Looks like they're
It's hard to get
fresh this morning.
hard to have a bad donut.
Yeah, they're left over.
Cardinals make a substitution,
No, they were fresh.
and that's going to take the clock down to zeros. Still 7-0 Louisville, a low-scoring start to this one.
Looks like they're going to continue with the scrum,
Is Louisville in the stripes or the other one?
and this will probably be the last kind of game sequence to finish off this half. Looks like the scrum twisted.
The ball came out to the near side, and official wants them to do it over.
Yeah, it's really important that they stay straight.
There's an umbrella standing right outside out there. Would you bring
Making sure to just kind of have a really good bind and set is going to be important, just to make sure that the officials are happy.
set it right in the corner? Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Bridget.
There's a tackle. Drifting into touch. And with the clock at zeros, that will take us to halftime. Louisville leads 7-0 in a low-scoring physical affair. And this one certainly looks like it could go either way. Not many scoring threats early on. Marissa, what do you think the message is on either side here at the halftime break with a tight 7 minutes coming up?
I think a lot of it has to do with personal errors from both teams, just kind of dropped passes, missed passes, and a lot of missed opportunities, especially for kind of offloading and using the wings of on the pitch to their advantage. I think that there's a lot that could be capitalized on there, especially just we're kind of staying in the midfield range. We're not getting too much near either try zone. And so moving forward, I think that we just need at least one good breakaway from either team, and we'll see more progress. I think one of them just needs to start some forward momentum, and we'll probably see a different rugby game once that happens. But until then, I think that it's going to be a pretty close game. I think Louisville has a lot of opportunities to kind of break through. They have a lot of strong players, a lot of big players, and continuing that trend is going to be really important.
Supposedly it'll stop.
No, we haven't had a stoppage.
I'm really curious to see kind of how both teams reevaluate moving into the second half, just because of how close the game is right now. It really is anybody's opportunity to push ahead, having only one try and a conversion between the two. Louisville and Trine both have an opportunity to adjust the way that they're playing to see if they can make put any more points on the board.
Cardinals will kick it away to open up the second half. 7 minutes on the clock. As the linesman makes his way back over to his position as the snow begins to increase once again here in South Bend.
Yeah, but even with the weather, the stands are very full today.
And now some space here for Trine. Missed tackle. And the Thunder are going to pull within 2, it looks like.
Yes.
That appears to be called for a try, as it should. He got a good touchdown on that one.
The ball came out at the last moment.
But it appears good. That's the momentum that we need. We need to see something switch up in this particular match. Maybe this is the push that Louisville needs to continue their previous momentum, or maybe this was the push that Trine needed to push forward. We'll see how this conversion goes.
Yeah, missed it off to the left, and with how low scoring that first half was, who knows, maybe that'll be the difference between this being a tied game and Trine potentially taking a loss. But for now it remains Louisville 7, Trine 5, as we're under 6 minutes.
And the weather is taking a turn for the snowy. We've got a pretty significant precipitation of what appears to be just snow. So as we move forward, that's another thing to consider.
Yeah, second year in a row we've had
yes.
snow coming down at the Sevens.
It's turning into a Fighting Irish Sevens tradition. Must be snow on the day of the tournament play.
Thankfully, this won't be much of an accumulating snow with the warmer temperatures. But certainly going to moisturize things a little bit out there, so Louisville will look to get going. Room to work with up the right side.
Good push.
And now a lot of speed as the Cardinals are going to take it all the way. That's Jake Summers, the junior. Take it down in the try zone, but he's got 5 on the board for the Cards.
Great response from Louisville. Kind of having some offensive challenge from Trine might have sparked something in their team to push them forward into creating more of a point difference. Let's see if they can respond to Trine's missed conversion earlier with a completed one.
Yeah, this is another really important one. Louisville looking to extend its advantage out to multiple tries here, as this one will not do so. Cameron Donlin left it well short on the line drive, so with 4 minutes left, the door is still plenty open for Trine, trailing 12-5. As Jake Summers picked up the try for Louisville.
Yeah, all Trine needs to tie this up would be really one good offensive push, especially receiving the ball from Louisville. If they can find a defensive hole and infiltrate that quickly, that'll prove to be probably the best outcome for them. Missed opportunity with that offload.
And not a great start, and advantage being played as well. Finally, with 3.5 minutes to go. Looks like a scrum will set up, and substitutions for Louisville as well.
Yeah, it's going to be really important for trying to keep those passes and think smart about them before doing them, because sometimes going into contact is the best thing you can do, especially when you don't know exactly where you're passing. Because right now, they took that offensive opportunity and it might not work in their favor.
Trying with a misplay off the scrum, and Louisville's got it right back. Shedding tackles, and now a clear lane on the outside. And this will be another score. Camerata taking it home again for his second. And that is a major try for Louisville to go up 12 with 2.5 minutes remaining.
It's really smart playing for Louisville, getting it out to that wing super quick. Not really allowing Trine to have time to adjust defensively. That's going to be really the play of the game for Louisville, just keeping that point difference between the two, increasing it as we go. That's really going to help them feel more comfortable on the pitch as we get into the final minutes.
Well, Louisville had 4 first-team All-MAC selections, 3 second-team All-Conference selections, then 2 honorable mentions. Camerata did not fit any of those 3 categories, but he has made a major impact today, scoring a pair of tries out of Louisville's 3. And it's now 17-5 Cardinals. Time running out on Trine with 1:40 to go.
Trine once again trying for those offloads, but they just fall short, and it's Louisville's ball again.
And Trine just tried to kick it ahead, but picked up at midfield by John Windle. The official says Trine came in on the other side, so Louisville keeps play rolling with 1:15 to go. Well, Trine forces a turnover, but another whistle. Trine did not roll away, a penalty. Inside the final minute. Louisville just boots this one into touch. That's Camerata again. And just inside the 22. Throw-in coming for Louisville off the line out. After this one, we'll have Kentucky and Grand Valley State out of Pool E. Grand Valley State fell to Indiana's B side, 29-12. Kentucky has not yet played, as Louisville looks to add another try before moving on to its next matchup. Camerata, good patience, waiting for the lane to open up. And there is the next score. A.J. Ayers on a well set up play, lunges home, gets the ball down, and it's 22-5 Cardinals as the clock runs out.
What a great final push from Louisville today. Just continuing to have some offensive dominance and just really reading the pitch and taking their time and thinking about their passes before making them is really what set them apart today and allowed them to have such a difference in the first half versus the second half.
Ayers knocks it through the post, so officially a 24-5 victory for Louisville. And the Cardinals are now on the board. Second team to take a win in Pool F along with St. Louis. Trine drops to 0-2 in pool play.
2-1.
So that'll bring up Kentucky and Grand Valley State in the 10:40 matchup. As the standings begin to fill in across the board, this will be the second of our 4 open division pool play games here at Stinson, and then 4 more on the qualifier side, and then into semifinal and bronze and gold game play after the qualifier, quarterfinals, and consolation semis.
Lots of good rugby today. We've only just begun.
And lots of competitive rugby as well. We've seen a couple good games from Big Ten schools. And some teams really putting on dominating performances as well. Notre Dame College, the 42-0 victory over Middle Tennessee State. Aquinas defeated Western Michigan 39-7. Another Big Ten matchup soon to come at 11 o'clock, Minnesota and Michigan State.
All right.
First, Kentucky and GVSU take the field. So ready to roll. Kentucky and the all-black unis. Grand Valley State in the blue tops. Moving from left to right. The Wildcats will kick this one away. And off we go.
And it is short of 10. So it will be Grand Valley's ball. There will be they're choosing to go for a free kick as opposed to a scrum right now. See if they can play that possession to their advantage.
And Valley State on the tap and go, get started. Opening 30 seconds here in South Bend. Penalty against Kentucky for not releasing. And an aggressive tackle, possibly up high.
High tackle,
and
yeah.
that is indeed the ruling. And he didn't wrap.
Yeah, it's really important that when you're making those tackles that you're just being a little more intentional with how you are interacting with the other player, just because it is so so finicky if you're up high like that. Not only for just the legality of the play, but for the safety of the players.
So now with 6 minutes left, an injured Laker, unfortunately quickly back to his feet. 5 seconds been added to the clock, 6:05 remaining. No score yet in the first half. Grand Valley State and Kentucky. Ready to restart the action. And off we go again. First, the official wants the play redone. Didn't like the tap and go there.
Really competitive ruck there. Just kind of pushing over by Kentucky.
Ball thrown forward. Kentucky recovers. And now look at this run. Right up the middle. Can anyone track down the Wildcat running loose? I don't think so. This is going to be a try for Kentucky. So all the way in from Kentucky's own 22. The Wildcats go right down the middle of the field. And in the opening 2 minutes, off to a 5-0 start.
And that's the beauty of sevens, being able to change the game so quickly.
Getting tough to see some of these numbers with the snow coming down, but I believe it was Kai Carlsberg, the senior, with an impressive run all the way from his own end. It has Kentucky up in the early stages. Yes, Carlsberg indeed. About ready to kick things off and resume play. Couple good moves, but the offload turned over for Grand Valley State.
Looks like it'll be a scrum for Kentucky.
John Walda Jr. will play it through here with 3.5 minutes to go. Kentucky leads it 7-0 on the early try from Kai Carlsberg. And right off the scrum, John Wall picks it up himself and goes the distance. The ball is down. That's another Kentucky try with 3 minutes to go in the half.
Very smart from John Wall, sending that ball into the scrum and getting it out super quickly. That's really what sets it apart, being able to just kind of use that pause in the game to be able to capitalize and get some more offensive advantage, and that obviously paid off for the Wildcats today.
Carlsberg a little bit more difficulty on this conversion attempt, and he sends it wide left. So 12-0 still the score. Kentucky out in front. Just over 2 minutes to play in the first half. Wildcats won the 2019 Sevens SEC Championship. Also the 15s title in 17 and 18. And won the Mint City Bowl in Charlotte this year, beating Colorado State 32-15. And on a not releasing play, Kentucky takes over once again. Good offload, a juggle. Ball continues to move. Here's Carlsberg. Has options to the left and a cutback and another try. Strong running from Dom Rawson, who saw the angle perfectly and continues to grow the Kentucky lead.
Seems that Kentucky's found their momentum. They've kind of figured out the offense figured out the defense from Grand Valley. Kind of took a little bit for them to kind of catch their stride, but now that they're there, I think we're going to see some more tries in the future for Kentucky. It's also impressive how they're able to kind of keep up their momentum, especially with some of those less than ideal passes, kind of juggling to make sure that there's no, knock on or even a kind of advantage for Grand Valley State to be able to use, just using their knowledge of the game and being able to respond quickly to changing plans is something that Kentucky's doing really well today.
The lengthy kick missed wide. So 17-0 Kentucky with 35 seconds to go. Lakers recover the kick. Grand Valley State has had a tough time getting out of its own end since the opening minutes. Kentucky's really put the pressure on and nearly forced another turnover, but penalty against Kentucky. Coming over the ball. So that one sent in for a line out. And with the clock at zeros, the official's going to bring the ball back from Kentucky here.
Bears will have a scrum. Or, nope, a line out.
Final opportunity for the Lakers to crack the scoreboard before halftime here. Throw in not done properly according to the official. Free kick. Kentucky will get going quickly. Carlsberg charging ahead. Kentucky digs the ball out, and here they go again. The seas part for John Wall, and he's going to have another try, taking it underneath the bar and building Kentucky's lead to 22-0 with one more conversion kick coming before the break.
Set up for a really calm conversion attempt, and it's good.
So Kentucky looking good as ever in the first half. 24-0 lead for the Wildcats, as they have really buried Grand Valley State early on. Kentucky, a couple of those tries just look like instances where you have a potential 3-on-2 play developing to the outside, and one guy fakes a pitch, gets the backs looking one way, and takes himself the other. How difficult is that to defend on the back end if you're GVSU when you have guys coming at you and plenty of spacing on the outside? Which way do you look? Which way do you turn?
Exactly. It really comes down to just being able to predict exactly what, or even close to what, Kentucky's trying to do today. It seems that they've kind of figured out how Grand Valley State operates as a defensive unit. And there's having a lot of holes in the middle. That's kind of where they're breaking through. So for Grand Valley, just kind of moving forward, it's really important that they are able to see kind of more of the breakout players from Kentucky and stop them before the breakaway happens instead of having that breakaway then chase that they haven't really been able to overcome in the first half.
Everything's plugged in where it should be plugged in. We just held the line.
Kentucky breaks the huddle, ready to roll once again. Check out some other scores. Marion knocked off Purdue 12-0 over on the Ritchie Fields. That was a Pool A matchup. Boilermakers dropped to 0-2 after the opening loss to Indiana. And then on the reserve side, Kentucky, its second squad, has already taken a victory. 24-12 over Michigan State, and the number 1 team looks primed to do the same, up 24-0 through 7 minutes of action against Grand Valley State. Kick to the far side of the field, battled for, and a knock-on stops play. Official going to set up a scrum here. That one went against the Lakers.
We'll see if Kentucky can keep the momentum from the last half that they built up over the final minutes to see if they can continue that using this possession.
Ball tossed backwards. Kentucky has to chase it down, but does so successfully. And now lots of room to run. This is Carlsberg again across midfield. I don't think anyone's going to chase him down. Another long distance try for Kai Carlsberg as he runs it all the way home in the opening minute of the second half. And it's 29-0 Kentucky.
Great start to the second half.
Conversion kick good as well. Carlsberg doing it all. 31-0 now Kentucky. So Wildcats continue to roll.
Yeah. It appears that they've been able to kind of crack the code of Grand Valley State and are just continuing to roll through those tries. Once again having kind of a break through the middle. Let's see if Grand Valley can offensively respond to this kind of continuation of Kentucky's momentum.
Deep kick from Kentucky. Fielded inside the 22. And a pitch backward to nobody. Grand Valley State has to try and chase it down. And they won't. Kentucky right back on the board.
Impressive display of kind of field awareness, just knowing where you should be on the pitch and where you are. Being able to use where you pick up that ball to get a try that quickly is an impressive feat from Kentucky.
Opportunistic play from Chester Hale as Kentucky ahead 36-0 with 4:35 to play. Difficult 2-point kick on the way. Jack Phillips sends it high in the air, but it angles well off to the left. And that leaves the score at 36-0 in favor of UK.
All right, and it is sent pretty deep to be recovered. Yep.
3:40 to go. Grand Valley State touched it down in their own try zone, so I'll go back to the 22. GVSU has already lost to Indiana's second team, 29-12. Kentucky will face them at 12-10 over on the other fields. As the snow continues to pick up. It's not accumulating, but it is falling at a pretty steady rate now with 3:15 to go as we approach the 11 o'clock hour in South Bend.
That's the beauty of South Bend, constantly changing weather. Yesterday was pretty temperate until around 8 or 9 at night when we had our tornado warning. So always fluctuating. So being able to adjust is definitely a skill that comes from being in South Bend, but it appears that Kentucky's doing just fine with the ever-changing weather conditions.
Yeah, Kentucky coming down to the SEC, maybe not a team as well used to the colder conditions like this, but like you said, no problems for them. As a knock-on, we'll hand the ball back over to Grand Valley State on a scrum with 2:25 to go. Minnesota and Michigan State waiting in the wings for the next matchup. Another chance to see some Big Ten action. So we're just about 2 hours now into the Fighting Irish Sevens Invitational. Kentucky turns over the Lakers. And now tries to spread the field out. Carlsberg with a pitch over. Heavy tackle from Grand Valley State. Now a toss to the outside fielded by Phillips as Matt Verdi sent it wide. And now Jack Phillips is run out of play. So Grand Valley State will take it over as the ball was carried into touch. Minute and 20 seconds remaining in a 36-0 match. Kentucky out in front. Now a minute to go, still awaiting the throw-in. And now there it is. Ball pops out of the hands on the back end. Kentucky applying a lot of pressure and might come up with a try. Ball still scooting around down there. And now a knock-on against the Lakers. So a couple drop passes that time from Grand Valley State. Kentucky giving GVSU no margin for error with the pressure right near the try line. And with 20 seconds to go, a Wildcat scrum. Chance to strike one more time before time runs out.
Yeah, it's easier said than done, but if Grand Valley State wants to get anything on the board today, they're going to have to hold on a little bit tighter to their possession, just kind of being a little smarter with their passing if they're not fully confident that their handle on the ball is going to get it to where it needs to go. Maybe just pushing forward a little more into contact as opposed to sending it out through passing, just because their passing has not been too successful within the last couple attempts. So
there is the final punch for Jack Phillips. He converts on the kick as well, and Kentucky ahead 43-0, and that is going to do it with the clock at 000. Another shutout victory. This time the Wildcats win in dominant fashion, really controlling the game from start to finish, Marissa.
A very powerful display from Kentucky. I'm excited to see them play against other teams that might have done basically the exact same thing today. Kind of seeing if they can kind of meet their match for many of the other teams that might potentially create similar margins in their point differences.
So now back to the Big Ten we go. Two teams that are certainly no strangers to playing in snowy, poor conditions as well. Minnesota and Michigan State. This will be an exciting one. Golden Gophers rocking the gold and maroon striped jerseys. And the black shorts, still waiting for the Spartans to take the field. Michigan State came here to South Bend during the 15 season. Fell to Notre Dame. Minnesota did not come out here. So Michigan State will be in the all-black uniforms. It appears the Spartans will be kicking off as well to get us started. First two Big Ten games, Indiana and Purdue got the whole day started with a 17-5 Hoosiers victory. And Notre Dame took down Illinois 24-14, University of Notre Dame that is. So it's been competitive as you would expect in conference play like this. We'll see what we get out of this one. Off we go. Ball bouncing around off the kickoff, and MSU quickly pounces on it.
Smart move by Michigan State, keeping it in play. Good push down the middle.
Logan Buren had his hands on it early. Minnesota turns over the Spartans just inside the 22. This Minnesota team's got a lot of big-bodied physical players. See how well the Spartans, a speedier team, stacks up to them. As we're 45 seconds in. Golden Gophers working the near side of the field as Nick Carver swung to the ground. Now the Gophers on the right side with Ben Withy. Fairly slow pace to start this one. Minnesota controlling possession. Now we'll hold up. Golden Gophers release the ball to the outside, and here they come again. Withy pitches off to his teammate, Jack Robinson. Golden Gophers just continue to switch the field back and forth, waiting for that lane to develop, but Michigan State has not broken yet. However, some strong running there. The jersey tug against Nick Carver, the freshman, making a play. Just over 5 minutes remaining. From the early looks of it, this one stacking up to being another battle. Not much scoring either, as Withy goes to the ground once again. One of the longest stretches of continuous play we've seen today. As Minnesota looks for a route across midfield, but nothing there. Riley Nelson taken to ground. And now finally, the official does stop play with 4:35 to go. Michigan State takes over. As Josh Kipp pitches it to the outside. Spinning tackle.
Pass kind of was shanked a bit. Not really sure where that was supposed to be going, but seemed to be recovered by Michigan State. Once again, passing's not super great, but hopefully they can get some momentum going to kind of push through Minnesota defense. Pushed back by another missed pass.
Now a physical run on the far side of the field. Gets the Spartans back to midfield here. Already midway through the first half, 3:30 remaining. Behind the back play from Michigan State. Nothing comes of it yet, however. Now the Spartans fake the reverse of the field. Continue to use the far side. Both defenses not giving up any ground. Looks like pretty conservative defense being played on both sides. Not a ton of aggressive launching. The passing and receiving mistakes on the back end haven't resulted in any miscues for either side.
Just a lot of hesitation from both teams. I'm seeing a lot of juking to nowhere from Michigan State. Just kind of shuffling back and forth, waiting for the Minnesota defense to launch. But Minnesota doesn't appear like they will be doing that anytime soon either. So
Well, that kick picked up the action for a moment, but
Yeah, here it comes.
looks like an illegal play and maybe a card on the way.
We shall see.
With 2:30 to go, officials going to have a conversation as the Spartans tried to move that ball forward by way of the kick several times. And the yellow card is up.
Yeah, you can't do that during a game, just kind of pushing another person outside of possession of the ball. It's just not really something that's allowed, so
Logan Buren will be sent off for a couple minutes. Minnesota's kick did not make it to touch, so Caleb Drenner and the Spartans will try to control possession during the 7-on-6 stretch here. In Minnesota's favor, and the Spartans might just score on it. Looks like they will. Charlie Willis is going all the way, and with a minute and a half to go in the first half, Michigan State, though undermanned, is on the board first.
certainly a way to make the best out of a bad situation. Yeah, I think that the key moment there was the ball not going into touch from Minnesota's free kick, because they just essentially handed Michigan State an opportunity to return that, and I guess Michigan State was able to find a hole in the defense and infiltrate for that try. We'll see if Minnesota can respond.
Wind starting to blow the snow around as conversion kick comes up short and off to the right, so it remains 5-0 Michigan State. So while we were in 7-on-7 play, both teams very conservative like we talked about. Not a whole lot of offense taking place, just a possession game, but then you get one man off the pitch and the undermanned team strikes first. MSU in good shape to start, but plenty of time for Minnesota to respond as the Spartans will kick it away. Now 15 seconds to go until the break.
Ball sent pretty deep.
Riley Nelson fields it. Takes a couple Spartans to bring him to turf. Now Minnesota switches over to the right side. One missed tackle. Andrew Burns gets free. Leaves it for a teammate. Time has expired, but play continues. As Minnesota might have something brewing on the left side. Spartans have a man there, however. This could turn into a one-on-one. High step move from Mike Tacheny. Couldn't get by. And the ball turned over to Michigan State. Almost into touch, but it stays in the field of play. And now the official stops play. And that will send us to the halftime break. Michigan State, on a short-handed try, has the lead over Minnesota 5-0 through 7 minutes.
Really tight game today. Not a lot of opportunities being made to get those tries from either team. Still an impressive try from Michigan State, being able to kind of push through Minnesota defense with one fewer player out there because of that yellow card. Moving forward into the next half, it's going to be really important that both teams create more offensive opportunities for themselves, just not allowing to use the defense that is hesitating on either side to create their offensive hesitation, because right now it's kind of a bit of a dance between the two during most possessions, just one team waiting for the other to make contact, while the team anticipating contact is waiting for the offense to make a move. So a little bit of stagnancy going through that first half, so hopefully we can pick up the pace soon.
Well, I know you mentioned how excited you were to see Michigan take on Notre Dame College, and the Wolverines have just gone final in their first game, 36-0, a victory over Middle Tennessee State. And remember, NDC already beat MTSU 42-0, so both teams stacking up pretty well heading into that one. We'll see Notre Dame College and Michigan meet at 12:10. And meanwhile, on the reserve side, Notre Dame College Team 2 took down Purdue's second squad 29-0. So 5 shutouts out of the 6 games in that division. Just about ready to resume. And what's been the lowest scoring affair to this point, 5-0 Michigan State at halftime as we are underway for the final 7 minutes.
A more explosive start from Minnesota for sure. Getting more into contact with the opposing defense, that's going to make the difference in kind of pushing them forwards. But ball handling is still super important. Knock on from Minnesota. That's going to kind of pause the momentum that they're trying to build up.
6:15 on the clock. The officials setting up a scrum. It'll be a Michigan State scrum right at the 22. As on the back side of it, MSU looks to use the near side of the field, and there's room to work across midfield. Foot race to the near corner. Straight arm move from Lucas Kohlfelder allows him to bring the ball backward, thrown off the body of a Golden Gopher. And looks like we might have a knock on here. So that was a heck of a job from Minnesota to get back on that play. MSU really opened up the field after that scrum. But the Golden Gophers got bodies back there and slowed down Michigan State, at least for the moment. They'll still have a scrum about 15 meters away here. Minnesota makes a change. 5:10 to play. Spartans lead 5-0. Their only try came shorthanded after a yellow card in the first half.
We're gonna try a different
As
chord.
Charlie Willis took it the distance.
Yeah, Michigan State's got a really good field position for them to be able to infiltrate for another try like we are seeing right now, right down the middle.
Intact.
Kohlfelder, the man who nearly took it all the way down that left side on the way down and ended up setting up the scrum, does cash in and sets up a straight-on conversion kick attempt as well. Now 10-0 Michigan State with 4.5 minutes to play on the impressive possession. And the kick from Drenner goes through as well, so 12-0 Spartans. And Minnesota has to come up with an answer. MSU looks like they've really built a lot of confidence after breaking the ice late in the first half.
Tug on that cord. This one. Same one.
Wait.
No, the new one.
Drenner ready to set up the kickoff. Final 4 minutes here in South Bend. This is the penultimate Open Division pool play game we'll have for you at 11:20. West Virginia and Wisconsin will round us out before that action switches back over to the other fields and we get back into qualifier division play. Indiana and Marion at 11:50.
The ball is out of the ruck, picked up by Minnesota. Good recovery. Could have really been anyone's ball there.
Ben Withy lost it. But a hand in the ruck against Michigan State allows Minnesota to send this one into touch. Line out here for the Golden Gophers, and now they're making some moves into Michigan State's end with just under 3 minutes remaining, down 12.
Minnesota still has opportunities to be able to get some points on the board. They might even be able to catch up if they're able to use the next few possessions that they have to their advantage. They're just going to need to hold on to those passes a little bit better, and when they go into contact, they cannot let Michigan State have any win in the ruck, just because that's where they're losing all of those opportunities, is they're making errors on their own. And so being able to just kind of hold down their own play is what's going to allow them to put some points on the board.
Let's give it a 10. Turn around and give it a 10.
Well, it didn't straight, so they're taking a scrum, I think.
Nothing. Okay.
Official says the ball was not thrown in straight, so with 2 minutes to go, scrum on the way for Michigan State. Spartans make a change to their personnel as the clock continues to wind here. 1:45 now to go. 12-0 MSU.
Yeah, it's really important to just kind of get those fundamental pieces of the game worked out, especially when you have opportunities like lineouts and scrums. Just making sure that you are doing everything you can to perform them in a way that's not going to be at your disadvantage, especially when you have possession for lineouts or scrums. It's really, really integral to the entire movement of your offense to be able to not only make the officials happy, but as a result, make your team a little happier and more comfortable on the pitch.
Minnesota scrum with a minute to go and maybe a scoring opportunity coming here. Spartans recover well defensively. 55 seconds left. This comes to the outside for Nelson. Tossed all the way backward.
Right through the hands.
Continues to squid. Minnesota can't pick it up, and now Michigan State jumps on it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, those passes went right through the hands of the Minnesota wing. So, unfortunately, that turnover is probably a bit unexpected for Minnesota, but their response defensively is pretty strong, so there is still hope for them.
Final 20 seconds.
Yeah. It seems that the weather conditions are kind of getting to both teams, just letting that ball slip right through their fingers. It's going to be really important for them to adjust in later games. There's a knock on. Forward pass.
So the clock has hit triple zeros. Minnesota cannot come back in this one as it's still 12-0 MSU. The scrum setting up for the Golden Gophers. As this ball bounces around and comes out, and Michigan State will just try to end the game, and it does leak into touch. And the Spartans have won it. Shutout victory for MSU. 12-0. They take it over Minnesota. So Michigan State bounces back from its opening loss to Washington University in Pool H. MSU is now 1-1, and boy, they're getting accustomed to these low-scoring games. Lost 5-0, but now they win it 12-0.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see kind of the rest of their pool, just because we've seen a bit of a diverse array of scoring differences between the games so far, with our 22-5 Louisville versus Trine and the 43-0 Kentucky versus Grand Valley State University. It's just going to be an interesting matchup between all of these teams today, especially with more of the low-scoring side where there isn't as much of that high momentum infiltration of defense from either team.
So now, for the final Open Division pool play matchup we'll have for you, it's Pool G, West Virginia and Wisconsin. Badgers have already taken a 29-0 win over Notre Dame's B-side team. West Virginia in its first game of the morning. Mountaineers in the all-blue kits. Wisconsin in the bright red shirts and the black shorts. Thankfully, a very easy uniform matchup on us in this one. Nice big bright numbers. Had a couple tough times with that with some of the teams that have come in here, but West Virginia and Wisconsin making our lives a little bit easier as the Mountaineers will kick it away as The officials head out to their positions, and we're about ready to go for our 8th game here at Stinson. Wisconsin, another team that played here in South Bend during the 15s regular season. Also in the Big Ten tournament. Right away, the official blows the play dead, and West Virginia will have a free kick. Mountaineers work it over to the left side of the field. Some strong work done by Kyle Kennedy, the sophomore. Joe Wolf has it. Pitching back. Mountaineers might try to switch the field here. Good offload from Trey Fryman. And now maybe some numbers over to the left side for WVU.
Yeah, missing some forward momentum from WVU. All right, there we go.
Now Sean Hennessy taken down inside the 22. 1 minute in. West Virginia and Wisconsin. No score as of yet as John Riordan gets spun around. Gets it over to Fryman once again, but nothing there. Riordan back to Hennessy. And a burst of speed gets him back to the 22. West Virginia looking to infiltrate. Now it's Wolf trying to break through an ankle tackle, but Patty Lavin got him down. Hennessy once again. Precipitation has gone completely silent, it would appear. But West Virginia extended possession finally over, and a couple players down behind the play. Maybe a chance for Wisconsin to run here in transition, and look at the speed on Keitaro Nakabayashi. He's going all the way home for the try as he sped right around the outside and beat out Tommy St. Clair to give Wisconsin a 5-0 lead.
And it looks like he is just going to wait there until there is some form of defensive contest.
And he's going to make the man who couldn't track him down come visit him one more time as he puts down the try. So Wisconsin quickly turns defense into offense and converts on the long distance score. 4.5 minutes to go, 5-0 Badgers.
Yeah, very smart play from Wisconsin being able to use that. But unfortunately, the conversion is missed. Yeah, where the error from WVU came from no one being there to pass out from the ruck. Wisconsin seeing that allowed them to move forward and get that try. So it's really important that when you're on that offensive side that you are communicating with your team and you know exactly where everybody needs to be, especially when you're passing out of the ruck. Just because if no one's there, the other team can take advantage super quickly.
So Wisconsin, with the kick going underneath the crossbar, has a 5-0 lead. 3:50 remaining in the first half. As West Virginia, a couple bobbles on the back end. Ball still bouncing around. Wisconsin looking to take advantage, and the Badgers have it one more time.
Close once again to their try zone. All they have to do is keep pushing.
Andrea Pasquale continues to run through tackles. The official stops him for not releasing the ball.
Yeah, once you kind of hit the ground, you've got to, if you want to pick it up and keep running, you have to drop it for a second and make sure that the official sees that, or it'll result in a turnover. So I think the issue came when he kind of stumbled a little bit and that ball hit the ground, but he didn't exactly release it.
So a strong Mountaineer kick goes into touch. Line out here for West Virginia with 2:50 to go until the break. Throw-in comes in clean, and now West Virginia sets it up with Hennessy. Stutter step move. Dishes it back off. Riordan pitches one high in the air. Tracked down by Hennessy once again, who's getting a lot of touches early on. Now on a couple bounces, Mike Duffy picks it up, and he's on the move. Throws it on a bounce, couldn't be collected initially. But play continues in West Virginia's hands. As Joe Wolf makes a couple moves, finds some space, he'll kick it forward. But Wisconsin has a man back there, Ian Morit. And now Morit will make a run for himself. Beautiful offload to Isaac Launer. And now Launer's in a 1-on-2 here, looking to get to the corner. Now he'll take on a tackle. Looking to pitch it backward. Wisconsin keeps it moving, and Nakabayashi is going to score again. Gets just across the line and puts it down for the try, and Wisconsin is off to a 10-0 lead.
Yeah, really smart playmaking over there by Wisconsin, being able to acknowledge when that ball is kind of out of the ruck and being able to send it to the area where another player is just on the fly is really impressive and helps them, or is what's really allowing them to create opportunities to score tries, especially with the difference in WVU's offensive attempts. I'm seeing a lot more hesitation on their end, so maybe taking more opportunities, waiting a little less, and going into contact before the defense is ready is what WVU needs to do to get some points on the board today.
So 6 minutes have passed now, and West Virginia, I think, has possessed the ball for about 80% of those minutes, but Wisconsin making magic happen when the ball does come their way on a 10-0 lead now, as the kick did not travel 10 meters. And West Virginia will look to go here in the final 30 seconds, and a yellow card is out, so that'll help matters for the Mountaineers as Ian Morit sent off.
Yeah, the reason for that yellow card was because of him not allowing, or was because the player didn't immediately give WVU the ball to play for their opportunity. And when you have a running clock like in sevens, it's really important that you give them the opportunity that they have been determined to require per the official. So really fair yellow card. We'll see if WVU can make some progress with one fewer Badger on the pitch.
Clock is at zeros, and Wisconsin has taken over as Nakabayashi just kicks it forward, and now they'll go after it. Just one Mountaineer is back there. It's Mike Duffy, and a misplay. Nakabayashi, from the seat of his pants, pitches it off. Wisconsin, a couple beautiful offloads, and they're going to score again. Patty Lavin gets involved as Wisconsin sends numbers down on West Virginia and creates havoc. One more try for the Badgers makes it a 15-0 lead.
Yeah, really unfortunate miss there from WVU. That really is what allowed them to have that opportunity. Speaking of unfortunate misses, crossbar hit on that conversion from the Badgers, so it is incomplete.
Yep, the doink, and now Wisconsin 0 for 3 on conversion kicks, but still feeling pretty good, all things considered, up 15-0 at the halftime break on West Virginia. And what do you think the conversation's like for the Mountaineers right now? Because you've possessed the ball pretty well, but when Wisconsin's taken it, they've really hit you hard, going up 15-0 without really much possession at all.
Yeah, I think the difference really is in the hesitation of their offense. WVU does a lot of dancing during their possessions. They kind of move back and forth through about the middle of the field and don't really utilize their wings very much. And I think that the difference is the Badgers are doing a fantastic job of infiltrating the defense by using every member of their team on the pitch, being able to pass between them, being more intentional with their passing as opposed to WVU, who I'm seeing do a lot more kind of panic passes, not being able to make decisions prior to a split decision needing to be made. So moving forward into the second half, I think that they need to have a conversation about making sure that every single offensive move that they are doing is not only intentional, but utilizing every player on the pitch, because right now I'm seeing a lot of condensed play to their middle 3 or 4 players.
Both teams back out on the pitch. Wisconsin will kick it away to get things started in the second half. 7 minutes back on the clock. This is the final Open Division pool play contest we'll have for you at Stinson. After this, we'll flip it back over to qualifier division pool play. Indiana and Marion, then Notre Dame College and Michigan. University of Notre Dame against Adrian. Aquinas and Ohio State as well. So we'll be seeing Marion, Michigan, Adrian, and OSU all for the first time today. And remember, Wisconsin, as they get set to kick away here, still a man down after Ian Moritz' yellow card. So we'll see if West Virginia can make them pay for it. Well, that's a bit of a shank right there right off the bat, as the kickoff actually went about 5 meters backward.
I think we can blame it on the wind, but still, an unfortunate attempt at a kickoff.
So now West Virginia on the move, working quickly. Kyle Kennedy had possession for a while, but now the ball goes into touch, and Wisconsin brings Moritz back out onto the field, so a missed opportunity for West Virginia.
And it will be a scrum.
Yeah, beg your pardon, scrum coming here for Wisconsin. 6:20 to go in the second half. West Virginia still leads 15-0. Now the Badgers spread things out on the right side.
Good
Beautiful
offload.
offload. Yeah, exactly. Wisconsin's really had that working, and now they might be on the way to another try.
It's always fantastic to see that hustle. When you have that opportunity, you have to take it as soon as you see it.
Cameron Zach goes the distance, and Wisconsin has a 20-0 lead with 5:45 to go.
And as you can see with that type of gameplay, the lack of hesitation is really what's opening up these opportunities for Wisconsin. So if West Virginia's trying to match that energy, they need to have a little bit more, I guess, pep in their step moving forward.
And for the first time today, Wisconsin utilizing a different man to handle the kicking conversions, puts it through the posts. So 22-0 Badgers with 5:15 to go. Wisconsin continues to hold this one firmly in its grasp. West Virginia having a hard time generating any kind of momentum. Mountaineers looked good off the top with its opening possession, but Wisconsin got it back, turned it into points as the ball goes backwards again off the kick. Miguel Rubio's teammates might give him a hard time for those two, but it's all good and well for Wisconsin right now as the Mountaineers will go quickly. Kennedy had it, but a knock on first. And a scrum in Wisconsin's favor coming up here. 4:20 to go. Wisconsin spreading out the field again. There goes Zach. Pitching it off. Good catch from Isaac Launer. And now off he goes down the left side, and he's going all the way. What a run for Launer, and what a job by Wisconsin again. He'll take it to the middle and put it down for the try, make it 27-0 in the Badgers' favor.
Really great utilization of those wing players and being able to let them have that good cut straight to the middle of the try zone for a handed conversion. And it is good.
So back-to-back conversion kicks. That one, again, straightforward. And Wisconsin has built up a 29-0 lead. That was the score of Wisconsin's first victory in pool play against Notre Dame's second squad. The Badgers really looking sharp early on in this Fighting Irish Sevens Invitational. Well on their way to exiting pool play with a 2-0 record. We'll see what West Virginia can do. Again, they'll have another matchup coming up after this one at 12:50 p.m. against Notre Dame 2.
Yeah, I saw what you saw.
Interesting penalty choice. But it looks like Wisconsin's going to try and use this to their advantage again.
This one kicked into the tri-zone. Can anybody get there? A lot of space to work with. And it looks like Wisconsin does indeed have it. Patrick Clark got there. And the Badgers add 5 more. Final 2 minutes. This will be a difficult conversion kick as Clark, the junior from Brookfield, Wisconsin, gets his name on the score sheet. And Cameron Zach sends that one close, but not quite. So with 90 seconds to play, score holds at 34-0 Wisconsin. This kick does go 10 meters. West Virginia is on it. And some physicality. Really nice offload. And here comes Kennedy in a one-man race. Kennedy's gone.
And here is the breakaway that West Virginia needed. Fantastic display from number 13.
Kyle Kennedy broke away from Matthew Rivard. And West Virginia gets something going heading into its next matchup with Notre Dame. 5 points on the board, cuts the deficit down to 34-5. Conversion kick was missed, so 30 seconds left, and the score holds there. Tennessee boots it away. We'll see if Wisconsin just lets this go down to zeros and then kicks it into touch to end the match. However, they might be looking for another score. Patrick Clark wants his second, and he's going to have it, and that is how Wisconsin will end the game. He slams the ball down against the turf and makes it 39-5, likely soon to be 41 in favor of the Badgers, pending a 2-point conversion kick. Miguel Rubio puts it up, however, wide right, and it'll be a 34-point Wisconsin victory. A convincing start to the day for the Badgers as they blow out not only Notre Dame, but now West Virginia to open up their Saturday.
It's interesting doing conversions from the other side of the post, which you cannot do because if you had a win situation, that may affect the kick. So I'm surprised.
So coming up next, it'll be Indiana and Marion in Pool A play as we get back into qualifier division action. Meanwhile, another score to report from Pool C. Adrian clobbered Illinois 41-0. So the Fighting Illini dropped to 0-2. Adrian will face Notre Dame right here at 12:30. Are we doing any kind of a break here? It looks like we have about 10 minutes between this and the next one. Yeah, I got you. So, with that dominant victory from Wisconsin, we'll transition back over to Indiana and Marion. That'll kick off in about 10 minutes, but first, we'll head to a break here at Stinson Rugby Field. Stay with us. More rugby action coming up next. Welcome back to South Bend. Fighting Irish Sevens Rugby Invitational continues under the overcast, cloudy skies. Some snow has fallen, but conditions are clean for now without any precipitation as we continue with Marion and Indiana returning to qualifier divisional play. Pool play as the Hoosiers have possession off Marion's opening kick. Indiana has already defeated Purdue earlier today, and they're going to get off to a fine start in this one with a quick try. As that one taken all the way home just 30 seconds in. They'll go to Wyatt Schrader, the junior from Indianapolis, getting Indiana off to a 5-0 lead.
Yeah, very impressive start to the game. Just getting right out there and making a move for a try. It's a little different than Indiana's original momentum in their first game against Purdue today. A little more slow to start, so.
Conversion was good.
Conversion kick good, 7-0 Hoosiers at this point. Everybody has played at least one game. Mentioned Indiana's victory, 17-5 over Purdue. Marion also knocked off the Boilermakers with a 12-0 win over on the other fields. In total, 8 more pool play games to go between the two divisions. You'll see 4 of them here, beginning with this one, and then we'll get into the quarterfinals.
Fantastic reception by Indiana from that kick. I believe the receiver was number 13, Peyton Wall. Yeah, being able to use those kickoffs to still somehow maintain an offensive advantage is a really smart move from IU. So
Marion with a scrum here. And they'll get going quickly here through the middle of the field, but a hard tackle. Joey Jacobs with a juggle. But play continues here. 4:15 to go in the opening half. 7-0 Indiana. Eric Reed handling the ball, but forced backward inside his own 22. Now Tommaso Lorenzetti has it. Pitching over to the far side, but the official stops play here on a forward pass. So Indiana will be in prime position with a scrum from about 10 meters out. Midway through the first half, Hoosiers already lead 7-0. And Indiana working quickly. Hoosier takes a spill, but now it's pitched out to the outside. A stutter step move and a try for Indiana.
that quick momentum that IU's got today is really a strong force to see. Being able to kind of recover from going into contact and going down on a tackle and being able to pick that up and keep going. Very impressive for IU.
Give it to Keenan Mikowski. And make it 12-0 Indiana with the 2-point kick pending. 2.5 minutes to play in the first half. As Tommy Hannon, the freshman, will get all he can behind it. Pretty good kick, trying to draw back toward the post, but just misses wide left. But not too shabby from that angle. And it remains 12-0 Indiana.
And Indiana's first match of the day had them capping out their score at 17 points. So they're already on a steady trend to meet that. We'll see if they'll be able to get an offensive advantage once more. But for now, kick off to Marion for their offensive attempt.
So the Knights trail by a dozen, with the catch made cleanly on a leap by Joey Jacobs. And now a kick forward, and off they go. Ball takes a backwards bounce, and it's picked up to perfection by Lorenzetti. A couple Hoosiers chasing him. He goes down on a tackle from behind, but here comes Marion in a flash.
Fantastic chase.
Jacobs.
That really made all the difference.
Inside the 5. Oh, he lost it. They're still wrestling for the ball, but Indiana's got it. Well, let's see how well they can work out of their own end here. Looks like they will kick. And there it goes out to midfield. One-on-one chase down coming here as it bounces around in the midfield circle. And Eric Reed gets to it. Reed shrugging off tacklers. Offloading to Justison. And now numbers off to the left. A low offload will result in a stoppage as the ball was knocked on, it would appear, with 25 seconds left. So Marion with a prime opportunity, but not able to capitalize as they kicked and chased extremely well, got deep into Indiana's end, but good chase down from the Hoosier defense. Now Indiana has possession. Clock is at zeros in this 12-0 game. IU out in front. And right off the scrum, Hoosiers are running. Low kick along the turf. Good speed from Jacobs to get back to play it. However, he gets knocked over. And diving over the ball against Indiana. And now Marion chasing again. So here come the Knights. Still zeros on the clock. So we're just moments away from reaching the halftime break. Marion trails 12-0 against Indiana. Once again, it's a releasing penalty against Indiana. So Marion continues to move forward. Solid offload from Lorenzetti. And another good one on the far side as Jack Buxton tries to dart through Indiana's defense, but he will be forced close to touch. And it would appear into it. So off we go to halftime with Indiana out in front 12-0. But Marion, with a strong surge in those last couple minutes, certainly looks like they could force their way back into this one.
Absolutely. I think that seeing that kind of chip and chase from number 10, Lorenzetti, that was a pretty impressive display. Just good field awareness, being able to make that decision and know that you have the skills to chase that ball down. Really, really smart, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of that the next time they have the ball. Continuing to make good decisions like that is really what's gonna set their offense apart. And I think we're seeing a really good display of both offense and defense from IU as well. Having some of those good breakaways and pretty solid launches whenever they're on defense has been particular highlights for their performance today.
Lorenzetti, the sophomore from Italy, certainly a major threat in that first half, playing with some confidence, but Indiana, off its hot start, continues to hold the 12-0 lead. Both of these teams are 1-0 to start with. Each of the top two teams from the respective pools will move on to the quarterfinals. Purdue already having lost twice. That basically guarantees both teams will advance to the bracket portion of today's event. So Indiana will get set to kick this one off, but Marion still looking for an opportunity to build off some of the momentum generated late in the first half and work back into this one and potentially pull off a takedown of IU here in South Bend. 7 minutes back on the clock, 12-0 Hoosiers.
Looks like Marion's getting ready to receive. Doing their single-man lifts. How they're making sure that IU can't get that ball when they kick it past the 10.
Just waiting for the linesman to get over to his position on the near side. And we're ready to continue. Tommy Hannon puts the ball back into play, close to touch, and over the line. So just inside the 22. Marion will look to pitch this one back into play. Official positioning the players first. As we're 30 seconds into the second half, 12-0 Indiana.
Great lift.
Jack Buxton went up top for it. Now Indiana launching well. The ball rattling around down there. However, it's a penalty against Indiana, it would appear. Knock on, rather. Against Marion instead. So a minute in, the Hoosiers are in prime position.
I only see 6 Hoosiers out there. You got one in the box.
And Indiana
I missed something.
apparently had a man sent off earlier. Only 6 out there for the Hoosiers, so an opportunity to strike short-handed here. See how well Marion defends. There's a good push on the outside. And now IU forced over to the near side again. Low kick along the turf. Who can get there first? It's Marion. Good play from Eric Reed. As the ball remains in play in that near corner. And now the Knights switch the field. And room to run. Sebastian Conley cuts to the outside. Stumbles over a man. 5:10 to go in the half. And some aggressive rucking. And a penalty against IU.
Off his feet again.
That's going to be advantage and a knock-on against Jack Buxton as that one went right off the fingertips.
Yeah, some really impressive forward progress from Marion, but those final moments, just have to hold it down a little bit longer.
Buxton maybe a little bit shaken up as well. Indiana has made several substitutions. They've brought in the 7th man back to the field. And now it looks like Marion will make an adjustment as well as Buxton's limping just a little bit. He signaled to the bench right away after the knock-on. Something was off, so he'll head off with 4:10 remaining. And a scrum for Indiana. However, Marion pulls it right out.
There's a little bit of cheekiness happening between the scrummies.
Billy Ryder has it for the Knights. Comes back to Sebastian Conley, pulling it out. It was through the hands of his man, Lorenzetti. Marion going the wrong way and a lot of bobbles here. Let's see if they can recover. 3.5 minutes to go in regulation.
Maintaining that possession is a good recovery from Marion.
Lorenzetti, a really nice underhand offload to keep the play alive. And now here's Eric Reed. Marion putting
Good
some pressure
offload.
on the near side. Connor Justison.
Oh.
Sebastian Conley. Look at the moves. Now gets it off to Ryder, who pitches one more time. Eric Reed near the touchline. On to Justison. Aggressive rucking from Ryder. Now a big pileup over the ball, and the official's going to stop play. And this is against Marion. Not moving away. So that's another crusher. Second time the Knights have had a promising opportunity inside the 22, but it's been wiped away by either a turnover or a penalty. So with that, Indiana will load up for a scrum, but not before a substitution. 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, with the Hoosiers still maintaining a 12-0 lead. It's been a scoreless second half.
Looks like they're resetting the scrum. Let's see if Indiana can make something out of this offensive possession. They're pretty far down the pitch, not really in their territory, so.
Ball pitched back out quickly. Hoosier just surveying their options. That offload didn't go as planned, going off bodies, and now Marion has it right back. Ball continues to leak around down there. Now Indiana appears to have it. And now some space on the left side. A little tap kick, but a penalty against IU. 1:15 remaining. Marion again inside the 22, and the official didn't like the tap there. And now the Knights off and running, looking for their first score, with now 1 minute remaining in regulation. There's the kick. Lorenzetti pushes a man from behind and gets on the ball for the try.
An impressive decision-making skills by Lorenzetti there. Kicking that into the try zone, kind of knocking it away from IU, only to land on it for that try was a pretty impressive play make.
And he sends it through the post, so not done yet. Marion is within 5 and still some time on the clock. It's ticking. 23 seconds left, and now for the Knights, this is going to come down to what they can do off the kickoff, because Indiana will certainly be able to take this one potentially and kick it out into touch and ice the game. Maybe the Knights want to do everything in their power to keep them from doing so. Kick toward the middle of the field. Battle for it, bounces around. Indiana inside their own 22, and now room to work. Tackle at midfield.
Good read from Marion, from being able to watch that hip movement from IU.
There is the kick with advantage being played, and this one's over. Indiana goes 2-0 in pool play with a hard-fought victory, a second low-scoring competitive win. This time 12-7. They take it over Marion. The Knights did everything they could down the stretch, but just not enough. But certainly they'll be set up well going forward, moving into bracket play. So with that, it'll be a matchup that we've been excited for. Notre Dame College and Michigan due up at 12-10. Two teams that really steamrolled in their opening games of pool play, both earning lopsided shutout victories. They'll be coming up next. Meanwhile, Ohio State has beaten Western Michigan 36-0. Buckeyes getting underway with their first game over in Pool D. And then in the reserves category, Wisconsin has beaten Michigan's third team 17-5, and Marion's second team over Western Michigan's number 2 team 20-0. So Michigan and Notre Dame College due up next. Both teams coming out of Pool B. Middle Tennessee State is already 0-2, so similar situation. Everybody in the Pool B, Notre Dame College 1-0 with a 42-0 win. Michigan 1-0, 36-0. So same situation as Pool A. Both teams matching up will advance. And yeah, everybody in Pools A through D, the matchups we'll be seeing here at Stinson will be between two teams already 1-0. And that includes this one, as both teams are on their way to the pitch. Michigan in the maize and blue striped jerseys. Notre Dame College in the lighter blue on the left side of your screen, getting ready to kick off.
Both of these programs are really forces in 15s and in 7s, so it's going to be a really insane matchup between some really strong defense from both teams and some really killer offense from both as well.
Off we go with George Jenke receiving the kickoff. And Michigan has the opening possession. But Notre Dame College turns them over just like that. And now Remy Thompson is roaming inside the 22, corkscrewing his way through Michigan's defense. And Notre Dame College, the Falcons are going to strike first. Yes, finally, Hugh Johnston grounds it, and 30 seconds in, that's a 5-0 lead for NDC.
Extremely strong start for Notre Dame College. The conversion.
So the Falcons off to a dazzling start on the Johnston try and the kick through as well. So 7-0. Michigan out of sorts off the get-go. Notre Dame College really putting the pressure on. Turns them over in a hurry and off to the early advantage. Now the Wolverines again with it on the back end. Hard tackle where the Falcons have come to play in the opening 2 minutes.
Some crazy aggressive defense from Notre Dame College today. They know who they're playing, and they didn't. And they're coming with equal force, maybe even more right now.
Wolverines looking to advance out of their own end, but again, the Falcons have forced a turnover. And now numbers to the right side. Remy Thompson pushing his way ahead. Now Johnson picks it up, looking to get to the corner, sheds a tackle and gets in. Will make his way more towards the middle and put the ball down. And in 2 minutes, 2 tries for Notre Dame College.
Really impressive display of their defense and offense right now, being able to adjust so quickly to a changing situation, taking advantage of their own strong defensive launches to be able to kind of make Michigan sweat a little bit. It's really paying off for them, especially in converting over to offense and being able to go out onto the wings and really make some moves.
Conversion kick was missed. So the score holds at 12-0 Notre Dame College. As Hugh Johnston has come out firing. The Falcons as a whole have too. Really impressive start against the Wolverines as the kickoff goes low. Taken by Shea Loughnane. And now on the right side, Devin Ekbote. Out across the 22. Again, really aggressive rucking. And another forced turnover for Notre Dame College. Really impressive work off these kickoffs. And now another strong run. And NDC is going to score again. This is McDonald going under the bar. And eventually planting it against the turf for a 17-0 lead in 3.5 minutes.
This is a really impressive display from Notre Dame College.
and make it 19 for the Falcons, who are completely outmatching the Wolverines in the opening minutes. Really dynamic start. Both sides of the ball for Notre Dame College. Just really quick transitions going from defense to offense. Michigan, upon receiving these kickoffs, can barely breathe before the Falcons are forcing turnovers. Let's see if they can do it again here. Kick high in the air. Taken at the 22 by McNabney. Aggressive rucking continues. And now the Wolverines pull away with it. As Armin Vartanian goes down.
Notre Dame College 19.
McNabney with it again. 2:20 to go. First half of action between Michigan and Notre Dame College. 19-0 lead for the Falcons. As the Wolverines look to use the near side of the field. This is their longest possession so far as Loughnane gets by 1, gets by 2, and finally is pushed down. Ball does stay in play even though he went into touch. But now the official is going to stop things here and rule that this is a throw-in with the ball going out for Notre Dame College.
Notre Dame College has done a really good job with their defensive launches today, just like wrapping up Michigan's offense so quickly and so immediately after kickoff. That line out was a bit out of the lane, but I don't think they're going to do anything about that.
Yeah, really their first mistake we've seen in the first 4.5 minutes. Minute 20 to go now as Michigan looks to take advantage, but that is a knock-on against the Wolverines. Actually, rather, that's a card against Notre Dame College before the fact, so maybe a little advantage being played there. As a dumping tackle goes against Hugh Johnston, so he'll head off, and a chance in the final minute now for Michigan to create something in the 7-against-6 opportunity.
Yeah, this Michigan possession is going to be really important, being at midfield, being able to use this to their advantage to get some points on the board.
Off the scrum, Michigan wheels it around to the right side as Ekbote wrestled to the ground, very close to touch. Michigan just dragging backwards, and Notre Dame College has come up with the ball again. Xavier Allen rushing forward. Now Jansen Van Vuren is going to take it all the way home for a 4th Notre Dame College try. And every time it is within 15 seconds of a Michigan turnover, the Falcons cash in. And with the clock at zeros and the ball through the posts, it is 26-0 Notre Dame College over Michigan at the halftime break. Not sure we saw this one coming.
Definitely a bit of a forceful appearance from Notre Dame College. After their initial game this morning being essentially a blowout against Middle Tennessee State University, we were expecting a little bit more of a return from Michigan, but there's still time. Michigan still has an opportunity to get on the board, respond to the forceful appearance of Notre Dame College to start. Notre Dame College is doing a really good job today of passing and utilizing every player that's on the pitch today. So continuing to keep up that momentum for them is going to serve them well. But also Michigan has kind of seen the way that they play and ideally will be able to respond in the next half. Looks like they're approaching the pitch once again, maybe with some changes to their game plan. And we'll see how both teams respond to the pause in momentum. Can Notre Dame College keep this up, or is Michigan going to turn the tides?
Falcons are still a man down after the dumping tackle yellow card. So 7-on-6 in Michigan's favor, but scoreboard 26-0 on the side of Notre Dame College. Really impressive first half. Let's see how Michigan responds. Not a good start. Kick will go only about 5 meters. And the Wolverines will have to give the ball up. McDonald has it at midfield. Restarts play. High stepping. Oh, what a pitch. And Marcus Jansen Van Vuren came flying through. Heck of a job by Michigan just to slow him down. Now McDonald carries the ball again. They've ripped his jersey off. And now play stopped with a penalty against Michigan. Fortunately, it looks like the jersey is no worse for the wearers. McDonald slips it back on and just kicks into touch for the line out. So right at the 5-meter stripe. Throw in coming for Notre Dame College with a chance to extend its already impressive lead over Michigan. 26-0 as it stands right now. 5:45 to go in regulation.
Yeah, it seems that their momentum has not slowed down after the break at the half. Notre Dame College within barely a few meters of their try-zone. They have really good opportunity to keep racking up those points against Michigan today. Open. It looks like there's a drop pass, but recovered once again.
It may have benefited Notre Dame College. Michigan might have gotten too aggressive with the ball being dropped, and the Falcons score again. Michael Yeboah, the senior, adds on to the lead, make it 31-0 Notre Dame College.
Solid adjustment and recovery.
So the lead continues to expand. Michigan really having a tough time defending Notre Dame College. Falcons just look a step faster and have throughout this one as the conversion kick is well off to the right. So the score holds at 31-0.
With about 4.5 minutes left in the second half. Michigan still has time to get on the board. Just have to respond to Notre Dame College and kind of return that intensity, which we've seen from them before. Oh, looks like there was a bit of a miscommunication.
Yeah, that one goes through a couple Michigan receivers and out. Notre Dame College sends it back in quickly. 4 minutes to go, 31-0. Falcons in front. And numbers on the left side, however, that one flips off Yeboah. And Michigan retains possession now. Powerful rucking continues up top as Loughnane throws it back.
Good idea from Michigan to have that offload, but it just fell a little short.
Couple straight arms and lengthy tackle there. Play continues as Loughnane fires it out. Advantage here for Michigan. As Rashad Jones-Land goes down. And the official having a conversation with a couple of Wolverines who are displeased about the call, but looks like this will be a scrum on the way with 3 minutes to go in Marion's favor, or rather Notre Dame College's favor. Christian Dickens feeds the ball through, but comes out to Michigan's side. And now room to run for Ty West. West looking to offload. Couldn't get it free. Over the Wolverines keep going across midfield now. Offload to Loughnane, but that one goes behind his intended target West and into touch. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. 31-0 Notre Dame College. Falcons getting set up for the throw-in. Deflects off the hands, and now Michigan on the run again.
Oh, he's loose.
George Janke streaking past a couple Falcons. Leaves it behind. Alex Olson. As Michigan looks to get on the board. 1:35 to go. Down 31-0. Luke Zana gets down to the 5. Locknane couldn't dig it out. But play continues in Michigan's favor as there's a penalty against Notre Dame College. High tackle ruled. Now Janke looks to capitalize, and he has. So Michigan is on the board.
Good response from Michigan to the power we're seeing from Notre Dame College. And it looks like the conversion is good.
7 points for Michigan.
Heavy kick.
So
Puts 7 on the board for Michigan, and now they're down 24 with 40 seconds on the clock.
it's a solid conversion attempt for Michigan. Getting as many points on the board as possible is good for them.
That conversion from Max Rector. And now he'll sprint back to midfield as Notre Dame College playing a man down, so a yellow card in there around the time of the try. So 7-on-6 to close things out here. Notre Dame College continues to run. Oh man, he won't go down. What an effort this is from Johnston. Now finally Michigan gets on him just across midfield. Clock is at triple zeros. 31-7 Notre Dame College. Sure looks like they want one more score, however. Rashad Jones-Land into the game. On the ground. Penalty against Michigan.
Oh, that was
And Notre Dame College is going to kick this one out. And that's all. An emphatic 31-7 victory for the Falcons as they completely shut down the Wolverines of Michigan. And they will head into bracket play in the quarterfinals feeling great after that one. So that'll bring up Notre Dame and Adrian in the 12:30 match. Rounding out Pool C, both teams have already taken a victory. Fighting Irish took down Illinois 24-14. And Adrian also dispatched the Fighting Illini, shutting them out 41-0.
Yeah, I'm very, very interested to see how this matchup goes. Both are pretty strong teams. They both played the Illini this morning. Both of them proved to be successful in approaching the Illini's strategy. So we'll see how they pair up against each other today.
And we've seen a couple close games, especially involving the Big Ten teams here today, but nothing's really come down completely to the wire just yet, but this certainly could have the makings of that game. Notre Dame obviously being a tough team to beat, nationally ranked, but at the same time, Adrian having done what they did to Illinois. Bulldogs will come out in the all-gray uniforms with some splashes of gold in there, and Notre Dame in the white with the navy blue shorts. Irish will be moving from left to right on your screen, and Adrian from right to left. second to last
Let's go, Irish!
pool play matchup we'll have for you at Stinson before getting into quarterfinal and then semifinal and then the bronze and gold medal games eventually. Continuing to work through this long, exciting day of men's collegiate rugby. As we'll get underway here, Adrian set to kick off. This one bounces around the 22. Picked up cleanly by Notre Dame and Jamie Warren. However, the Bulldogs creating some trouble right away. And now a potential scoring opportunity. Guido Fittipaldi got involved, moving it closer. And Inoke Takao very close to the line. Notre Dame spinning them around. And the Bulldogs are still not in.
That was a great defensive effort on Notre Dame's part, being able to prevent Adrian from being able to infiltrate into the try-zone. They might...
He's held up. Yeah.
And it appears that Adrian is held up. So no try.
So Notre Dame
22 drop.
held up Adrian down there. And with 6:40 to go in the first half, remains scoreless. Hard tackle there from Dylan Ryan, but the Bulldogs keep going. And now some space on the left side. Patrick McKenzie with a grab of the arm trying to make a tackle. He does so against a cow. And now Chino Robledo. And the Bulldogs work it back across the field. J.R. Silo cuts right through Notre Dame. He's off to the races. One last chance to catch him, but Sean Moran cannot get there. And the Bulldogs have taken an early 5-0 lead.
Great offensive effort from Adrian today. After that block try earlier, responding to Notre Dame's defensive effort, did a fantastic job.
Conversion kick through the posts. And with 5:40 remaining in the first half, Adrian off to a fine start, up 7-0 here in South Bend over the home Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
Let's see how Notre Dame responds to this kickoff.
Low short kick, taken cleanly by Christian Opperman. He'll survey his options. Notre Dame plays it around to the far side. Bruising play from Andrew Packard. Now Notre Dame throws it backward, and here comes Aaron Ney around the left side. Getting to midfield, 4:40 to go.
All the way.
Ney pulls it out, and the Irish reverse the field. Opperman back to McKenzie. Patrick McKenzie wrestled down hard, retains possession.
Let's see if they're going to switch all the way to the other side again. Keeping that movement going is really what's going to weaken Adrian's defense.
And a knock on against Notre Dame, and the Irish are upset about the tackle that was made before the play by Adrian. The Bulldogs are going to take over here on a scrum just inside the 22 with 3:50 remaining. Bulldogs lead 7-0 on the early try from J.R. Silo, the sophomore. Bulldogs pull it out cleanly. Here comes Patelo Vateve. But a penalty against Adrian, and Notre Dame gets going again with Packard. Packard speeding his way. He's pulling away, and Packard is going all the way. Cutting back to the middle, he's going to make it 7-5 as the try goes down with exactly 3 minutes to go.
Impressive try from Andrew Packard. That speed is just unmatched. Once he gets that breakaway, he's gone.
Packard, the sophomore San Jose native, sets up his teammate Jamie Warren for the conversion kick, and he sends it through. This game is tied at 7 with 2.5 minutes remaining, and Marissa, it's the competitive affair we expected.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty evenly matched game right now, so really is anybody's opportunity to push through and use their skills to kind of match up against. But
Warren will send it away again with 2 minutes to go until halftime. Notre Dame and Adrian tied at 7, and that one goes sideways on him. Still bouncing around, and it does eventually go 10 meters. But the official is going to bring it back. Let Adrian set up at midfield here. Vateve resumes play with 1:30 on the clock. Behind the back toss. A big hit from Aaron Ney. Slows things down. Now Adrian will try to chip and chase this one, but it goes well into touch. Line out against Tajay Miles, the sophomore. Notre Dame will retrieve the ball with 1 minute and 5 seconds on the clock. Here Renee fires it back in low to Opperman, who sidesteps, pivots back, and Notre Dame turns it over to the near side of the field. Andrew Packard levels a man, throws it backward. Can anyone get on this for Notre Dame? It gets kicked around, but the official stops play before Adrian's Chino Robledo can track it down.
yeah, that's a tricky one.
Ruling is that Adrian pushed a Notre Dame player down. The kick does not go into touch. Clock running down to zeros. And now the player will go into touch, and that should take us to halftime, and it will. Adrian struck first, but Notre Dame answered, and we're all knotted up at 7 through 7 minutes of play. I think, at least by my estimation, really tough to identify which team's going to have an edge going forward. It has been airtight. Both teams with equal amounts of possession and really equal opportunities so far.
Absolutely. It's very neck and neck over here. Watching both of their pretty impressive displays against Illinois this morning, going into this game, it seemed that they'd be pretty evenly matched, and that seems to be true, considering how low scoring and tied up this game so far has been. Hopefully in the second half we're going to see some more, maybe some adjustments to see whether or not Notre Dame or Adrian's going to come out on top.
Both teams huddling up. Notre Dame, I believe, will be the one kicking it away to open up the second half. First half tries for Adrian, it was J.R. Silo, the sophomore, and Notre Dame got one from Andrew Packard. The two guys were in number 7, got on the board in that 7-minute first half. A lot of sevens in this game. 7-7 tie, 7-minute half, and two number sevens getting on the board. So ready to roll in the second half. It will be Adrian to receive the kick. Jamie Warren has the ball in his hands, bounces it a couple times and gets set to open up. A big second half for both teams. They're going to take home a tight, competitive, close win. That one does go 10 meters. And Dylan Ryan tracks it down for Notre Dame.
This offensive opportunity is going to be pretty big for Notre Dame, being able to use that kick to their advantage.
Jamie Warren goes to ground and loses it. Big turnover forced by Adrian as the Bulldogs work back across midfield. And now we'll play it back. Ball bouncing around. McKenzie makes the tackle against Vatave. Low toss, handled cleanly. And here comes Miles with a burst of speed. He's off to the races. Packer trying to track him down. Makes contact at the line, but it's a try. Tajay Miles goes flying through Notre Dame's defense and gives the Bulldogs a 5-point lead.
Fantastic hustle from both Miles and Packard. Kind of breaking through that defense from Miles. He had a bit of that offensive advantage, being able to just kind of keep running and going for that try in such an ideal position. For Notre Dame's defense to be able to respond to that was a pretty impressive display. So we'll see if they can respond offensively now.
The kick goes through. 14-7 Adrian. And again, they have fired off the opening punch in the half. Taking a 7-point lead once again with 5:20 remaining in regulation time. Meanwhile, Miles might have come up a little bit gimpy after that long run and the hard tackle at the end. So he'll head off to the bench. Adrian making a change. As the kick will leap into touch. And Notre Dame will set up inside its own 22 with 4:50 on the clock. Ball comes into Ryan, who juggles. Gets slammed down, but holds on. Now the Irish pull free with it. Yet again, it's Ryan. Still holding on. 4:15 to go. Irish down 14-7 to Adrian. As now it's worked over to the left side. Offload to Packard. He'll switch the field. Nay to McKenzie. Now Opperman, and here come the Irish with room on the right side.
There is
Opperman makes a cut.
Plenty of space for the Irish today.
Inside the 22, Opperman shakes off one last tackle, and he trots his way to the try zone and grounds the ball for 5. Opperman, a composed run down the field, and cashes in for Notre Dame. It'll be a tough kicking opportunity to try and get the game level at 14, but a good start for the Fighting Irish, back within 2 with 3:20 remaining in the second half. And it'll be Opperman to take the kick from a long way out. And the wind working against him. And that one, not a surprise, comes up short. But Notre Dame puts 5 up on the scoreboard. And with just under 3 minutes to play, The Irish are within 2 points.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time for the Irish to respond once more. Offensively, if they do the same thing they did last time and maintain that possession from kickoff, all it has to do is go 10 meters.
And it does. McKenzie looking for it, taps it backward, and gets it to Aaron Ney. Notre Dame, with 2:20 to go, has a chance, but they commit a penalty, not releasing. Now J.R. Silo up ahead to Vateve. Adrian looking to bury the Irish with 2:10 on the clock. Silo again, taken down by Ney and McKenzie. Vateve, pump fakes, goes to ground, and a penalty against Adrian. Irish want to go quickly, and they will. On the right side, Opperman fakes,
Go, baby, go.
moves past one, and he'll kick it forward down the line. But nobody's there for Notre Dame. However, A.J. Pipkins goes to the ground inside his own 22. 1:25 remaining. Bulldogs look to set up. Packard rucking aggressively. McKenzie, a big hit against Takao. And a forward pass against Adrian is going to give Notre Dame an opportunity to take the lead with a minute to go inside the Bulldogs' 22. A scrum forthcoming with Aaron Ney handling the ball.
And now is the time for Notre Dame to capitalize off of this offensive opportunity, making sure to hold on to that possession to get that try that'll set them, that'll give them the lead against Adrian today.
Could give them the win. Down to 30 seconds remaining as the scrum resets. And again, it collapses. And it's going to be Adrian ball on the collapse right there. Dylan Ryan was in the middle of it. And now with 15 seconds left, that's a tough way for Notre Dame to give it up. Down by 2. Now Adrian trying to wind this clock out. 2 seconds left. Did they throw it away? They're back on top of it for now. With Silo, and Notre Dame's got the ball here on a penalty. And a knock-on. While picking up the ball, Notre Dame knocks it on. And all kinds of disagreement with the official. Christian Opperman's got to pull his teammate away. And boy, a chaotic ending to this one.
An unfortunate error leading to the end of this game.
And that is it. Adrian survives the late surge and comes away with a 14-12 victory. Pretty good way to send us into our final pool play matchup of the day. Close competitive game, and that will give way to Ohio State and Aquinas, rounding out Pool D. I think that was the game and the finish right there we've been waiting all morning for.
Yeah, definitely high intensity. Some suspense until the very end.
So Aquinas, OSU coming up. Both those teams have won, beating Western Michigan. Aquinas did it 39-7. You saw that one earlier. And the Buckeyes 36-0 over the Broncos from Kalamazoo. Ohio State will be wearing the gray shirts, and the Aquinas Saints in maroon. As after this one, the 12:50 game will take about a half-hour break and move over to quarterfinal play from the qualifying round. We already know that The number 1 team from Pool A, Indiana, will face Michigan, the number 2 team from B. So a Big Ten matchup there.
One thing that's interesting about this game is that Aquinas and OSU both have played Western Michigan University this morning and have both had similar performances against them. So just like the Notre Dame Adrian game we just saw, it's going to be a pretty similar matchup, and we're going to have a tight game on our hands.
Another matchup we know for sure. Notre Dame College is going to face Marion in the quarterfinals. We're underway between Ohio State and Aquinas. Buckeyes moving from left to right on your screen. As this one into touch. Buckeyes will get set to play this one back in. 30 seconds into this one. As that one handled pretty well. Vince Carso, pitch to the outside for Connor Fairfield, who works his way through the defense. Big
Good
jersey tug right there.
Good push from the Buckeyes, being able to switch fields that quickly.
Gavin Kroc out to Hunter Simons with speed, but he throws it away. And out into touch. So the Buckeyes on the attack early, but a miscue on the transfer. Gives it back to Aquinas on a throw-in. .5:30 to play in the first half. No score yet, as the Saints play it in quickly. And strong running here. Gets the fans fired up. Aquinas still with a healthy fan base in attendance. As Ohio State commits a penalty. Not releasing. And now here comes Marcel Denishin. But another not releasing penalty. This one against Aquinas, so Ohio State takes it back. Even play so far. And now Hunter Simons gets going. Plays the ball off. And it's a knock-on. Right near the far side touchline over there.
Yeah, one thing about these high momentum games is sometimes there's a lot of forced errors, especially in passing and just kind of like contact in general. So having such an even matchup of such high-scoring teams so far in the tournament, it's probably going to lead to a lot more scrums and potentially penalties.
Ohio State on the march again as Chris Mason rumbles through the middle. 4 minutes to go in the first half. No score to this point. As Jack Dulick is taken down. And a penalty against Ohio State. Once again, they did not release. Now a scrum on the way with 3.5 minutes to go. This will be an Aquinas scrum.
They're running late. I took care of the operating.
Ball back in play here, and the Saints using the wide side of the field. They've got a man running free with speed. Archie Fleming is gone again. He shined in the first game, and he's at it again with the long distance try to start the scoring.
An impressive display, to be sure. Similar to the first round of matches we saw today, Aquinas gets those breakaways, and they are just gone. They've got a lot of really strong sprinters on their roster, so much more to expect from them later in this game.
And he allows his team to go up 7-0 as the kick goes through the uprights. And Aquinas looking good early on, despite some aggressive early attacks from Ohio State. The Saints get on the board first.
With about 2 minutes left in the half, we'll see how Ohio State responds to this try.
And another turnover. Here comes Aquinas again. Stefano Riley all the way down to the 5. Looking to offload, but he lost it. And now Dulich.
Good send out to the wing by Ohio State. Trying to really spread that defense, get an opportunity to get some points on the board.
Croc and Fairfield working on the far side. And a penalty not releasing against Aquinas. Ohio State trying to move quickly, but the official will call the Buckeyes back. 1 minute and 25 seconds remain in the first half. 7-0 Ohio State, trailing Aquinas. Room on the near side. Here come the Buckeyes. Vince Carso leaves it back off. And now Dulich backs away at midfield. Carso again. Buckeyes switch the field. The offload was not very well done. And Aquinas has it again with Fleming on the turf, and there is an injured Buckeye. But for now, play is continuing. Now it'll be kicked deep. As of right now, it's a 7-on-6 for Aquinas. The ball does go into touch. Clock continues to roll with 20 seconds to go. As Vince Carso is back to his feet, and it looks like he's going to stay in the game. Clock stopped now at 20 seconds. 7-0 Aquinas. And now it will continue to wind down. Buckeyes fire this one back in. But first the official stops play. Scrum here now for Aquinas as time has expired. Saints looking for one more strike, and they just might have it, and they will. Marcel Denishin, the freshman, takes it all the way in, and Aquinas with a lightning strike before the half goes up 12-0.
And what a way to end the first half. Really strong display from Aquinas today. Continuing with their power on both defense and offense. Ohio State is putting up a good fight.
Conversion kick goes through. And the Saints off to a strong opening against Ohio State. It is 14-0 in our final pool play matchup here at Stinson as the bracket starts to unfold here in the Fighting Irish Sevens Rugby Invitational. This is the 12th game we have seen here at Stinson that we've been able to show you, but at the same time, many others going on elsewhere with the whole complex here in South Bend. Already mentioned we've got some matchups we're guaranteed for in the quarterfinals. Notre Dame College will face Marion. Indiana will go up against Michigan.
Yeah, the bracket play today is going to be a bunch of good matchups today. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah, no question about it. We've already seen some competitive games. They've gotten more competitive as the day has gone on, as the 1-0 teams have begun to face each other in pool play. It's certainly going to be battle after battle as we advance further on in that bracket. So we'll have the qualifying division quarterfinals as well as the consolation semifinals. The open division quarterfinals for pools E through H and consolation semifinals will be over at Ritchie Field, so won't be able to show you those, but we will have the open division and qualifying division semifinals, bronze medal matchups, and gold medal matchups as well. Underway in the second half, Aquinas leads Ohio State 14-0 as the Buckeyes look to start off in their own end and make a play, but official slows it down as Aquinas, let's see, going to ground penalty, and now the Buckeyes are on the run.
Yeah, those forced errors are always a bit unfortunate just because it comes down to just doing the right thing and doing the legal thing.
Connor Fairfield winding through, drops back to Carso, who surveys. Couple head fakes. The ball drops down and a knock on against Ohio State with 6 minutes to go. Buckeyes have had a hard time breaking through to this point. They've played with a lot of speed, but Aquinas has held its ground. And now the Saints have a scrum just across midfield with 5:35 on the clock. This one thrown back and picked off out of the air.
Fantastic recovery from Ohio State, being able to read that play so early. Unfortunately, it led to a forward pass on Ohio State, so it will be back to Aquinas' ball.
Yeah, Carso got the ball to Momney. Kyle Momney, the senior from Toledo, and he was free. But the play done illegally, like you said, and another tough break for Ohio State. As Aquinas builds another scrum with 4:45 remaining in regulation. This one just kicked away by Jay Manson, and it goes off the sidewall into touch. Buckeyes send it back into play. An advantage on an Ohio State knock-on, and Aquinas is just going to go with it, and they're going to find the scoreboard again. Nathan Schaefer for 5 more. 19-0 Aquinas.
A breakout performance from Nathan Schaefer today. Just one after another breakaway tries straight down the middle, setting up his team not only for really good point margins, but fantastic positions for conversions as well. And it looks like this one is good. So the current score is 21-0 with Aquinas in the lead.
And that's a great point about the conversion setups. Aquinas 3 for 3 to this point on the 2-point kicks. Don't normally see that, but tries have been finished off very well. Obviously the breakaway opportunities helping with that. This track level speed for Aquinas really paying off today. As the kick goes deep with 3:10 remaining. Time running out on the Buckeyes. It's Jack Tulich. Goes to the turf. Ball comes back. And Ohio State on the move. Strong run from Vince Carso, the Chicagoland senior. Now Ian Fairfield tossed it over one man, but it found another. 2:35 left.
Still seeing that momentum from Ohio State. They just have to keep up those possessions.
Yeah, the
Get something on the
errors
board.
keep hurting them. That's another knock-on for Ohio State after they made a lot of ground out toward midfield. And with just over 2 minutes to go in the second half, Aquinas sets up another scrum. Manson, hands off to Dom Zavala. He's wrapped up just across the midfield line. Oh, beautiful offload. Manson to Zach Bester, and he takes it close down to the 22. Now numbers on the right side for Aquinas. Stefano Riley cuts back, still on his feet, finds his man. Tremendous passing from Aquinas, and this is going to be 5 more. Jay Manson.
That was a beautiful sequence of passes from Aquinas. Being able to read the field that well. Very impressive display.
Manson finishes it off. A tremendous job by Aquinas as Riley fires up the fan, sitting in the front 3 rows right at midfield. And the conversion kick goes through. Wow, how about that one? Manson, after the impressive try, hits it from a 45-degree angle from long range. 4 for 4 on conversion kicks. Everything going right for Aquinas.
Yeah, that is not easy to do.
28-0 lead. So the Saints cruising into the quarterfinals. We'll kick it away one more time. 15 seconds remain. An offside against OSU gives it back to Aquinas. Maybe time for one more score. 5 seconds to go. Powerful running from Jacob Ederling. Now off to the left side. Ball knocked on. Advantage Ohio State. Connor Fairfield spinning back with it. Shrugs off a tackler. Time has expired. As Ohio State looks to get free and now kicks it forward. Races on for it. Looks like Riley's going to get there first for Aquinas. And he does. Looking to kick it to touch. His teammate falls down. And a forward pass. We'll give it back to Ohio State. So Aquinas has not ended this game just yet. Riley, if he and his teammate could have stayed on their feet, could have just sent it out of play to end it, but not yet.
Yeah. Ohio State's got to be really careful with this next possession because if Aquinas gets their hands on it, the chances of them kicking it into touch are going to be very, very high, and that'll end the game.
Fairfield works the scrum but loses it, and there is the kick into the bench. And Aquinas dominates Ohio State, shutting out the Buckeyes 28-0. Both teams will play on to the quarterfinals, but Aquinas feeling really good after that one.
Yeah, and what a way to end the first half of the day before bracket play.
Yep, so we will take a brief break.
And I will be signing off for now. My other announcer, Claire DeMeo, will be taking over for bracket play. But until then, thank you so much for watching All This Rugby, and I am Marissa Panethier, and I will be signing off.
Yeah, thank you so much, Marissa, for your work this morning and into the afternoon. Excited to get going with bracket play. We'll be back with it in about 30 minutes from Stinson Rugby Field. Welcome back to South Bend. Play continues in the Fighting Irish Sevens Men's Rugby Invitational with the qualifier division quarterfinals getting underway with Indiana and Michigan. Michigan kicks off. Tyler Reedy and Claire DeMeo with you. Claire, an exciting day of rugby already, and bracket should only make things even better.
Absolutely. We've seen a lot of good play in the group stages so far, but now as we get into the latter half of the day, we're getting into bracket play and knockout rounds. So competition should be leveling up right here, and we're all excited for it.
So scrum from a penalty early on here. Indiana will have it. 30 seconds in. The Hoosiers defeated Purdue 17-5, and then Marion 12-7 in pool play. Michigan went 1-1, defeating Middle Tennessee State 36-0, and falling to Notre Dame College 31-7. Out of the scrum, here come the Hoosiers up the left side with numbers, and Indiana is going to strike first.
That was a good break right there by Indiana, utilizing the gaps that Michigan has left open for them. Bit of a lack of launch right there for the Wolverines, so they're going to have to figure out a way to adjust and recover on the next phase.
So a 5-0 start, 1 minute and 15 seconds in. The kick misses off to the right, so it remains 5-0. Credit Peyton Wall, the junior, with the Indiana try. Hoosiers out of Pool A. Michigan from Pool B. As the restart kick will go only about 5 meters before bouncing off Wall, so Michigan will get it themselves at midfield. Looks like the Wolverines elect for a scrum. That one comes through clean, and now here comes Shea Locknane, pitching it off to Armin Vartanian, who has some space. Ball bounces around. Advantage to Michigan after a knock-on. And now play stops with that advantage being finalized by the official. And Michigan will take another scrum.
So seeing some early mistakes right there. A little bit chaotic. I'm sure the weather has something to do with that. It's pretty rainy, pretty windy out. But again, you have to play in spite of those conditions.
Out of the scrum, Michigan commits a penalty, so Indiana has it right back. Up 5-0 with 3:40 to play in the first half. And now the Hoosiers want a scrum. Scrum turns around. Nobody has found the ball yet. And now finally Michigan's got it. And the Wolverines will get moving. Locknane cuts back. Dips in between a couple defenders. Aggressive rucking from the Hoosiers over the top. Now space to work with for George Janke inside the 22. Wolverines continue to work, and now Indiana takes a penalty. We're entering from the wrong side. Locknane tried to get going with it quickly for Michigan, but official calls everything back for a Wolverine scrum. 2:20 to play in the first half. Still 5-0 Indiana.
So early mistakes by Indiana really putting them in not so good field position. So they're going to have to try and really work hard at getting back into the right side of the pitch.
That scrum, not to the officials' liking. Wolverines will do it again. Connor McNabney feeding the ball through. Gets it on the far side. Pitches off to Vartanian, who dropped it. Advantage Indiana. As the ball is right near touch. And now the knock-on called for. And yet again, another scrum. Ball very stagnant on that far side of the field, right around the 22. As the clock has ticked down to 1:15 remaining in half number 1. Hoosiers 5, Wolverines nothing in the quarterfinals.
Well, after a few minutes of early play, early action, it's kind of gotten to a halt here with all of the penalties and all the knock-ons. So in the second half, it's going to really be a matter of who can use that space, who can make a break and, you know, clean up those quick mistakes, be more intentional about where the ball's going.
Ball comes out forward, advantage to Michigan, and now a chance to score, but Janke tossed it into touch. And now with 30 seconds left, Indiana avoids a potential disaster there deep in its own end. Still not out of the woods, though. We'll have to execute this throw-in with 15 seconds to go. Michigan still hungry for a potential equalizer before the break. Ball comes in low, and the officials rule the play was executed illegally by Indiana. And now Michigan, with time expired, will take a scrum. Wolverines fish it out to the near side. Here's Vartanian. Has an option on his right wing, but coughed it up. And Indiana pulls free with it. Michigan still hounding the Hoosiers on the back end with the clock run out. And now here come the Hoosiers on the right side. Ball knocked forward. And Michigan takes it back for the moment. It continues. Michigan going to dig this one out off the breakdown. And now it comes back over to the near side. Locknane. A long period of time with the clock at 0 here.
Thankfully, Michigan got that back, but they're a little late to their rucks right there, which is how Indiana was able to turn it over a few times. Solid
run from Tommy Hendricks just outside the 22. Now Michigan reverses field again as it's Nathan Feldman going to ground. Pitch out to McNabney. Wolverines continue to push. Janke back to Locknane, who continues to survey. Not done yet. Locknane turns the corner, coughed it up forward. And advantage to Indiana. That is a knock-on. And finally, after a few timeless minutes, I suppose, Indiana takes a 5-0 lead to halftime. But a competitive start to this one, and Michigan putting a lot of pressure on in the late stages. Should be interesting to see how they respond and try and climb back to a tie or in front in the second half.
Yes, a lot of mistakes right there.
So Michigan trails Indiana 5-0. Let's take a look at the way things are unfolding today here in the Fighting Irish Sevens Men's Collegiate Rugby Invitational. This is the quarterfinal round in the qualifier division. Michigan and Indiana getting us started. We'll also have Notre Dame College against Marion, Adrian against Ohio State, Aquinas and Notre Dame. And then starting off with the 3 o'clock hour, we'll have the 2 qualifier consolation semifinals, and then the standard semifinals, including the open division to get us started at 4 o'clock as well. But as we speak right now, the open division quarterfinals being played as well over at the other fields around the complex. As both teams break the huddle and get ready to go once again. Indiana, the early try from Peyton Wall. Michigan really controlling time of possession thereafter, but with a lot of knock-ons and a lot of stoppages and very minimal progress on the offensive end. The Wolverines couldn't get it equalized, but still plenty of time to do so. 7 minutes go back up on the board for the second half.
Absolutely, and I think it's a lot about being intentional with the passes and making sure that the ball gets from point A to point B. A lot of knock-ons we've seen late in the first half, and the way to mitigate that is to make sure that you're getting the ball intentionally to the other player. A lot of the short pop panic passes are just not exactly the best thing to do in such a condition where it's windy, it's cold, there's a lot of rain, the ball's wet. So again, just being very intentional with those passes will serve to mitigate some of those knock-ons.
Wolverines controlling the ball. 30 seconds into half number 2 as this one comes back on a bounce for Loughnane, who leaves for Janke. Pummeling out to the 22. Wolverines still looking for something, and now play tied up here. Loughnane pulls it out. Janke has room to the outside. Janke looking for a straight arm angle. Shrugs off a tackler, and he's still going. Leaves it behind, but Vartanian dropped it. And that's advantage to Indiana on a knock-on. Loughnane still goes chasing after it, but the official will call him back. And that was the look right there for Michigan.
Absolutely. That was the right idea by Michigan, using the space on the outside, getting the ball out to the wing. That opening up the field really to get play going. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of breaks or runs so far yet. Saw one very early in the first half, but since then, not a lot of progress right there on the field.
So Indiana catches a break and resumes play through the scrum. And solid running from the Hoosiers up near midfield. Indiana pitches outside, and the official may be calling for a forward pass here.
And once again, now we're starting to see more of play opening up, again, using the space on the outside. You have a lot of guys open in the backfield, so again, just pitching it out 1-2 times and breaking the line. That's the key to the game here.
So a scrum to Michigan. 4:30 remaining in the second half. Low scoring again in a Big Ten versus Big Ten brawl. 5-0 Hoosiers. As Loughnane feeds the ball through. Comes out the other side with it. Put it on the deck and commits a knock-on. So the scrum goes right back to Indiana. 4 minutes remaining now. Still 5-0 Hoosiers. Just one try, all it's taken to this point. Some real estate on the near side here. Salvatore Colhoun worked it up for the Hoosiers. Peyton Wall tosses it back. And a strong run. Indiana's going to extend the lead here. The ball is down underneath the bar. And the Hoosiers make it 10-0 with 3:30 to go.
Good on him to find the gap right there, cut inwards just a bit, and find the space to really go through. Good run right there as well.
So 3 minutes remaining. The conversion kick missed, so it remains a 10-0 game. Still waiting to clarify who scored the try for Indiana. Again, we apologize, but the Hoosiers with the white numbers on the white jerseys isn't so great for us, but bear with us. But whatever the uniform, Indiana continues to impress. Up 10-0 on fellow conference foe Michigan.
Defensively, I think Michigan needs to really listen to the push call, especially when Indiana's switching directions as they have been to try and break the line.
Try scorer was Tommy Hannon. As Michigan commits a penalty for not moving away. And with 2 minutes to go, Indiana will set up what looks to be another scrum. Been tough for Michigan to really sustain possession. They've had some long stretches with the ball, but when they've done that, they haven't moved the ball forward. The combination of having the ball for a while and actually advancing with it has eluded Michigan to this point, but still a little bit of time left, 90 seconds to go. Indiana wants to put them away, though, and send them to the consolation semifinal. And Indiana going to make that happen a little bit closer. As another try is down, 15-0 Hoosiers with 1:10 to go.
Again, we're seeing the same things here with Indiana. 1-2, cut in and make that break right for the center. Excellent job right there, and putting themselves in position for fairly easy conversions.
Hoosiers looking very comfortable to kick off bracket play. As the conversion kick goes through, make it 17-0 Indiana in the final 40 seconds of this quarterfinal matchup. After this one, it's going to be Notre Dame College and Marion. Should be a good one. Marion, a close win and a close loss. Notre Dame College really rolled in its 2 victories on the other side. As 10 seconds remain here. Battle out near the 22. Michigan pulls free with it. Looking to break the ice on the scoreboard before the game is over. Time has expired. As the ball is booted forward out to midfield. Clean pickup for the Hoosiers. No move to kick into touch just yet. As Indiana continues to march forward with it.
Noticing Michigan a little higher on their tackles.
And not releasing penalty against the Wolverines will end the game. So Indiana is on to the semifinals with a shutout victory, 17-0 over the Michigan Wolverines. So the Wolverines fall. They will head to the consolation semifinals. And meanwhile, Indiana moves on to play at 4:40 p.m. in the qualifier division semifinal round. And that'll be against the winner of Adrian and Ohio State, I believe. And that gives way to Notre Dame College in Marion as we reach the 2 o'clock p.m. hour in South Bend, beginning our 5th hour of rugby here on this Saturday.
How are you doing, Tyler?
Doing all right. Action just keeps on getting better and better as we go along, so can't complain.
Absolutely. And as we move into the semifinals and qualifying matches, again, the level of play expected to get better, even if the weather is not exactly on anyone's side. It's really pouring now, so we saw that kind of effect when the ball would just constantly slip through people's hands, people missing tackles because it's so slick out, but that's what happens when it's spring in South Bend.
So as Notre Dame College gets set to battle it out with Marion, I beg your pardon, in the qualifying division consolation semifinals, we just got the official word for it. It'll be Purdue and Western Michigan at 3 and Middle Tennessee State and Illinois at 3:20. So it looks like that's it for Michigan. But we got another game set to go here between the Falcons of Notre Dame College, who have looked really good today, against Marion, who's been in some battles. Falcons in the royal blue jerseys, the white shorts moving from right to left on your screen, and Marion opposing them. The Knights in the white jerseys, navy blue shorts, and off we go in the second quarterfinal as the kick's up in the air and caught immediately. And off and running. This is going to be a very early try in just about 15 seconds. Notre Dame College is going to strike first.
Excellent chase right there off the kick, getting there early and being able to make a break for it down the side. Excellent play right there to open up.
Hugh Johnston, who has been an active offensive force all day, contributes once again, wasting little time, and now the conversion kick goes right through. Splits the sticks, and it's 7-0 Notre Dame College in lightning fashion. This kickoff will end up in Marion's arms this time, as the Knights look to advance and formulate an answer for the very early score from the opposition. Some heavy rucking up top. And now the Knights come free with the ball. It's Zach White, the sophomore, crossing midfield, offloading well. 5.5 minutes to play in this opening half. As now the Knights reverse field. And a poor pitch there goes right to McDonald, who lets it fly away, but no ruling for a forward pass on that. Looked like a very close play, but play continues. Jansen Van Vuren had it. Now back to Hugh Johnston, who's tied up right at the 22. And advantage to Notre Dame College for the moment.
Notre Dame College moving the ball fairly well, getting into space, looking for a break right up as they try and score. Look for another score, excuse me.
Here's McDonald, wrapped up. Continues to surge forward with it.
And they'll call offside on Marion.
Yep, so with 4:25 to go, Notre Dame College will back off and take a free kick. Just a tap and go, and play resumes. Falcons inside the 22 as McDonald makes the move. And now plenty of speed from Remy Thompson. Falcons looking for the final push. But first, they commit a penalty, and now some pushing and shoving after the whistle between Marcus Jansen Van Vuren and Zach White. Official has to separate them. High tackle turns the ball over to the Marion Knights. 3:40 to play in the first half, and a juggle, a knock-on means advantage Notre Dame College, and the Falcons take the ball. NDC already up 7-0. Nice fingertip catch there from Thompson, but the official is going to walk everyone back for a knock-on. That advantage still being played against Marion.
Seeing a lot of quick passing to open up play. Good on Notre Dame College. Unfortunately, just little unlucky there at the end.
Under 3 minutes until the halftime break. Still 7-0 Notre Dame College on the 15-second try from Hugh Johnston, right off the opening kick. Play resumes on the scrum. Here's Hannon dishing back, quick ball movement. McDonald couldn't get free, but he's down to the 22. As the ball rattles around, advantage was to Marion, and they take it away. Hard tackle, now close to the middle of the pitch. And now finally, it's an offside against Notre Dame College. Or check that, Marion.
A lot of good ball movement from Notre Dame College, seeing a lot of switch plays, getting the defense caught a little off guard, and in that moment of hesitation you see a break, as we are seeing right now with Notre Dame College as they dance right into the try zone for a try.
That was one heck of a play by Hugh Johnston. He just kind of stopped everything and lollygagged a little bit out near midfield, and the entire defense went to sleep. He got by one man, and at that point it was just a foot race to the corner, and he's going to win that every time. Hugh Johnston with 2 tries already. And Notre Dame College continues to flex its muscles. 12-0 the early score with 1:25 remaining until the break. Now the conversion kick sailing high in the air, and he got it. So an impressive one there from a tight angle. The Falcons looking very comfortable as McDonald sends it through, and now we'll provide the restart with less than a minute to play until the break. That one again on the far side of the field will trickle into touch. Marion will get the throw-in.
Tough line out right there from Marion. The wind not so in their favor. Looks to be straight.
Inside the final 20 seconds. As that one sent forward, but again, bouncing sideways into touch. About 15 to 18 meters out. As we are down to 5 seconds left in the first half. And it looks like that is going to do it. So Notre Dame College jumps out to the 14-0 lead. And it all started with that very quick tone-setting try on the opening kick.
Absolutely, and you're seeing them open up the field with those kicks, chips and chases, really getting in, also moving different directions to break the line. It's really catching Marion's defense off guard, and in that moment of hesitation, that's all you need to break the line and get that try.
So 14-0 Notre Dame College. leading Marion in this quarterfinal matchup. Winner on to the qualifier division semifinals. After this one, Adrian and Ohio State will play at 2:20, Aquinas and Notre Dame at 2:40, and then we'll transition over to the consolation semis, Purdue and Western Michigan, and MTSU and Illinois. That'll take us all the way up to 4 o'clock when we'll get into the semifinals for both the open division and this qualifier division. But for now, ready to resume play in the second half. Marion will get things going once again, as Tommaso Lorenzetti sends it high in the air, slapped back by Notre Dame College, and now the Knights do come up with it. As Connor Justison gets spun around, continues to work, leaves the ball back for Lucas Pacheco. Pacheco over to Jack Buxton. Dragged to the turf. Behind the back pitch fell away. And Marion holds on. Continuing to get away with some errant throws. But the Knights continue to work forward with it.
Little bit of frantic action going on right now by Marion as they try and find that space to reset and break through.
Pacheco, that one close to being a forward pass, but ruled legal. And meanwhile, the ball kicked forward down the touchline. And it's going to be a penalty against Marion. Push from behind as the chase was on down the line there. And so the free kick goes just into touch on the left side, and that'll give Notre Dame College plenty of ground across midfield. And with 5.5 minutes to go in regulation, they'll have a throw-in, still up 14-0 on Marion. Sky's trying to break just a little bit here. This is definitely the brightest it's been all day. Sun's not quite out yet, but clouds are starting to spread out just a little bit more. Precipitation has definitively stopped for now, as play is back underway, and Marion has numbers up the left side, but the ball dropped, and on the knock-on advantage to Notre Dame College, as that one went through the hands of Eric Reed.
Right idea there by Marion. Unfortunately, just a little bit unlucky there with the knock.
Jansen Van Vuren lost it behind. Now it gets kicked way forward. Advantage to Notre Dame College here. And off the knock on, even though the ball went out into touch, the official will bring everyone back close to the middle of the pitch for a scrum. Four minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Notre Dame College leads Marion 14-0. This is a qualifier division quarterfinal game. Second of the 4 on the table this afternoon. Notre Dame College playing the scrum. Works it back to the near side. Connor Justison, ball stays in play. And now finally, with advantage being played, Marion boots it ahead inside the 22. And now the official is going to bring it back for interference, it looks like. That goes against Notre Dame College.
That was a 50-50 call, but being called like charging. You can't block the path of the chase.
So Marion will continue to march forward here. Opportunity to get back in the game a little bit here, as this is going to be chance right from the 22 with 2:55 on the clock. And it looks like they want a scrum. Some delay at first, but Lucas Pacheco will feed the ball through, and Marion will look to put a dent in that scoreboard for the first time in this quarterfinal. Pacheco takes it himself. Fakes a toss to the outside. Bounces out again. Slides down to the turf. And now the play blown dead. Pacheco didn't release the ball in time.
That was caused by a little bit of messiness in the ruck right there.
So now Notre Dame College will send this one up ahead. Not into touch. Pacheco tracks it down. 2 minutes to go. It looks like a little bit of drizzle is starting to fall once again. Precipitation just won't go away this afternoon as the ball hits the deck. Advantage to Notre Dame College on the knockdown, or the knock-on rather. As the Falcons continue to surge forward with it. And now it gets kicked around and finally comes out to Eric Reed, who has some running space. Trying to ward off Harley Sherman. Reed, in an aggressive battle, finally goes down. Good work by Sherman to get on him. And now Marion in good shape offensively, looking to cash in with 1:15 to go. Pitch back from Lorenzetti. A hard hit just outside the 22 has one of the Knights down. So 6-on-7, at least for the moment, as this one's close to touch. And looks like play has been stopped for the injury here. So the clock sits still with 47 seconds left as, yet again, some sort of mix between rain and snow. It's definitely not pure rain, but it's definitely not very close to full snow either. Begins to come back down here in South Bend, and the wind is still whipping. Meanwhile, the injured Knight back to a knee, which is good to see.
Well, we've seen a lot of good things from both teams. Even Marion, not quite on the scoreboard yet, but we've seen them try and use the space more, get the ball out onto the wing, and they've made a few good breaks here and there. Unfortunately, just not enough to secure the try, but here they go again.
Billy Ryder was the injured Knight, fortunately walking back to the bench on his own power.
Start the clock, start the clock.
45 seconds left as Marion continues to possess inside the 22, and the Knights will get on the scoreboard. That's Pacheco dropping it down for 5, and some extracurriculars here. Officials got to get in the middle of this, because it's a little 3-on-3 action developing down there after Pacheco slid in with the try. But 14-5 as Marion does get on the board and avoids the shutout.
It's a good break right there by Marion. Unfortunately, the conversion just hits the upright, so it will be unsuccessful, but nevertheless using the gap to slide in for the try.
Somebody's got to go get the ball. It's all the way out near Douglas Road back there. I don't know. I think we've got to give him some credit for that. You don't usually see a ball go that far after clanging off the post, but
Little doink action right there.
yeah, and plenty of life behind it too, but they've got the ball. Time has expired. So Marion will restart. And you'd assume we'll see Notre Dame College look to make a clean catch and send it into touch to end the game and secure their place in the semis. Lorenzetti sends it in the air. Not a great looking lift there for Notre Dame College on the receiving end. Allows Marion to take control for now. The official stops play. Penalty against Marion, and Notre Dame College sends it out. And that is all. The Falcons continue their impressive run with a 14-5 quarterfinal defeat of the Marion Knights. And NDC is on to the semifinals. Closer than they've been accustomed to the first couple times around, but still no issue for Notre Dame College as they continue to impress.
Absolutely. Again, very smart with their passes. Way to change up the direction of the movement as well, just catching the defense off guard. These are their strong suits and really what will carry them through the rest of this tournament.
So that brings up Adrian and Ohio State in quarterfinal number 3 in the qualifiers division. The Bulldogs are 2-0. They blew out Illinois 41-0 and then survived a late rush from Notre Dame to win 14-12 and end up 2-0 in Pool C play. Buckeyes defeated Western Michigan 36-0, but then were shut out themselves 28-0 by Aquinas, who we'll see in the 2:40 game, the final quarterfinal. Aquinas and Notre Dame. Buckeyes once again in the gray jerseys. I like gray jerseys, that is. Bulldogs in the dark gray with splashes of gold once again. So it looks like Ohio State will have the opening kickoff.
And Adrian's such a physical team. Really got to be disciplined on defense and getting up early on them. Otherwise, they will find ways to break through. Played a tough one against Notre Dame. And they were able to squeak it out.
So just waiting for the officials to bring the ball back into play and take their positions. And we'll be ready to go for quarterfinal number 3, Ohio State and Adrian. Winner goes on to the qualifiers division semifinals. Indiana and Notre Dame College, despite putting up just 31 combined points, are already there. Playing excellent defense. Ohio State gets it started. Clean catch at the 22 for Adrian. And a strong running start gets out near midfield.
And it looks like Ohio State really trying to get to the ball and strip that away. Not quite successful there, but again, opportunity now to
Miles, the speedster, picks it up. 40 seconds in, and a beautiful offload. Keeps things moving for the Bulldogs. Another good one, as they're across midfield now with Patelovative.
Ohio State not very disciplined on the launch right now. They've got to really reset, get back into their positions, and find a way to hold off.
And already, just over a minute in, there's an injured Bulldog back at the 10-meter line. Clock stops with 5:46 to go. You mentioned that this Adrian team plays very physical. Not afraid to get into the trenches and really push you around. And that time, unfortunately, it's J.R. Silo who was the opening goal scorer in Adrian's shutout defeat. Or rather, 14-12 victory over Notre Dame. First time around. Second time around in the pool play area. Unfortunately, he will stay in the game, so good to see that. And the official will let Adrian resume with 5:46 to go. Inoke Takao. Couple moves. Nearly turned it over. Play continues with the Bulldogs, however. It's Nicholas and Diorena. Now Vatuve over to the far side for Miles. And he'll kick it ahead and try to use that speed. And Miles will kick it forward one more time. And touch it down for the try.
That was an excellent move right there by Adrian, using that skip pass, just getting it out wide as fast as possible. They saw the overload that they had on where Ohio State, just not enough men on the edge right there to cover the wings. So good look right there and able to kick it out to get the try.
That speed's such a major asset for Tajay Miles, the sophomore. Vatuve's conversion kick comes up short, so it remains a 5-0 Adrian lead with 4:30 to play in the first half. But an impressive start for the Bulldogs, really looking to make some noise in this tournament and knock off a Big Ten foe in Ohio State. They've already defeated one team from that conference in Notre Dame. Heck, they also shut out Illinois 41-0. Ohio State has the ball now off the restart. But a tackle, hard tackle right into touch. Ohio State keeps it moving. Just under 4 minutes to go.
Looks like a high tackle there for Adrian. So Ohio State will get the ball back and try to advance up the field.
Comes over to Vince Carso. Ohio State spreading it laterally as they advance up the left side, but now the Bulldogs make a stand at midfield. Comes back to Hunter Simons. And now Connor Fairfield across the midfield stripe. Drops it back. Jack Dulich plays it back over to the left side. Ohio State getting organized. Some heavy contact in midfield against Carso. And
Looks
then
like
knock on against OSU.
Unfortunately, they're just a little unlucky, but again, right idea by Ohio State, just trying to look for any gaps that they can exploit and really get themselves up the field.
2:45 on the clock, separating us from the break. As Miles resumes play on the scrum and finds Vatuve. Pump fake from J.R. Silo, but his pitch intercepted on the outside. Here comes Fairfield trying to leave it. Great midair kick from Carso, but Miles with that speed back there to get it. Physical play away from the ball. And now Seth Carlisle dives on it.
Smart move right there to get the kick in. Try to get a chaser on it. Unfortunately, just unlucky because Adrian was able to recover.
2 minutes left. Spin move from Guido Fittipaldi to get free. Now he tosses it high in the air and plenty of room to run for Inoke Takao. One man to beat. Can he get by Gavin Kroc? Yes, he can. That's a try for Adrian to go up 10-0 with 1:40 to go.
And once again, we're seeing the speed on the wings for Adrian, just getting the ball outside and catching the defense off guard. That has been the key all game for Adrian. And until Ohio State can adjust to that, it seems to be working pretty well for them.
Want to set up from Fittipaldi at midfield. Tossed it high in the air, giving Takao a chance to run underneath it and get into that next gear, which allowed him to beat out Gavin Kroc and get to the try zone. 1:05 to go. The kick conversion attempt just goes laterally from Miles, so it remains 10-0. As Vatuve prepares for the restart. The center of the pitch. Short kick. Taken cleanly by Jack Dulich.
Looks like they'll be called for diving over.
That one on Adrian. So in the final 25 seconds, here come the Buckeyes. As it comes to the far side. Spinning tackle, and the ball did go into touch with 13 seconds left. Adrian will send it back into play. The clock has hit zeros. The 10-0 lead for the Bulldogs over Ohio State. As the throw goes wide, and now it's picked up by Kroc. Steps to the outside and back in again. Leaving it behind. Ohio State looking for one last push, but Adrian really pressing the issue. And a knock-on against Ohio State will send us to halftime. The Bulldogs shutting out the Buckeyes through 7 minutes. It's 10-0 Adrian.
I think a lot of that can be attributed to the pace that Adrian has been running. They have been running these strike lines just all the way through, and Ohio State's defense seemingly just not ready for it, not yet ready to adjust to that pace. So again, it's just a matter of being quick, getting back, and trying to be proactive on the reads.
Adrian's try scores in the first half. Tajay Miles on that chip and chase play where he used his speed going down that right touchline to track it down. He started the scoring, and then it was Inoke Takao stretching all the way from midfield to the far corner and outrunning Gavin Kroc to extend the margin. Nothing the lead for Adrian. After this one, it'll be the last of the qualifier division quarterfinals. Aquinas and Notre Dame, and some score updates on the open division side of the quarterfinals. Kentucky shut out St. Louis 29-0. Louisville beat Indiana's second side team 22-7. And the other two quarterfinals over there, Wisconsin and Michigan State, Big Ten matchup. And Washington University and West Virginia. Vatuve and the Bulldogs will start things back up with the kick. Bulldogs looking to become the third team to secure its place in the semifinals. Ohio State hungry for a comeback, though. Buckeyes field the kick cleanly to start. Heavy drive forward, but penalty for holding the ball against Ohio State, and now Adrian is on the move. Vatuve still on his feet. What a run. Pitches it back to Miles, who's going to try to use his speed to find the corner. Miles dives down. And does he have it? I'm not sure. Haven't seen anything from the official just yet.
Yep, penalty try.
And a penalty try.
7.
So 17-0 Adrian, as Miles again gives Ohio State nightmares with his speed, just turning the corner in a flash and tacking on 7.
What was the penalty?
So a penalty try as Miles records
That's a big play.
his second try of the game.
I didn't see anything.
I didn't think a penalty try was justified at all.
And now with 5:35 to go, the restart from Vatuve.
I think it was on the player
Comes to the
before
near side. Vince Carso
before the pass.
grabs it down for OSU.
Yeah, but he has to
Now
have
the
a
pitch
clear-
back for
he has to
Fairfield.
have a clear and open chance to score. Was he over on the pass before that? I'll have to ask him. Be interesting
Buckeyes spreading it out,
The boy with the red stripe
coming to the
kept
near
contact
side.
and he was able to get the
Good
pass
hit
off
on
anyway.
Okay.
Ian
So
Fairfield
just to warn him,
with 5 minutes to go. Buckeyes looking to advance. Oh, big hit on Hunter Simons. And the official is going to stop play for it. And that is a yellow card.
you can see that the way his body was.
J.R. Silo inflicted the blow, and he's headed off. So 7-on-6. Ohio State could really use something off this opportunity to get back in the game. Down 17. And now plenty of room to work with on the right side. Eddie Markson lost it. Advantage to Adrian. And with 4:20 to go.
Now with Adrian down a man, this really opens up an opportunity for Ohio State. You just saw them take advantage, or at least try to take advantage of that open side. But again, just a little unlucky right there with losing control of the ball. But again, using that space to your advantage and making sure that you take advantage of the overload will be a big key to get Ohio State back into this game.
Buckeyes fell victim to the knock-on rather, as Adrian prepares for the scrum.
Somebody should be off the pitch.
But they have 7 players out there, which is not legal yet.
There we go.
And now finally,
Oh, they
Kairos Norman will head off.
Okay.
Oh, they have a guy in the sink bins.
And there's a knock-on. Ohio State will look to take advantage of it. And as Adrian recovers once again, the official harkens back to the initial infraction. And now Ohio State will set up just outside the 22. Still a man up.
This is a great opportunity for Ohio State right here. You can see that Adrian only has 2 defenders out against 3 backs from Ohio State on the attack.
Ohio State with room on the left. Couple pitches out, and now here come the Buckeyes. 1 broken tackle. And now the man is down, Chris Mason. Ohio State reverses field. Gavin Kroc rolls over. Ball not out yet, and Adrian jumps right on it. The official is going to call it back. It's a knock-on against the Buckeyes.
On that last phase, a lot of credit to Adrian. Again, down a man and yet able to use that push and really play in somewhat of a zone defense to try and cover up as much space as possible.
Inside the final 2 minutes, Ohio State still down 17-0. Adrian pulls out the scrum and knocks it forward. And look at the speed as this one is tracked down and juggled, and a tackle from behind will disrupt the play. The official is going to call everything back with 1:30 to go. That was Seth Carlisle, the freshman, turning on the afterburners. But he got rocked from behind as he struggled to haul in the bouncing ball. 1:15 to go. And it'll be a Buckeye scrum, as the knock-on was called. Official wants to reset before Jack Dulich can send it through. Down to 52 seconds. With Adrian in firm control. And back to 7 players as well. Looks like a high tackle there. Advantage being played to Ohio State. And yes, the official was right on it. High tackle against Adrian. 30 seconds to go. Buckeyes move it back over to the right side. Here's Kroc. Spinning. Offloading.
Too much chase.
Now across midfield. Kick try is deflected down to the turf. And Adrian has it with 10 seconds to go.
It's a matter of just getting it out and kicking it into touch to end this game. See if they do it right here.
Down to 1 second. Eyes on the scoreboard for Carlisle. Time has expired. Still no kick yet. There it is. And Adrian wins. A shutout victory for the Bulldogs. Their second in 3 games here in South Bend. 17-0. They take down Ohio State and move on to the semifinals.
All the more impressive, especially as they were down a man for much of that second half. So excellent defensive and attack effort by Adrian.
So the Bulldogs advance in 3 of the 4 semifinal positions have been locked up. It'll come down to Aquinas and Notre Dame in the final of our 4 qualifier quarterfinals.
Let's go, Irish!
By the way, I think they took down the program monitor to see what we're showing on the screen right now on our computer. I don't know how to bring that. So ready to go, Aquinas and Notre Dame. The Saints in the red, moving from right to left. Notre Dame once again in the white kits. Yeah, I see. So underway, Notre Dame handles the opening kick. And now we'll work the ball around to the left side. Clean ball movement to start for Notre Dame. And here comes Sean Moran across midfield. Gets it back from Packard. 25 seconds in. Alan Gordon through midfield, taken to the ground. Patrick McKenzie digs it out. And now Notre Dame on the left side. Sean Moran using his speed. Sean Moran down to the 22, looking to throw it away before he goes into touch. And I don't know that he did it in time. So Aquinas will wipe the ball down real quick and set up for the throw-in.
So already we're seeing a lot of good breaks by Notre Dame and using that space well. Unfortunately, just unlucky there, throwing the ball away.
The Saints out of Pool D took down Western Michigan 39-7 and Ohio State 28-0. Meanwhile, Notre Dame finished second in Pool C, beating Illinois 24-14, but falling to Adrian, who you just saw shut out Ohio State 14-12. And Aquinas had a man running free there, but offside the ruling, giving the ball back to Notre Dame. And
right idea there with the kick, but unfortunately just a few steps before the kicker. The chaser must be behind the kicker before they kick in order to be eligible to chase.
Those Aquinas fans, they've got a handful of them still at Stinson. Got excited about it for a moment, but have to put it on pause. 4:50 to go as Sean Moran leaves for Packard. Alan Gordon dropped it, and that is a knock-on. He looks skyward, and Aquinas takes over.
You're seeing a lot of Notre Dame attack players and just using a little dummy fake action right there. Trying to fake out the defenders. It's a good tactic. However, it does leave, in that moment of hesitation, time for the defense to push upwards.
How about that scrum for Notre Dame? Gordon picks it right back up, looking for an option. Back on a couple bounces to Aaron Ney. 4 minutes to go in the first half. Still no score. Notre Dame and Aquinas in the final quarterfinal. Alan Gordon. to Dylan Ryan. On a bounce, Patrick McKenzie struggled to pick it up, and that is another knock-on. So 3:40 to go. Notre Dame heavily possessing in the opening minutes, but struggling to make that final push with some mishandled balls. No, I think it's just what we have open on the computer. I don't think it's anything on your end. We just have 3 different tabs.
Another mistake right there goes to Aquinas as they push up the field and try and make a break for it. Getting back into contact right there. Unfortunately, they will be called for another penalty.
Under 3 minutes to go. Notre Dame opting for the free kick. Looking to send this one deep, and on a bounce that is into touch. Penalty kick there for Notre Dame. 2:35 to go.
We got the program now.
There you go. That looks good. We'll watch from here. See the numbers? Yeah.
2:15 to go. Notre Dame restarts play.
There we go.
Sean Moran picks it up on the bounce. Now Alan Gordon with Packard to his right. Goes down.
Leaving a lot of space open on the right side there.
Moran looking to make a move. Offloads. Dylan Ryan. Does he have it down? He does, and Notre Dame strikes first.
Excellent movement right there, pitching it out and finding a gap in the defense to really make that break.
So the Irish go up 5-0 with minute 35 remaining in the first half on the strike from Dylan Ryan. And now Christian Opperman, the senior South African, will set up for the conversion kick, and he sends it off to the right. And that one bounces up and into the parking lot. So 5-0 still. 1:10 to go. It'll take a while to retrieve the ball, but Notre Dame will get set for the restart with a new ball, in fact. This one sent deep. And all the way into touch for a deep line out. So Aquinas really backed up here with 30 seconds to go.
Excellent field position for Notre Dame, especially for their defense. If they can put enough pressure, could be something very fortunate for them.
Execute the throw in well. Now just have to focus on avoiding a turnover and maybe a little bit more.
Yes.
Archie Fleming broke through for a moment, but then ran into some trouble. The ball flies into touch. As time expires, Notre Dame will have a throw in. One last chance to grow the lead up to 10+.
Again, that pressure on the defense deep into their own territory really makes a difference there.
Opperman got turned around, and that ends the first half. Notre Dame on a late strike from Dylan Ryan has a 5-0 lead over Aquinas in our final qualifier division quarterfinal matchup. And Claire, no question about it, this one easily could still go either way.
Absolutely. Notre Dame so far has been good at stopping the attack on Aquinas' attack early into this game. Just a matter of can they keep this momentum up. They've been doing a good job so far. We've seen Aquinas make, over the course of this tournament, a lot of good breaks. They've been doing a lot of strong work on attack. And so it's really just a matter of, can they keep this up? Can they find a way to stop the attack? And on Aquinas' side, again, just making sure that they can create these opportunities to really show off their speed.
Notre Dame just has to feel like they're a few better executed plays away from really pulling away with this game. They really dominated possession, especially in the opening minutes of that first half, but a couple ill-timed knock-ons really set them back. But the late try from Dylan Ryan showed what they can do, and now the Irish will look to ride out the final 7 minutes and take care of Aquinas and move on. But we've seen the type of speed that this Saints team possesses. Haven't had a ton of chances to show it off with Notre Dame controlling the ball, but Aquinas can strike in a heartbeat.
Absolutely. Another key for Notre Dame is possession, making sure that this game is mostly in their control. Again, they've been lucky with a lot of good field position, but it's a new half. Anything can change.
Opperman begins the second half by flying it inside the 22. And now Aquinas will kick it right back. And off they go to try and track it down, but everyone can stop running as it's into touch, right around the 22, just shy of it. Line out against Aquinas, and a throw in on the way for Notre Dame.
So it has to be from their 50 to 22, bounce inside, and then land within the 0 to 22, and then it's their ball from 15.
Okay.
But that's super easy.
Well, that one goes through the arms rather of Ryan, and here comes Aquinas. Long run, but a big knockdown from Packard. That was a golden opportunity for Aquinas. But now Notre Dame has it back, looking to march down the field. Opperman swings it to the wide side. 50 seconds into the second half, as Ryan leaves it back for Alan Gordon. Now Packard all the way over again.
Looks like they got Moran on that open side. One more pass and
There he goes.
leaving a field open.
Moran from McKenzie. He has to stop. Good recovery from Stefano O'Reilly. Now Moran back to Alan Gordon, and he has some room up the middle.
Don't kick it.
Gordon cuts back across the midfield stripe. Now Aaron Ney. 5:35 to play. Numbers for Notre Dame on the far side. Packard a fake. Gets by one. And now to the ground. And now finally not releasing against Aquinas.
So these mistakes against Aquinas really backing them up deep into their own territory. Let's see how Notre Dame is able to capitalize here.
5 minutes remain. And that is another ill-timed knock-on. That's what's keeping Aquinas in the game right now for Notre Dame, as it was Ney having it bounce straight off his hands. And Aquinas will have a scrum.
A lot of ground to cover for Aquinas with just under 5 minutes left in this half. They really got to open up the space. Could use some kicks to really show off their speed and get the ball down the field. But again, they need one score to tie this thing.
So here come the Saints again. 4:15 to go. Straight arm from Dom Zavala as he goes in between Gordon and Moran. Aquinas pulls it out. Now they look to set up a man on the far side, but that is knocked on. Archie Fleming couldn't haul it in. The high toss was a bit behind him, and now Notre Dame gets it right back where they committed the original knock-on.
These little mistakes, again, just not in favor of Aquinas.
3:40 on the clock. Ney to feed through the scrum. Gets it back on the near side. Jamie Warren feeds it off to Nay, and now Moran. Play still alive here near midfield. Warren again, hit down low and taken to the turf. Now Opperman kicks it high in the air. Short of touch. Now it bounces backward. McKenzie picks it up and threw it behind his back, but the flag is up. Boy, that was almost a ridiculous combo play between McKenzie and Dylan Ryan, as the former somehow saved it from going into touch. It looked, but indeed it did just cross the line, so Aquinas has the throw-in.
Once again, cleaning up these mistakes will be key to getting down the field as quick as possible. Under 3 minutes to play. They need one score to get back into this game.
The throw-in, pile up, down low.
Looks like they'll be called for diving over.
Yep, penalty against Notre Dame. Aquinas now with 2:20 to go, looking to tie the game. That ball forced out. The Saints keep it alive. Lateral looking pass, and now room to run all the way down the left side. And they are going to tie the game, and Archie Fleming's going to put it in the middle and give the Saints a great opportunity for the lead.
Once again, that's what we were looking for right there. The speed on the wing, just showing off how they can move so well. Very, very tough to defend. Credit to Notre Dame, but again, when he's gone, he's gone.
Now Aquinas for the 7-5 advantage. That is through. The Saints shut out for 12 minutes of game action. Finally break through, and it's a man who's been using the gas pedal all day long. Archie Fleming, one more time. And now 7-5 Saints. Notre Dame with 1:15 to work with.
Really goes to show that in a matter of minutes, it's anyone's game.
Opperman around the right side. Look at his speed. Opperman gets free across midfield. Throws a straight arm. Now lets the ball go down. Notre Dame still battling near the touchline. Now it does cross over, and it was advantage there. So Notre Dame will set up with 45 seconds to go. This is likely going to be the possession for Notre Dame. Nay gets it started. Sean Moran over the monogram to Andrew Packard. Look at him go around the corner. Leaves it back for Moran.
Do it again.
Moran to Packard. Darting back and forth, he threw it away. And Aquinas takes it back with 15 seconds left. Can Notre Dame take it out? Packard's got it again.
Go!
Wide!
Christian Bardsley throws it over wide. Nay picks it up. A hot bouncing ball inside the 22. Pitches off, and it's out of Opperman's reach. Does he keep it in play? No, he does not. And that is that. Aquinas comes from behind late and survives Notre Dame's final push to win it 7-5. And the Saints are going to the semifinals.
Very unfortunate for Notre Dame right there. Excellent job by Aquinas, just staying locked in, never giving up on it. Again, it's anyone's game. Short amount of time, seemingly, in sevens, but, you know, you got to stick it out till the very end.
And Notre Dame loses two heartbreakers. The final game of pool play against Adrian, the 14-12 loss, and again, a 2-point loss. 7-5 to Aquinas. Just a couple errant passes to the outside. And the final one eluded Opperman and just trickled over the touchline.
Credit to both teams, very evenly matched and pretty consistent game all the way through.
So now the qualifier division consolation semifinals. Switch it over to the other side of the bracket, as Purdue will get it started against Western Michigan. Boilermakers in the black and gold kits. Western Michigan in the all-whites.
We don't have program up again. It's back to the 3 tabs.
Kickoff underway here.
Broncos control off the top. Western Michigan had a tough time to get started, losing 39-7 to Aquinas, 36-0 to Ohio State, but in control early on, and now a breakthrough. One-on-one opportunity across midfield, but a strong tackle there to slow things down, at least for the moment.
And a good pocket pass in, and it looks like they will get into the try zone for the first score of this match.
Western Michigan just over 30 seconds in on the board first. An impressive opening drive for the Broncos. Ends with 5 points. And now it'll be a sharp angle conversion attempt on the 2-point kick for Sergio Cortez.
Really taking advantage of the speed on the wing right there. Seeing that overload and just doing the best they could to attack it.
Garen Leland with the try. The kick goes wide right, but Western Michigan in good shape early on, leading 5-0, just over a minute in. So Western Michigan, the 0-2 mark in pool play, and for Purdue, there's a couple tight losses, both 12-point losses. First 17-5 to Indiana in the very first game you saw here at Stinson. And then a 12-0 shutout loss to Marion. And if you're just joining us, this is the consolation semifinal round for the qualifiers division. Semifinals are already set. It will be Indiana and Adrian, Notre Dame College against Aquinas as well. And then on the open division side, the semifinals, Kentucky against Wisconsin. Then still waiting to see who Louisville will face, either Washington University or West Virginia. Meanwhile here, Purdue looking to answer back with 4:40 to go. And as this is pitched to the far side, close to touch and over the line. Well defended by Western Michigan.
Western Michigan on defense, good at staying in position. On that last score, Purdue's defense was caught out of position, which is how they were able to take advantage of the overload.
Western Michigan is about to add on to the lead. Streaking down the middle of the field. There goes Gabe Spees, the freshman, and he'll take it to the middle to make it a 10-0 Bronco lead.
Good right there by Western Michigan, finding the gap and being able to exploit that to get through.
Meanwhile, a rough 2-point kick attempt goes wide. So still 10-0 the score. Western Michigan over Purdue, and for the Broncos, obviously such a tough start in pool play. A couple blowout losses, but doesn't seem to have much of an impact on them. They are taking it to the Boilermakers in the opening 4 minutes. Give the Broncos rather a lot of credit for this bounce-back effort early on. We'll see what Purdue has to offer in response. Eddie Murphy leaves it off. Ethan Presky, and out of the outside. Plenty of space, and this could be the answer right here. All the way down close to the 5, Western Michigan finally comes up with the stop.
Another penalty, so Purdue quick on the return.
Presky again trying to force it in, and there is the try for Purdue. So a high-scoring start. The Boilermakers are on the board, and the Western Michigan advantage has been trimmed in half. 10-5 Broncos.
Nice response right there for Purdue. Much needed for them to stay in this game.
inside. Thanks. It's up, Ben.
So inside 2 minutes. Still waiting to get the ball in order for the 2-point kick. Eddie Murphy was the try scorer for Purdue as that one comes up short. The two teams, a combined 0 for 3 on conversion kicks to start. And Western Michigan leads at 10-5 with 90 seconds to go in the first half. Restart kick is away. Line drive. Fielded on a few hops. As that was Leland again. Western Michigan, another lengthy run. There's been no shortage of those early on both sides. As Leland circles back. Takes the ball again with 45 seconds remaining. And now the left side, that pass airmailed and trickles on a couple tricky bounces just into touch.
Right idea there for Western Michigan, seeing the open space on that left side. Unfortunately, a little bit of a high pass, but again, looking for the right moves to try and break that line. And had he caught that, that might have been an easy try.
Inside the final 15 seconds, Purdue looking to get this game tied before the break. And they just might. This is one heck of a run, and this is going to pay it off. Eddie Murphy slides down to even the ledger at 10.
That was an excellent move right there by Purdue. Off that ruck, just getting right in, picking and going. No hesitation, straight to the try zone.
And now a shot at the lead. Boilermakers looking to make it 12-10, but that one is under the bar. And so at halftime, we're all knotted up. Heck of a start between Purdue and Western Michigan. Some offense and a competitive battle as well. Can't ask for much more than this. The consolation semifinals giving us one heck of a game to this point through 7 minutes, 10-10 the score. A reminder, after this one, it'll be Middle Tennessee State and Illinois in the other consolation semi. And then we'll get right back to the winning side of the bracket. It'll be the Open Division semifinals. Kentucky and Wisconsin. And we have filled out the other side of it. Louisville will face Washington University. We'll take a look at that bracket. There it is. On the qualifiers division side, Indiana will face Adrian. And it'll be Notre Dame College and Aquinas. And we talked about it coming in, Claire, at least I did with Marissa. Some of these smaller schools, really a chance to shine and show the world and some of these larger Big Ten, larger conference schools what they're all about. And here we are, 3 of them. Adrian, Notre Dame College, and Aquinas really showing out today and in position to potentially take this thing.
Absolutely, and it's really nice to see the way that they've been able to not only show their versatility on the attack, but also on the defensive side, again, shutting down a lot of these powerhouse runs that we've been used to covering Big Ten rugby. So credit to them, especially in this tournament. Very good effort indeed.
And with that, we're about ready to go once again for second half action. Should be a fine final 7 minutes here between Purdue and Western Michigan, knotted up at 10 through the opening half. As the kick is away. And Purdue takes it off the start. Working on the near side of the pitch. Eddie Murphy, the offensive star of the Boilermakers' first 7 minutes. Has the ball in his hands once again. Looking for the right move. Sends it back to Michael Murphy. And Western Michigan has turned the Boilermakers over. Spees cuts to the outside, spins. He's still on his feet. What a run from Gabe Spees. He's going to have his second try of the game, and he wastes no time putting it down. Heck of a play right there to restore the Western Michigan lead at 15-10.
That was a nice little spin move there, breaking out of that attempted tackle straight down the middle. Beautiful placement for that conversion attempt too.
Spees does it with ease, and Western Michigan back ahead by 5 with 5:45 remaining, and that one goes through for 2. So the first out of the 5 kicking conversions we've seen sail through the posts, and Western Michigan out in front 17-10 on the Boilermakers of Purdue. But like we saw in the first half, even down by as many as double digits, this Purdue team can respond quickly. It was 10-0 pretty early on in Western Michigan's favor. But the Boilermakers chucked back with a pair of late tries in the first half and got it evened up entering the second half. So do not count this Boilermaker team out. 2 minutes into the second half.
Right here, they'll have a chance to respond as that kick doesn't go 10 meters, so they will now get the ball back at the 50. And let's see what they can do on this attack right here.
Boilermakers operating on the far side of the field. Couple clean offloads. But a penalty against Purdue. So Western Michigan takes it back and avoids any implications off the sideways restart. And now the Broncos send this one deep into touch. And we'll have a throw in on the plus side of the mid-pitch stripe. Actually, the official will walk it back just a few meters to keep Western Michigan on its own side. 3:45 remaining. As we are into hour 6 of the Fighting Irish Sevens Rugby Invitational. Game number 17 here at Stinson, as Purdue picks it off. A couple fine catches and some space on the left side. Michael Murphy looking to split defenders. Still on his feet. One more man to beat. Look at the strength from Murphy for the score.
That was an impressive physical run right there by Purdue, not letting up even as multiple men tried to bring him down. This will be a little bit of a tough kick, but we'll see.
Yeah, this is probably the worst angle you can get right here. And indeed, it slices out toward the 22, nowhere near the post. So 17-15, but the resiliency remains for the Boilermakers. That's the second time now they have answered Western Michigan, although they haven't gotten it tied back up just yet like they did in the first half.
If they can put a lot of pressure on Western Michigan and really try to get that ball back, they may still have a chance within the 2 minutes that they got now.
Line out on the restart. Western Michigan will have a chance to throw it back in. Approaching the 2 minutes remaining mark in the second half, with Western Michigan hanging on to a close lead, 17-15. 2-try game for Gabe Spees. The other one belongs to Garen Leland. He opened the scoring. Here is Leland Threw it past his man. Western Michigan recovers. Dangerous moments there, although they're not out of the woods yet.
Good pressure by Purdue. Really choking up on that line.
Physical run up the middle.
Noticing Purdue's applying good pressure, but not quite in position. A little bit clumped up together in the middle, leaving some space on the outside. Unlucky for Western Michigan on that knock-on, but Purdue's defense need to watch that.
I think they got him for a forward pass.
Oh.
But regardless, this is you're exactly right. That's a tough break for Western Michigan because Purdue is now suddenly in prime position to take a lead late. 45 seconds to go, and the game we just saw, the final qualifiers division quarterfinal, Notre Dame and Aquinas. Irish had the 5-0 lead for the longest time, maintained possession forever, but Aquinas just one late push was all it took to win it 7-5.
And they choose the weak side.
It comes. Purdue is going to go out in front. As with 20 seconds left, and now 16, and finally 12, there it is.
And that was a smart move, trying to eat up as much clock as possible before putting down the ball to seal the try. Interesting decision to go on the weak side of the scrum. Thankfully for them, there wasn't much guarding that weak side. They were able to get in with fairly good ease. This will be a windy conversion coming right up.
But it goes through. And the Boilermakers on the late try come up with the lead 22-17. Now, one final chance on the way for Western Michigan with time expired.
If Purdue can apply a lot of pressure right here and play very smart, they can put this away.
Low kick. Goes through the legs of a man. Gets knocked forward. Who has it? Looks like Purdue. Still waiting for someone to emerge, and now it is the Boilermakers trying to desperately kick it into touch, and they do. And it's a late come-from-behind win. Twice the Boilermakers came back from down. First 10, and then 7. And Purdue wins it 22-17 in the late stages.
Absolutely. Credit to Purdue for staying locked in, staying calm the entire time, not giving up, especially when they were down early, coming back to seal the deal for them.
They do. They play at 5 against Marion. Consolation later.
So Purdue takes it, and that sets up the second qualifiers division constellation semifinal. It'll be Middle Tennessee State and Illinois about ready to go. MTSU again in the all grays. Illinois the orange shirts. And after this, we'll have another 20-minute break, and then it's on to the semifinals on both sides, both divisions, and the bronze gold games going both ways as well. Middle Tennessee State comes in having been shut out twice, still yet to record its first points of the Saturday. Lost 42-0 to Notre Dame College, then 36-0 to Michigan as Illinois boots it away, and we're off and running. Fighting Illini fell 24-14 to Notre Dame in pool play in Pool C, and also got shut out themselves 41-0 to Adrian. So both teams looking to get on the win column. Middle Tennessee controlling off the top right near midfield.
Looks like they knocked it on right there as they were going to ground. These little mistakes are something to clean up. They've been moving the ball fairly well in this opening minute right here, but got to clean up those mistakes if they want to make a meaningful break.
Illinois pulls away quickly with this one, and now it's a foot race. Daniel Delamano on his way to the corner. He's going to get there first and ground the ball for an early 5 for the Fighting Illini.
Once again, using that weak side, one man to beat, and using that speed to push all the way up into the try zone. Excellent play right there by the Illini.
So Illinois working quickly off the scrum, capitalizes for the early lead. Now 90 seconds into the game, and another tough angle conversion kick on the way. Delamano will try for the Septuagint and grab all 7, but it'll be tough. And yep, that slices away to the right. So Illinois leads by 5, now approaching 2 minutes in. Middle Tennessee State possessed the ball pretty well off the top, but that knock-on gave Illinois all it needed to find a quick punch. We'll see how the Blue Raiders handle drive number 2.
Physical run right there by Middle Tennessee.
Jalen Greatrex, the senior, inflicting some punishment. Blue Raiders continue to advance now across midfield. Kyle Wilson making progress. That ball kicked forward. It's a knock-on against MTSU. Advantage play to Illinois. And now here come the Fighting Illini. Some more tough running. Takes a couple men to bring down Darius Griffin.
And another penalty to MTSU. Advantage being played. He's not quite back 10 meters before he tried to go for that tackle, so that'll push them further back into their own territory.
Getting close to the midway point of the first half. Illinois up 5-0 on Daniel Delamano's early try off a scrum. Patrick Devereaux swings it out. Brandon Hamilton looking for an option. And now leaves it on the breakdown and a huge ruck over the top. As that was the physical man, Greatrex, providing a major shot right there. Illinois holds on though, and now is back to midfield.
As soon as that ball's out, it's anyone's game.
Sam Schultz getting around the edge. Last man brings him down, and the ball wrestled into touch. And that'll keep it with Illinois. 2 minutes, 45 seconds left to play in this opening half. The second of our 2 qualifiers division consolation semis. Illinois and Middle Tennessee State. Illinois already up 5, looking for more at the 22. And now the Fighting Illini will switch the field.
They got an overload right there. If they can pass it out.
And there it
we
is. Brandon Hamilton, number 10, will take it to the middle and put his team up by 10.
Unfortunately for MTSU, not enough space on defense, not spreading out, using the entire width of the field. And when the attack inserts right there, it creates the overload. And there's just no one to stop it on the outside. So very smart move by the Illini, but unfortunately just another defensive miscue for MTSU, and that one's costly.
Conversion kick goes through, make it 12-0, Fighting Illini. Hey, can you flip that score? Tries from Delamano and Hamilton early on. And the Fighting Illini feeling good going into halftime. Still time for Middle Tennessee to look for an answer, but Illinois again putting the pressure on here. Delamano darts back, throws it over the shoulder of Hamilton, tries to track it down. That ball like a hot potato on him. There was a knock-on in there. And as Griffin goes to pick it up, the referee finalizes the advantage to Middle Tennessee State.
Well, Middle Tennessee got very lucky there with the knock-on because once again, leaving another overload on the outside that the Illini, had they caught the ball, could have just exploited right there and then. So again, making sure to spread out on defense and not leaving a whole portion of the field unguarded.
Yeah, and what's that feeling like when it seems like you've got two left hands and you've got a ball that you just can't seem to pick up?
It's tough. It's tough. And I'm sure the weather's not helping that either.
Meanwhile, right at the 22, that one into touch. Illinois has it. Leading by 12. Time has expired. And doesn't look like we'll go to halftime just yet, as that one's pitched back in. But first, another whistle. Fighting Illini, get around the edge. Delamano, shredding tacklers, now loses the ball. Ian Wilson came back up with it for Middle Tennessee State. Now an MTSU penalty. Hands it back over to Illinois. Oh, man. Crushing blow from the ball carrier that time. Patrick Devereaux. As this one is right near the touchline, and a knock-on against Illinois. Darius Griffin went sprawling for it. And that's that. Halftime. Illinois 12, Middle Tennessee State nothing.
Interesting decision to keep play going instead of sending it to the half up 12-0, but nevertheless, halftime here at Stinson.
12-0 the score. Illinois tries from Daniel Delamano and Brandon Hamilton, a couple of seniors. 2 of the 4 seniors on this Fighting Illini team. If you're just joining us, let's fill you in on everything you need to know about the bracket right now. This is the qualifiers division. Those semifinals are set. You'll see those at 4:40 and 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Indiana against Adrian, and then Notre Dame College against Aquinas. That's not the University of Notre Dame. They were knocked out by Aquinas. Notre Dame College is the one in the semifinal. And then on the open division side, those semifinals are locked in as well. You'll see those first at 4 o'clock and 4:20. Kentucky against Wisconsin. And then Louisville facing off with Washington University. Some of the other scores, just to fill you in on all the open division quarterfinal results. Kentucky beat St. Louis 29-0. Louisville over Indiana's second team 22-7. Wisconsin and Washington University each earned shutouts. For the Badgers, 24-0 over Michigan State. And for WashU, 31-0 over West Virginia. And then, just like right here, the open division has its consolation semis underway right now. Minnesota has already beaten Grand Valley State 19-0. And right now, Trine is taking on Notre Dame's second team. So plenty of action already behind us, but plenty more still to come. And some champions to be crowned as well. A lot of teams that looked really sharp today. It's going to be one heck of a race to the finish line to decide a winner in both divisions here today. Again, we'll wrap up at 5:20. 5:40 with the Open Division bronze and gold games, then 6 o'clock and 6:20 for the qualifiers division bronze and gold. That takes us back to right here and right now, where Middle Tennessee is about to start us back up with the kick, trailing 12-0 to Illinois. Little pooch shot there, and it's not going to go 10 meters. So Illinois goes back to the middle, and the Fighting Illini will look for their next march to extend the lead. Ball squirts free. Blue Raiders have it back off the fingertips. Cleaned up by Great Rex. "30 seconds into the second half, as Jack Walker tried to take it around the outside. Illinois has picked it up. Darius Griffin lays it back. And on the breakdown, Patrick Devereaux circles around, finds his man. An overhand toss, skips away, and it's an Illinois knock-on. Look like Pedro Madero Carabatsos had some room and a potential 2-on-1 to the outside, but an errant throw into the turf, tough to handle.
Pair of early mistakes for both teams, inhibiting play a little bit, but hopefully they can get something off from the scrum, and we'll see some more action soon.
MTSU still looking for its first points of the game, rather the entire day, game 2. As we saw a couple passes through the hands of intended targets, and the Blue Raiders only moving backwards right now as Great Rex spins down. Blue Raiders will just have to kick here, and it does not travel very far at all. Only about 15 meters.
Seeing a lot of sporadic offloads by MTSU. I think the passing needs to get a little more intentional to really create some opportunities.
And Griffin picked it back up and found his man Eli Wagner on the outside. And he cashes in, angling inward for the try. So Illinois, just over 2 minutes into the second half, continues to press on, expanding the advantage to 17-0.
Again, they had good field position off that mistake by MTSU. And these are the things that need to be cleaned up a little bit for them to get some points on the board.
Clock winding down, close to 4 minutes remaining. After the first qualifiers division consolation semi was back and forth, filled with Purdue comebacks and a late Boilermaker victory, this one very much in the control of a different Big Ten team, Illinois. Really handling Middle Tennessee State well, up 17-0. And still looking for more as the restart goes to Great Rex. And he tosses it away. Good offload. Couple of them there for the Blue Raiders. But the ball dropped, and that is a knock-on. So a promising start. But eventually will pass behind the hip of the intended target. Threw off the timing, and now Illinois has it back on the scrum with 3:20 to play. Off the scrum, it's Delamano running into some trouble.
Unfortunately, just a bit offside right there for MTSU.
Yep.
Little early on the launch.
So that gives Illinois some time to reset and recuperate. And off go the Fighting Illini again. Delamano waiting for it. Oh, what a ruck from MTSU. And this might be the opportunity for the Blue Raiders' first points of the day. Chase down from Illinois, though, and the turnover how close they were, as it was a man on the run, Charles Smolios, the sophomore.
Looks like they got the ball back, but again, when making those breaks, you have to have your support with you if you're not going to get all the way through. Otherwise, the ball could just be turned over once again.
Daniel Bergeron kicked it around, but eventually fell on it. Now Cameron Shear angling around inside the final 2 minutes. With the Fighting Illini up 17. That one deflects backward. Bergeron again. Strong ruck move from Chris Lurie. Now that one fired off and into touch with 90 seconds on the clock.
Well, once again, these dropped passes and lack of connection in these passes are really not working in favor for MTSU. You've got to get more intentional with them. Otherwise, it just sets the progress back and back further, pushing them all the way back into their own territory.
1 minute to go. Illinois in the process of completing a strong victory in the consolation semis. Middle Tennessee State looking for one last rush as Great Rex boots it into the heel of an Illini. And now here comes Darius Griffin wanting more. Griffin won't go down and now finally has to look for an option as he goes to ground. And a penalty called against Illinois. Knock on.
And again, right there with the decision to kick, had a man on the outside right there, one in space, and perhaps another breakthrough, but unfortunately just couldn't connect right there for Middle Tennessee.
Time expires as the scrum continues. Illinois pulls it out. Sidestep move and a hard tackle. And a penalty for not rowing away against Middle Tennessee State.
Looks like the Illini will try to go for one last score, although they turned the ball over.
And now here comes Great Rex, rumbling through the middle. Wouldn't want to get in his way, and Great Rex is still on the run. A spin, tosses it to the outside. And finally a hard tackle.
It's a high tackle.
And there is the whistle. And a yellow card. Not a very consequential yellow card with time expired, but high tackle indeed as it goes against Charlie Fitzgerald. And Middle Tennessee keeps it going. And now they might finally get on the board. Is this it? Chris Lurie. Does he have it? He does.
All right.
And Middle Tennessee State will not go home without points today.
Well, it was an excellent effort right there, right at the end to get those points in. Unfortunately for the Illini, they could have kicked it earlier out into touch to end the game before that happened, but good on Middle Tennessee for being able to punch one in.
Kick goes wide, and that's the match. Illinois takes down Middle Tennessee State 17-5 and joins fellow Big Ten member Purdue as qualifiers division consolation semifinal winners. So we'll take a quick break and see you in 20 for the open division semifinals. Welcome back to Stinson Rugby Field here in South Bend. And we are set for the semifinals of the Open Division. As our full slate of rugby to open the month of April rolls on, Fighting Irish Sevens Invitational about to reach a dramatic conclusion, I'm sure. And it begins with Wisconsin and Kentucky. Tyler Ritty and Claire DeMeo back with you. Thanks for watching here today. And Claire, already been an exciting day and still plenty more to come.
Absolutely. We've seen a lot of very close matches and a lot of accomplishments for many different teams here as we get into the later stages of the bracket play. And a few unexpected results as well.
Yeah, no question. Been a fun day. Seen some teams really shine. But at the same time, some last-second heroics as well across the board. As Kentucky and Wisconsin get it started, winner moves on to the gold medal game for the Open Division to face off the winner of Louisville and Washington University. And right away, Wisconsin looking to make a move out to midfield, but the ball goes into touch. Badgers in their quarterfinal game shut out Michigan State, fellow Big Ten opponent, 24-0. And meanwhile, Kentucky, another shutout, but scored 5 more points, knocking off St. Louis, 29-zip.
Both teams coming in hot, so we'll see which one gets the better. Good launch there by Wisconsin.
And now here comes Kentucky right down the middle of the field. Looking to pitch off at the last second. Dom Roston trying to start the scoring. Held up for a moment, but he's got it down. And the Wildcats are on the board first.
That was an excellent break there by the Kentucky Wildcats, getting in and pitching it down to the middle right for the breakaway run.
Two-point kick pulled wide, so it remains a 5-0 opening lead for Kentucky. But just like that, one quick step and the Wildcats were off to the races, and Dom Rawson on the late feed made no mistake with it, just getting over the line and burying the ball in the turf. So now on the restart, this one comes to the 22. And Wisconsin will get moving once again as they swing it around to the right side. Kick, everybody going after it. Kentucky overran it, and that one nearly picked up for Ian Morit, as he would have had a free lane to the try zone, but Kentucky survives.
A good switch move inside, cutting to avoid the out of bounds by Kentucky. Little static on the attack right there, but it looks like they pitch it out to the wing.
Lots of room to roam down the right side. Swing tackle at the 22. Slows things down for the moment.
And it looks like Kentucky will be called for not releasing.
It's a big break for Wisconsin. Badgers will start back up midway through the first half, and there goes the kick. And here comes the race. Badgers are out in front with Keitaro Nakabayashi. He sends it forward a little bit further, but Blaine Donlin, the freshman, back there to take it. And he'll boot it all the way back down across the midfield stripe, and it'll make its way into touch just shy of the 22.
So Kentucky starting off strong with a lot of good attack possessions. Comes down to Wisconsin. How do they counter that? How do they get the ball back and create some opportunities for themselves to open up scoring and get on the board?
Badgers getting ready to throw it back in. Just over 2.5 minutes to play as Kentucky holds a 5-0 advantage on the early try. Dom Rawson, the freshman, converted that one for UK. As Wisconsin gets moving, Nakabayashi knocked down right across the 22. Wisconsin forced backwards. One-hand layoff. Kentucky with some short tackling early on. Clean offload from the Badgers as Andrea Pasquale works the right side. Wisconsin switches back to the middle, but a fumble. And that's a knock-on against Wisconsin. Tough break for Isaac Launer, the freshman, who just had that one without any contact slip out behind him and over the shoulder.
Yes, unlucky right there for Wisconsin. Playing a little conservatively, trying to look for the pass to eventually break the Kentucky line. Kentucky's got a lot of speed on their side, so that's something to look out for, especially as they move the ball.
Kentucky off the scrum, heading for the try zone, and the Wildcats will make it there for a second time. Gavin James, the junior and an Indiana native, goes all the way, and the Wildcats off to a solid start. 10-0 lead with just over a minute to go.
Choosing the weak side off the scrum, only one man to beat, and with that speed, it's hard to stop. Good decision there by Kentucky.
And this time the conversion kick sails through the posts, and Kentucky jumps out in front 12-0. Couldn't have asked for a much better start than this. Wildcats just carrying on that momentum. Both teams had plenty of it, coming off 20-plus point shutout victories, but Kentucky just really not allowing Wisconsin to break past midfield, controlling the tempo of the game. It's been a really good look for them to this point. Let's see what Wisconsin can do in the last 20 seconds. Badgers started to break the free for a moment, but not a whole lot there at the tail end for Pasquale. And a penalty hands it back to Kentucky. Throw behind. Kentucky gathers it up, recovering well. As Carlsberg dishes it back off. This could be 5 more. And blazing his way to the corner and diving down, Everett Merritt concludes a brilliant first half for Kentucky. Make it 17-0.
Good attack right there by Kentucky. Looks like Wisconsin is not quite resetting on defense, leaving the outsides uncovered, and Kentucky's playing very smart, really attacking where there's a lot of room, and that's working out pretty good for them so far. So the conversion is unsuccessful.
And that yields a halftime score of 17-0 Kentucky. What a strong start for the Wildcats, and they keep playing like this, they're going to be a force to reckon with going forward into the championship game in this open division.
So you're seeing a lot of their speed coming through right here. So far, Wisconsin has not quite had the answer for that, but I think it's just about, again, launching up as a line, getting pressure early, and really trying to stop that run, making sure that as well they're staying in position, and making sure they're not getting beat on the outside.
Those 3 Kentucky tries, a lot of speed involved within them, like you mentioned. Started with Dom Rawson on a little 2-on-1 up the middle, and then Gavin James, and finally Everett Merritt to close out the first half. An impressive opening 7 minutes for Kentucky. Feeling good up here in South Bend in the semifinal. And Wisconsin, of course, no stranger to this stadium, playing in the Big Ten. Searching for some answers. Still a good amount of time left to find them. As both teams will retake the field, Kentucky will kick to open up the second half. Wisconsin, which has struggled to advance the ball to this point today, will look for a breakthrough.
On this next possession for Wisconsin, this is an excellent opportunity to put everything in the first half behind them, reset, and really look for the space. Look to go through the gaps that Kentucky leaves on the defense and try to get some points going.
Line out gets it started. Didn't even go 10 meters, so Wisconsin brings it all the way back to the midfield area. And here come the Badgers. Kick forward. Wildcats chase it down. John Wall pirouetting away, still spinning with it. 3 red jerseys around him. And now finally ball on the turf. Kentucky pulls away with it. And room to work with. Great head fake across midfield. Another opportunity for Kentucky as the ball gets flipped backwards, recovered by Tyler Walenga.
He just stiff arms a man right there. A lot of people in the backfield for Kentucky. But unfortunately, just knocked on right there.
Yep, knock on shuts the play down. So Wisconsin, with all sorts of black jerseys barreling towards them, survives and takes it on the scrum. Badgers will make 2 substitutions here. As number 23, Nakabayashi, and Moret, number 15, check out. 5.5 minutes remain. That's how much time is separating Kentucky from a gold medal game berth. At the 22, Wisconsin looks to break free. A little bit of space between the Wildcats for Cameron Zach. Wisconsin knocked it on.
Another knock on there. Another thing that I'm noticing is that when they do get breaks, there's just a bit of a lack of support with them. And so in the event that they do get tackled, the ball could be easily turned over in that case if the ruck hasn't developed over.
Play resumes off the scrum. Kentucky looking to strike again. As Merritt bursts forward with it. Tough running as it comes back to Dom Rawson. Who looks to turn around the corner here. But Wisconsin picks it away. And now the Badgers can switch the field and head back the other direction.
Strong run right here, but unfortunately just intercepted by Kentucky. Right idea trying to spread the field and get on the outside, but unfortunately just not a clean pass to the teammate.
Now under 4 minutes remaining in this one. Kentucky, the lead it had at halftime remains the same, 17-0. And a shoelace delay here before the scrum. Can't have a proper scrum without your shoelaces in good condition.
No, you cannot.
A lot of feet down there. Could easily get stepped on, I suppose, as it breaks out to Wisconsin, but the official
looks like they might
wants
have
it redone.
hooked a little too early there.
Actually, just going to give it to Kentucky. So now the Wildcats will work back around the 22. Stumbling through, looking for the offload. It's not there, but he's just going to take it himself. But no try.
It looks like he knocked it on right before he was able to place the ball. Close call right there by Kentucky, or sorry, by the ref.
That was Everett Merritt involved again. Looked like he wanted to offload that thing for about 10 meters, but he just stayed with it. And now scrum coming up for Kentucky.
Nice physical run right there, shaking off a few tackles on his way to the try-zone.
Ball pulled out. Jack Phillips back to Merritt. Pitches over to John Wall, who looks to break free, slides down back to his feet. Wall right at the 5-meter stripe. Now it's pitched out to the left side. Broken tackle.
One more move.
Forward, not there yet. Official leaning over. Does he have the look? No, he's held up. Oh, great defense by Wisconsin.
Man, as soon as they got back, as soon as they got down, maybe just a meter before the try zone, you have one more move, so technically could have put it down there, but pitched it back, and unfortunately it was held up.
Chester Hale was the man trying to break in for Kentucky off the feed from Tyler Walenga. Stayed out and stayed up, so Kentucky has to try and go again with 1:35 on the clock. Here's Phillips looking to turn the corner, driven backward, and he threw it ahead. So a knock on there. Advantage being played. Wisconsin knocked it on themselves too, so Kentucky just takes it right back. And now Rawson pitches it off, and now finally, after all that, the Wildcats find the try zone.
That was an intense effort there on both sides with a lot of back and forth with the ball. Kentucky edging it out just really quick, getting back possession, little shift move, and in for the try. Conversion on the way now.
Clock continues to wind around 40 seconds as the kicking conversion goes up and through. 24-0 Kentucky. That's the score Wisconsin won their quarterfinal game by. Check that. That was actually the Kentucky game. Wisconsin won it 20. Kentucky did win 29-0. Wisconsin 24-0. But either way, full 14-minute domination in this effort from the Wildcats. Clock's at zeros as Wisconsin looks to get on the board here. But the kick forward attempt didn't go to plan. It goes into touch. Knock on as well beforehand. And that is going to do it. Kentucky is off to the gold medal game with a radical performance. 24-0, taking down Wisconsin with a start-to-finish domination. Not what you'd expect to see in the semis, but this Kentucky team can bring it.
Absolutely. A lot went right there for Kentucky. And again, just gaining on this momentum, and hopefully that energy will bring them success in the gold medal match coming up. But it's good to be peaking at the right time, especially in a lengthy tournament like this.
So now the second Open Division semifinal. Louisville and Washington University. Winner will meet this Kentucky team in the gold medal game. Louisville has already taken the field wearing those same black and white uniforms. And Washington University, a team that we have not seen yet today. We'll get out there in just a moment as Kentucky and Wisconsin depart. Again, as we get into these later games and every point really starts to matter, and especially in the kicking game, the wind is really whipping. Look at that flag at the top of your screen. The crutch just blew over next to it. They're really gusting right now, close to 40 miles an hour, in fact, out of the north and west. So whichever team is moving from right to left is going to have a whale of a time in the kicking game. And to start with, that team is going to be Washington University. They're in the green and white stripes, huddled up over on that right edge of your screen. Louisville will have the kickoff. Cameron Donlin, the junior Cardinal, gets it ready to go at the center of the pitch. Who will face Kentucky? Let's find out in about 20 minutes' time, as the kick doesn't go 10 meters, but gets punched forward by WashU, and Louisville grabs the ball to start with. Aaron Stevenson around the edge, dropped it off, and now Washington University is off to the races. Straight ahead, all the way in, and in center position. That's an opening try.
Yeah, capitalizing off of a very early mistake. This is about to be a very physical game, and I guess it really comes down to the cleanliness of the play. Can you make those passes? Can you mitigate all of the little mistakes, especially given the weather conditions here? Who can do it better? That'll be the key.
So a miss on the conversion attempt for 2. But the Washington University Bears jump out to a 5-0 lead in the opening minute. An excellent start on some sloppy play from Louisville.
And again, who can capitalize off of those mistakes? That will be very essential, especially in such a limited amount of time.
Wind really controlling that kick, and it gives Louisville a great opportunity. Pass over the head, sets up a teammate. And now the Cardinals work it back around. Tomlin had it for a moment. And now pitch back to Ryan Camerata. Here he comes, Camerata. Oh man, he meets a defender head on, but he keeps going. Physical play down there, deep in the WashU end. And now Louisville moves over to the far side. Reed Terry all the way over. Angelo Eklu tied up. And then Louisville has to reset. Donlin over to the right side. A crushing tackle made at the 22. Louisville still recovers, but the wind grabs that pitch and flings it over to WashU.
Looks like WashU using that speed on the outside. And a poach from Louisville, although he's going to be called for hands in the ruck there.
So Louisville called for the penalty. And that sets up WashU with just over 4 minutes to play in the first half, already up 5-0. Moved ahead to midfield, and a dropped ball. Louisville commits a penalty, however. Not releasing. And here come the Bears. What a hit that is. Driving about 8 meters backwards. Ball continues to pinball around. Let's see who can finally corral this. Well, the ref will corral the play, calling a knock-on against Louisville.
That's the thing in these conditions. You have to be very smart about the way you're passing and making sure that the ball can travel from A to B without being swept up. It's very difficult to do in this instance, but again, it affects the gameplay and how these mistakes occur.
WashU scrum. Not to the officials' liking. That ball just went straight through out the other side. And now he'll say something to one of his assistants on the touchline. .2:15 to go. And the Bears feed it through well. Out to midfield. Man still on his feet. Sandro Celebadaci. And before the free run to the try zone and a complaint from Wash U, the official stops the play.
It was a forward pass right there.
So now a scrum coming for Louisville, still looking to get on the scoreboard and answer back after Washington University's opening punch. Here come the Bears. Celebadaci had it for a moment, but interference against Wash U gives it right back to Louisville, so play slowing down here for a while. Now on the far side, the Cardinals get going. 1 minute to play in the first half. Louisville still remains scoreless, but on the move here, switching back to the near side of the field.
A lot of space on that open end right there. Chooses to run through the middle.
Angelo Eklu gets across midfield. And now over to the far side again go the Cardinals. Kick and chase. That one will cross the touchline and result in a line out for Washington University. Under 30 seconds remain. Time about to expire. As the throw-in. Sees an advantage played to Louisville at first. And the knock-on against Wash U will hand it over to the Cardinals right at the 22. So, clock no longer a factor. Louisville one last opportunity to get it tied. Here they go, working toward the near side of the field. One moved over to Reed Terry.
And at this point, because the clock is no longer a factor, they just got to be methodical with it.
A.J. Ayers makes his move. A.J. Ayers is going to tie the game just before halftime.
That was an excellent move right there. A shift up to the left and then cut inwards to the middle. That was excellent shifty play right there, resulting in a try.
And the two-point kick goes straight through. And as the snow begins to briefly return in a light flurry, Louisville has taken a 7-5 lead. As Washington University sees their early advantage slip away late, but really a defensively dominated first half of play and one that could go either way and will certainly come down to every last inch and margin in the final 7 minutes.
This has been a pretty evenly matched game. Obviously, Wash U getting that early try off a miscue, but they've held up pretty well, just letting only one try slip at the end right there. But again, this is anyone's game. Anyone can come in and really turn the tides. So it's a matter of not only the physical game, but it's a mental game too, you know, staying locked in and not letting up, especially as time starts to wind down.
Remember, winner of this one will head on to the gold medal game for the Open Division and face Kentucky, who just knocked off Wisconsin 24-0 in the first semifinal. And after this contest, we'll switch it back over to the qualifiers division. semifinals. Two of them, Indiana and Adrian, and then Notre Dame College against Aquinas. Loser of this match right here heads to the bronze medal game for a date with Wisconsin. Both teams emerge from the huddles, and we are ready to go for the final 7 minutes to fill in that blank space next to Kentucky. Salvadacci boots this one away. Wind carries it all the way inside the 22. And did that go into touch first, or did Louisville play that one in touch?
Looks like possession's going to WashU.
Yeah, that's a tough break for the Cardinals. Some unfortunate field awareness that time, and WashU quickly has a solid opportunity to jump back in front 30 seconds in. Throw in tipped back. And now the Bears look to march forward with it. Straight up move by Scott Lewis, one of the captains. And now moved over to the near side of the field. Ball punched away. Advantage being played here. And the knock on sends it over to Louisville. And a good defensive stand. That was one heck of a launch right there to break things up. Louisville with a scrum. Just a touch inside the 22. Louisville pulled it away, but the official will have it redone. Cardinals run out of real estate a little bit on this near side, but now a cut back frees up some space for Terry. Now a clean pull away from Camerata. But a knockdown against the Cardinals, or knock on rather. Brings it back to WashU just outside the 22, and the defensive stalemate carries onward to the second half. Salvadacci on the scrum. Comes out the other side, and he's got it again. Pitching off to Joe Kim, the other WashU captain, taken down to the turf.
Looks like another penalty there, not releasing.
And a card as well. Big moment here for WashU as Louisville sees a man sent off, and the Bears want to attack right away, 7-on-6.
Looks like an advantage being played for WashU.
And not in yet, but there is the try.
All right, so we have ourselves a game.
Or was that a try? I don't believe it. Offsides rather, actually. So WashU will keep it at the 5-meter line and try and surge forward one more time.
Interesting decision to go right into the middle of all these bodies. 1-2 pitch it out, and there's no space. Looks like they've turned it over at this point.
And some activity after the whistle as well. The knock-on turns it back over to Louisville.
When you have all those defenders clumped in together, it becomes especially important to create space by spreading out. You have the entire rest of the field to make a few passes and get it out wide when there's no one there.
Briefly injured player for Washington University, but seems to be all right. Louisville is going to make a change. as the Cardinals still have that player in the sin bin. Now with under 2.5 minutes to go in a 2-point game, the Cardinals resume play. Running underneath the bar. Good push off to create some space. And the Cardinals get out across the 22 on a strong run from Scott Lewis. Or rather, Jacob Kinsey. And in the meantime, another yellow card shown, and this time it's going to go against Wash U. Sandro Celabachi's going to head off. So now, you've rarely seen 6v6.
With the playing field now evening up, again, it's just about getting wide and creating as much room for yourself as possible to get through the gaps.
And a chance to show off some speed. Angelo Eklu off to the races. Can he take it all the way? Two defenders chasing, and he just got tripped up. But the play's not done yet. He tries to throw it back.
And it looks like Wash U falls on the ball first. And they will get called. Sorry, Louisville will get called for diving over the ruck.
And that is a big stop right there for Wash U to remain within 2 and keep itself in a position to score a try late and potentially win it. Final 40 seconds. Bears trying to get moving here, but it's thrown away.
They got to be smart with this next phase.
They'll just kick it. Wind at their backs. There it goes. A couple players chasing it down right near midfield. That's recovered, but
looks like the ref will call back the advantage.
Yep. Not releasing. Or offsides, rather. As the Cardinals will now set up shop as time expires. Just outside the 22 here, still maintaining the 7-5 lead. Cameron Donlin holds the ball as the Bears make some changes. Louisville's going to exchange a couple players as well. Both teams are back to 7 aside.
Louisville just needs to get this one out to end it.
Yeah, surprised they haven't done it yet. As Wash U tries to turn them over, but still with Louisville here. Louisville going for the one last try, and they are going to have it. And with that exclamation point, the Cardinals are headed on to the gold medal game. It's going to be an all-Kentucky final as the Wildcats and the Cardinals are going to do battle.
Smart decision there to use the edge to secure that last try.
12-5 Cardinals, with the win being what it is on this kicking attempt. You would assume the score will remain such. And it will. Comes up well short.
Tough one, considering the wind was not in their favor, but
a good handful of Louisville fans in the 2 rows right in front of us let out a cheer as the Cardinals advance to the gold medal game where they will face Kentucky. 12-5 victory over Wash U on 12 unanswered points for Louisville, and it was a testy, highly battled game all throughout, but what did you see from Louisville late to help them pull away with it down the stretch?
I mean, again, just taking advantage of the mismatch on defense. You know, they had at one point 6 players to Wash U's 7. And so, you know, staying strong, not giving up on defense came in very clutch for them, especially towards the end. And then again, with their try, just finding the space and taking advantage of that. Their first try in the middle with a quick little pitch, and then again on the edge for the second try.
So there you see it. Now we move on to the qualifier division semifinals, and it begins with Indiana and Adrian. That is a 4:40 start. It's 4:40 right now, so just a minute or two, and that'll be underway, and then with a presumptive start time of 5 o'clock, Notre Dame College and Aquinas. To set up that gold medal game, already have Louisville and Kentucky slotted in on the other side in the open division. Tyler Reedy and Claire DeMeo with you as we continue our march. The mat's getting tough for me, but we're moving into hour 8 almost of rugby on this Saturday. The full package for this Fighting Irish Sevens Invitational, and plenty of great action throughout. And this should be a good one as well. Indiana has come on strong today. Adrian has as well.
Yeah, both teams have been very fun to watch throughout the course of today. I mean, this is going to be a very good match. Indiana, always strong, always solid. And Adrian, they've got that size, and they have the speed as well. So this is a pretty well-matched game, and we're looking forward to what develops in the next 14 minutes.
And hey, both teams took their quarterfinal games by the exact same score. Indiana 17-0 over Michigan. Adrian 17-0 over Ohio State. And off we go. The Hoosiers have the ball first at the 22. They're wearing white, moving from right to left. Adrian in the dark gray.
And right away, you're seeing them pitch it out to one side, leaving the entire rest of the field open. Look at the way their backs are into deep space right now.
Play continues near midfield as Indiana stretches out this opening drive. There's the wind curling that ball backwards, and that's going to cause it to go into touch.
Little strong there on that throw, but right idea, getting the skip out early and trying to catch the defense unguarded.
So now a minute in, Adrian will send it back into play.
It looks like they're breaking the line. Get a stiff arm in.
Right away, Patelovative carves into that Indiana defense, and the Bulldogs are in business.
I love the way they play. Very, very methodical, very intentional. You can see phase by phase what they're trying to do.
On the right side, here's the speed burner. Miles leaving it back. What a handoff. And Adrian strikes first.
Excellent pitch right there on the offload as he was going down to really change up the direction and catch the defense off guard. Excellent play and well-deserved try.
Seth Carlisle, the opening strike for Adrian. And a 5-0 Bulldogs lead. And now Tajay Miles, the man who had the assist on that try, will send it towards the posts. And it's just wide of the left upright. He's got a big smile on his face knowing how close he was. But a strong sequence, all things considered, for him. And a strong start for Adrian, 5-0, 2.5 minutes in.
And again, with the quickness, with the tempo that they play at, Indiana's got to be extremely disciplined on defense.
A lot of athletes on this Adrian team, of course, on Indiana as well. But if you miss your spot by just a touch, Bulldogs can really make you pay. Saw it right there. Really clean delivery from Miles onto his man. And now Indiana right off the restart on the move. Across midfield. Brilliant running here. And now plenty of numbers on the left side. But no pass right there, surprisingly, with a 4-on-2 developing. Hoosiers break inside the 22, and we'll look to go at it again.
Got one more. Oh, very close.
Indiana frustrated with the way that one turned out.
That's another key, unselfish play, having the awareness to look up when you're taking the ball. It's very easy to get tunnel vision, but you've got to look for the overloads and pass it off.
So now a scrum for Adrian just inside the 22. And over 3 minutes remaining in the first half. Miles feeds it through and plops it back.
Double tackle right there by the Hoosiers.
Vatove was spilled. And the official will allow Adrian 10 meters of space here. And it looks like Vatove will be content to boot this one towards touch. Watch out for the wind here, trying to keep it in play, and it does. Now Tommy Hannon with some room. Just over midfield. Tosses it back. And gets a return. Heavy contact away from the ball, and Hannon is running free. Now being hounded. Works the offload perfectly. Indiana inching closer one more time. And now it's kicked to the outside where it's picked up cleanly. And the Hoosiers are going to answer. This game is tied at 5.
And that was an excellent move right there. Very smart on the kick to get it outside and wide where there's not much defense in between the attacker and the try zone. And that conversion is successful.
So Indiana grabs the lead right back towards the end of the first half. Going out in front 7-5 on really a well set up play and a very friendly bounce as well. That kick ended up coming straight up in the air right into the arms of the waiting attacker, and doesn't get much easier than that. Not a single player on Adrian knew that there was an opportunity to make a stop right there. So the Hoosiers jump ahead.
And that's the other thing about Indiana. They take their time and they play smart. They can see the field, and that really helps them out, especially when they can create those unique opportunities to punch in a score.
Vatove pitches it off. Strong work from Silo, dragging a defender with him. 30 seconds still on the clock here as Adrian works near midfield. And now Takao finds space. Some big time rucking here as the official stops play and calls a foul against the Adrian Bulldogs as the clock expires.
Overall, a very impressive half of rugby. Probably one of the best we've seen so far in this bracket section of the tournament. Both teams playing very clean, very smart. They're taking their time. You're not seeing a lot of frantic pop pass action that creates these little mistakes. So very clean, solid half of rugby so far in this game.
Indiana now finally resumes. And the kick goes down inside the 22. Looks like advantage may have been played there against Adrian. So now Indiana, opportunity to grow the lead, sitting just inside the 22.
It looks like a scrum will be called in Indiana's favor. So the Hoosiers have pretty good field position here as they try to punch another score in right before the half.
This one leaks out cleanly, and now Indiana on the move. Oh, what a hit. Man, Silo leveled a man in tight, and Indiana still closing in. And the official is issuing a yellow card. And it's against J.R. Silo, the man who dished out the big-time punishment on Indiana's run toward the try-zone. So a Hoosier scrum incoming. Still in very close quarters to the try-zone, and now with one extra player, 7-on-6. Silo heads off to the sin bin. Already Adrian's outnumbered. The pitch is there, and so is the try.
Excellent move again by Indiana, finding the space and taking advantage of the overload that exists now that Adrian was down a player. So smart move right there by Indiana.
One more kick coming before the half. Is Indiana impressive late. Has taken a 12-5 lead, and the line drive kick comes up short, and the advantage will stay that way. Impressive rugby, like you said, but the Hoosiers really coming out and making a difference in the half's final moments.
Absolutely, getting a little crafty with it, looking for those little passes into space and taking advantage where there are gaps in the defense.
So Indiana leads 12-5 in this qualifiers division semifinal over Adrian. Following this one, Notre Dame College against Aquinas to make up the other side of the bracket. Winner
Another strong showing from both teams.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one. Aquinas has really looked strong and already knocked off the University of Notre Dame and now sets its sights upon Notre Dame College on the other side of the bracket. We already have the Open Division gold medal game set. It'll be Kentucky and Louisville, and Wisconsin and Washington University will battle it out for the bronze. 520 for the bronze and 540 for the gold. And then on this side, the qualifiers division side, 6 o'clock for the bronze game and 6:20 for the gold medal. With how athletic this Adrian team is, they're certainly not out of the running for a gold medal game berth. They can strike quickly with a lot of speed. Indiana, what you've talked about, going to have to stay disciplined.
Absolutely, yeah. They are very much still in this game. It's really about, when they do have possession, creating those opportunities to get through the gaps in the defense for Indiana. Indiana's very disciplined on defense, so again, they just have to throw a little dummy, do anything to create some hesitation, and hopefully catch Indiana's defense off guard, because even for a second they could really drive one in there and get some points out of this. So it's anyone's game.
So here we go, second half. The kick line's out. just short of the 5 meter. As Indiana leads 12-5 over Adrian. Winner moves on to the qualifiers division gold medal game to face either Notre Dame College or Aquinas. So the Bulldogs will bring it back into play here. Cornered pretty deep. And the throw tapped back. Who's got the ball here? Looks like it's Adrian, but there's quite the battle right over that try line. Still looks like the Bulldogs are in control. They'll just try and grab every inch they can right now. And the kick out blocked, rolling around, and it went over the touchline out there. So it will be brought back out to the 5 meter. Now in the final 6 minutes of action. A lot of chaos down there in that far corner. Mistakes are really at a premium in those instances with the game as tight as it is. Because of the block sending the ball out into touch. Adrian will have it at the 22. Vatuve sends it away. The wind knocks it down. And here come the Hoosiers again. Physical work. Carlisle looking for the tackle. Indiana continues to move with Peyton Wall. Under 5 minutes to go now. As the Hoosiers continue to run with tremendous strength. And now they'll look to go back to the left.
An unfortunate mistake right there with the knock-on for Indiana. Remember, Adrian is playing with 6 men on the field.
And now the Bulldogs will get a man back out there. With 4:15 to go. Miles plays through the scrum. Took a while to come out, but he's got it. And now Adrian looks to emerge from its own end. Going to be tough to get out and create some offense down 7 with the wind being what it is working against them. And yet again, Indiana has forced a turnover and can spread the field now. A cutback move, and this is going to be another Hoosier try. And maybe a death punch in the final 3.5 minutes as the Hoosiers extend it out to a 17-5 lead on Peyton Wall's middle of the pitch try.
And again, you see Indiana just get very creative, throwing in some unexpected passes, changing direction, just making it very hard to defend. So props to them for really making it difficult, and you're seeing that result in the scoreboard right now.
3:01 on the clock. Injured Hoosier down there, so we'll take a quick break while the coaches and training staff attends to him. Welcome back. Hoosiers hoping to play her off the field here after a few minutes down. As the clock resumes under 3 minutes to go, and the 2-point kicking try is doinked off the right upright, so the score holds at 17-5.
With Adrian getting the ball back, it is essential that they, utilize the space again and trying to find these gaps to break the line of the IU defense.
Time starting to wind down on the Bulldogs. But they can strike quickly. However, it's been tough to get any momentum going given the conditions and that gusty wind blowing right into them in their direction of attack.
Good dummy move right there.
Pitch to the left side. Numbers here for the Bulldogs, but Indiana has help over there defensively. Strong run from Takao. And a knock on, hands it over to Indiana.
Again, those little mistakes will get you, especially when you're playing a team like IU that is very good about capitalizing off of these miscues.
So that brings up an IU scrum just away from the 22 with under 90 seconds on the clock now.
IU has had a lot of possession in this game, and that's really come in handy for them, being able to create opportunities for themselves.
Hoosiers get it to the outside. And a lot of speed behind this run out across midfield. And the Hoosiers will work it over to the left side, and another massive hit. Seth Carlisle. Indiana has no issue with it, however. They're still moving. Down inside the 22. And a tremendous offload while being spun around, and the Hoosiers will put on one more exclamation point, make it 22-5 in the final 40 seconds.
Again, just keeping control of that ball, not letting up, and managing to break through some of these physical tackles that Adrian's trying to put up against them. I mean, that is very impressive stuff and paying off very well for IU as they advance in this game and plausibly to the finals.
Indiana in firm position to take that first spot in the qualifiers division gold medal game, where they'll meet the winner of Notre Dame College and Aquinas.
With the successful conversion, it becomes 24-5.
Impressive day for Indiana. And it carries on to the gold medal game with this Adrian team. Physical, athletic. Showed us a lot throughout this Saturday, and they don't have anything to hang their heads about for sure, but it is Indiana heading on to the gold medal game, where they will meet the winner of the matchup coming up next, Notre Dame College and Aquinas. Notre Dame College defeated Marion 14-5 in its quarterfinal. Aquinas wiped out the University of Notre Dame 7-5, so two of the lower scoring games we've seen, and I think we can reasonably expect a defensive brawl coming up here with the right to go to the championship. Both teams taking the field. Notre Dame College in the blue shirts and the red for the Aquinas Saints.
Both teams thus far putting on impressive showings in each of their matches. So this will be an exciting one to watch for sure. Both teams play with a lot of physicality and a lot of speed. So staying disciplined on defense and not letting up, staying in position, those are going to be essential to any team looking to make stops.
Notre Dame College kicks it away, and off we go.
Yeah, I give you more, but I do in the car.
Over the shoulder catch made by Jay Manson. And here comes Dom Zavala and the Saints out to Archie Fleming, who's been a major offensive factor today. Taken down on the far side. Ball close to touch, but the Saints keep it in play. A sidestep move, but a strong tackle against Manson. And now the ball flipped back. And a knock on against Aquinas in the opening 35 seconds. Scrum here for Notre Dame College. Midway between the 10-meter and the 22. That one spurts all the way back to the back line. And here comes Asher Hannon on the near side of the pitch. McDonald retreats and throws it back. Falcons switching the field, and here comes Harley Sherman. Trying to send it back for Jansen Van Vuren. Notre Dame still holding on to it. Just about 100 seconds in. Now McDonald sees a lane and offloads it late. And here come the Falcons flying down the field. Remy Thompson darts to the outside, and he will start the scoring in this semifinal.
An excellent cut right there to create a cushion, create some space between himself and the defender. That was a smart move right there, especially with the lack of support. So that was a good try, absolutely. A little risky, but good thing they got it put down.
And the kick goes through the posts as well. So 7-0 Notre Dame College. Continuing to play well, and Remy Thompson gets on the scoreboard after a brilliant offload from McDonald, who made a beautiful run to start with right through the heart of that Aquinas defense. .4:15 on the clock in this first half as the restart just crosses the 10-meter with some help from that wind. And Aquinas gets going again. Zach Bester taken down. Now a risky pitch, but Jay Manson got it all the way over to Archie Fleming, and look at him go. Fleming with the wheels. Left it behind, and now it's picked off by Notre Dame College.
That was a good break right there and excellent speed, but unfortunately just lost control right there at the end, leading to the turnover.
Midway through the first half, 7-0 Notre Dame College, and the Falcons possess the ball. Back and forth running from Hugh Johnston. And now a tie-up. Looks like Aquinas will emerge with it, but not for long. Knock on, an advantage being played to Notre Dame College. Xavier Allen warding off defenders. Strong ruck over the top, and that frees up plenty of room for Harley Sherman, and he is taken off. There's an injured Aquinas Saint behind the play. Sherman is going to put it down center stage for the try, and that makes it 12-0. And that all started with a brilliant ruck from Hugh Johnston.
Absolutely. Again, that strong rucking leading to points. I mean, it can happen so fast, and especially with the speed of Notre Dame College. They're all very physical, very talented, and you're seeing that play out right now.
Seems that the injured Saint, Jay Manson, took some kind of a shot to the face. Fortunately, he is back on his feet on the right side of your screen, but at the same time, Notre Dame College converts on another 2-point kick. And the Falcons, much like the Indiana Hoosiers in semifinal number 1 of this qualifiers division, running away with this one a little bit. Aquinas has had a couple quick bursts, but that's about it. Notre Dame College has really controlled possession, and they are paying it off as well.
Otherwise, we're not giving the other team a chance, really.
So Manson makes his way to the sideline. His replacement jogs out onto the field. And McDonald will set up the restart. And he shanked that one. Even with the wind blowing from left to right, it still did not get across the line. Going about a meter or two backwards. So now Aquinas with a little bit of new life on the mishandled kick. But immediately the Saints will give it right back up.
A little problem with the touch and go there.
Yes, he didn't raise his foot to show that signal, nor did he. Yeah.
So now 20 seconds left, and
But you can
the ball still being exchanged down at midfield.
say to them, and treat that.
Looks like it'll go to a scrum now after some problems with the touch and go.
Usually that's what's given, because it's so hard to see how much is left the hands. But
The clock has trickled all the way to zeros, as we still wait for the ball to leave the midfield area. Let's see if this Falcon scrum will do it.
he's got a free kick.
Looks like it will. And now room on the left side, numbers as well. Late pitch back, and a run to the corner, and this is McDonald going all the way.
Wait a minute.
Did he get that try down? Looked like the ball came out a little bit early.
Ref's hand, did it go up? He's talking to them.
Still waiting for an official ruling here on the long run for McDonald.
But an excellent skip pass wide and then using the speed on the outside to get through, breaking through and getting to the try zone. Looks like it'll
Yeah, they are. They're giving him a kick.
looks like it will not be a try. However, that was the right idea there. Excellent effort by Notre Dame College.
I think it is a try. McDonald's setting up for the kick.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't blame you. Wasn't any kind of definitive
Indication.
call it looked like from the official, but the Aquinas players talking with him about it, and the kick comes up short and to the left, so it'll be a 19-0 halftime score with Notre Dame College out in front. And this is not what we really expected between these two, but the Falcons are flying high in the first 7 minutes.
Definitely not. On defense, Aquinas has to make a ton of adjustments to the pace and to the spacing of the way that they've laid out their defense. You know, they're leaving a lot of gaps, especially on the outside, which is where Notre Dame College has definitely been taking advantage of. But nevertheless, I mean, they have still put up a good fight, and at this point in the game, you know, you still have a whole nother half to play. So if you can make those adjustments, maybe have some miscues go the right way for you. I mean, I'm not saying that this is over. This is far from over.
And it's the same kind of situation we talked about with the team we just saw, Adrian. This Aquinas team possesses a lot of speed, and now how will the wind being at its back change the picture for the attack?
Even throughout today, we've seen a lot of come-from-behind victories. We've seen a lot happen in a short space of time. So this is still very much a good match. Hopefully now they'll have time to reset and compose themselves. for a whole nother half of rugby.
Second half begins with an Aquinas kick. This one travels to the 22 where fingertip catch is made by McDonald. And here come the Falcons again. Moving the ball quickly. Solid offloads continue into the second half for this Notre Dame College team. And now they'll spread the field. Behind the back play, picked up in stride. Harley Sherman crosses midfield.
Notre Dame College gaining a ton of ground on that switch. And here comes the speed on that outside.
And there hasn't been a non-clean pass yet on this march down the pitch for Notre Dame College.
Look at the way that their offense is spread all the way back downfield.
Xavier Allen gets by one. Spins back. He's in the grasp of Riley. And goes to the turf. Now the ball comes free to Remy Thompson, but still players dragging him all over the place. And now McDonald puts a defender on the turf. Boots it forward. Who will get there first? It's McDonald and Riley. Riley just got a hand on it and ruled a legal play. Now a battle for it inside the 22. And it'll be a penalty against Notre Dame College.
Looks like there was a bit of offside action.
Play resumes. Clean pitch. Make it 2. Make it 3. And now here comes the speed. A cutback. Stutter step move. And that got him totally free. Nathan Schaefer is going to get the Saints on the board. And he'll do it in style with a trot to the middle.
And that was an excellent play, catching the ball at pace. This is what they've needed all match. This is the type of play that they've been looking for on offense. Again, just using that speed, getting as much ground as possible, and then finally pitching it out and beating a man to do so.
And that is why a 19-point lead doesn't really feel like a whole lot, even with 5 minutes to go. This team, Aquinas, can really make you pay in a hurry. That's exactly what happened inside its own 22 for a little while, and just like that, 3 quick passes and a good move on the outside near the touchline, and it's a 19-7 game. So let's see where that takes us. As the short kick jumped on by the Saints. And here they go again. Powerful run from Archie Fleming. And now it comes back out. Schaefer again. Schaefer continues to work. Tosses back to Fleming, who shoves the defender off. Gets back to his feet, and he's inside the 22.
They are playing with all types of tempo right now, breaking free and getting into the middle for another try.
In 1 minute, they have 12 points.
What did we tell you?
That time, Marcel Denishin, who had a huge try in the last victory for Aquinas, picks up another one. And in the meantime, a little bit gimpy coming back up. Archie Fleming. The conversion kick was missed, but still 3 minutes on the clock. And this is a completely different rugby match now with 3 minutes to go.
Absolutely. And again, very smart decision on the short kick, waiting till it just hit 10 meters and getting onto that early to regain possession and start that attack again. I mean, that is very smart, especially when you're in a situation where you have to score in such a short amount of time.
Aquinas feeling good. Support abundant from fans who have made the trip. And now everything back in order, although Archie Fleming has headed off pretty significant loss for the time being with an apparent injury, so we'll see what impact that has on the offense, but it's clicking right now for the Saints. Notre Dame College is going to try and counter, however. Out just shy of midfield, the kick along the turf, bounces high in the air and is scooped up by Riley. Good move, and Riley gets loose. Riley to the outside, wards off one more. A cutback. Stefano Riley lofts it to the left side. One more pitch to Schaefer. Can he get to the corner? It looks like he will.
Can he get to the middle?
About halfway there. But another try for Aquinas.
And the fans are going nuts. This is excellent. And I told you earlier, anything can happen, even in such a short space of time. When you stay disciplined, when you try everything in your power to get the ball back and to get another phase of attack going. And then again, making those breaks, slipping through the gaps, and pitching it off just at the right time to extend play.
Not much of a chance on Zavala's 2-point kick, and that keeps the deficit at 2. Aquinas needs one more, but with what they've done over the last 4 minutes, that feels like nothing to them. 17 points in about as short a period of time as you can do it.
They're going frantic now. They have to stay composed. They have to stay disciplined to earn the ball back and get one more in.
There's the kick. It'll bounce at the 22, scooped up on a couple hops, and the Saints are right there to defend. But Asher Hannon stays on his feet and gets out to midfield. 30 seconds remain.
And they're going for those counter rucks. Anything to get the ball back.
Hugh Johnston in a battle, and this is going to be Aquinas ball.
They've got to play smart here.
Schaefer wards the man off. Moves over to the left. Late offload. Saints hold on to it. Now under 10 seconds remaining. And a penalty against
Crucial
Notre Dame
mistake
College.
right there. Backing up into the territory. Can they get a chase on this ball?
There goes the kick. And Notre Dame College appears to have tracked it down just barely. And a penalty simultaneously against Aquinas. Diving over the ball, and that is kicked into touch. And players fall down to their knees. An exhausting, excruciating battle finally comes to a close, and it'll be Notre Dame College advancing to the gold medal game with a 19-17 win. But man, what a furious effort from Aquinas.
Absolutely. You've got to give them a ton of credit for coming back like that. Very nearly pulling off the come-from-behind victory. Again, this is why sevens is so much fun, really. Anything can happen in such a short space of time, and so you've got to stay disciplined. You've got to stay on the ball. And, hey, this is why it's fun.
Yeah, and, hey, that's probably the best game we've seen today. So what a way to segue on into the bronze and gold medal matches. Coming up next, it'll be Wisconsin and Washington University for the Open Division bronze medal. And then at 5:40, Kentucky and Louisville, the Bluegrass State battle for the gold medal in the Open Division. And then moving back over to this side, the qualifiers division, Adrian and Aquinas at 6 for the bronze. Aquinas going to have to rest up pretty quickly. They have to be exhausted with the amount of energy they poured in those last 6 minutes. And then the gold, Indiana and Notre Dame College coming up at 6:20 in the qualifiers division.
A lot of good matches ahead in the next, 40 minutes? Something like that?
Yeah, it'll end up being just a little bit over an hour, but can't ask for much more as we work towards our 9th hour of rugby today on a Saturday that has not disappointed here in South Bend, aside from the weather, but I guess that makes it a little bit more fun.
It's a little toasty here in the press box, though.
I'll take it. I'll take it over being out there. I don't know how these players do it, but you get pretty sweaty out there when you're working as hard as they do, so I'm sure they don't mind it one bit. Seeing a lot of short sleeves. Of course, these guys from Madison know how to play in the cold, and They'll be met by the folks from Washington University in the bronze medal game for the Open Division. Wisconsin shut out 24-0 by Kentucky just over an hour ago, and Washington University dropped a tight one, 12-5 to Louisville. As Wisconsin will provide the opening kick.
And this game will come down a lot to who has possession, who's able to capitalize on mistakes. You saw Wash U do that against Louisville. Unfortunately, Louisville had most of the possession in that match, but again, coming out strong with the first try of the match off a miscue. That was big for them.
And game number 23 at Stinson is underway, and right away Washington University picks it out of the air, and the Bears are off to the races.
Seeing some good passes out into space, getting to the side of the field, and opening up the rest of the field for play.
That was Joe Kim who grabbed it and got the offense started off the kick. He's got the ball again here, tossing it backward. A battle working its way over to the far side of the pitch, and Wisconsin emerges. Patty Lavin moves it back over. Now it's Ian Morit who had it pop off his hands. Tries to kick it, but doesn't make a difference. That's a knock-on. And it's a scrum coming up for Washington University.
Right idea there, pitching the ball out, getting as close to the side as possible, and then opening up the rest of the space for play. Unfortunately, just a knock-on short there, but right idea to open up the field to get an attack going.
The scrum comes out to Kai Cho, the freshman. Now Kim moves it back over, an errant pass, and now Mort running onto it, picks it up in stride, and he's gone.
That'll do it to you. Again, with the passes, it's very important, especially when you're under a lot of pressure from the defense, to make sure that those passes get into the targeted hands. And a miscue like that can lead to points in the other direction, as we had just seen here. But excellent awareness by Wisconsin, getting on that as soon as possible and being able to convert it into some points.
Ian Mort with the 5, Kaitaro Nakabayashi with the 2. And Wisconsin, in 2 minutes' time, has built up an early 7-0 lead. Washington University fields the restart. And now Kim tosses it backward. Gavri Steiger. Bears operating on the far side, just looking for an opening, and it's there, but getting close to touch. Got to be careful. That one just flung away. Play continues for the moment, but a knock-on against Washington University turns it back over to the Badgers.
And again, not very costly this time on the knock-on from Washington State, but again, we're seeing a little bit of panic passing as Wisconsin brings the defensive pressure. So it is very important that they're able to fix that up and ensure that their passes are protected. And if not, then they just have to go down with the contact and make sure they have support there in the ruck.
There it goes. Wisconsin looking to chase it down. One more kick into the try zone. And Miguel Rubio falls on it. That large try area coming into play once again. And it's Wisconsin capitalizing for the 12-0 lead 4 minutes in.
And that was good right there. Just getting the ball into space and then looking to make sure there's no one in the backfield to kick and get that chase, and using that speed to ensure that the ball would be able to travel and be picked up for the try.
We have no more games left for them.
And a misplay on the initial kick try. Second one coming, and he got it. How about that? First you don't succeed, try again, and got a good foot on it. And make it 14-0 Wisconsin, as that was Garrison Korn, the sophomore, booting that one through for a 14-0 Badger lead. And we'll send that one in the air. That one trickling close, and it won't go 10 meters. Washington University will just play it. And play it they do. Look at this work. Traveling about 20 meters. Owen Reinhardt, impossible to bring down for a while. And now Cole Wofford with it. Another big-bodied player. Strawn rucking over the top. Bears still possess. Kim darting back and forth, leaves it behind. There goes Wofford again. This Wisconsin team does not have much size to it. And guys like Wofford and Reinhardt will make him pay for it. Kim cuts back into the middle, stays on his feet. Two Badgers there to greet him as he plops it back, but his teammates didn't seem to be ready for it. And it gets kicked forward. Advantage to Wisconsin. And now room on the left side. And off to the races. Nakabayashi. The Badgers don't have much size, but they have a ton of speed. And Nakabayashi is going to make it 19-0.
And that was another impressive capitalization off of that knock-on, playing the advantage to their advantage and really getting down there with the speed, breaking away from those defenders. I mean, it's tough to beat when you've got that type of speed on the outside. WashU's going to have to make some adjustments on their defense and make sure that those wings are covered, because if not, that'll mean Wisconsin will be able to get in there and really lay on the speed.
Nakabayashi secures all 7 points. And Wisconsin has marched out to a 21-0 advantage. As the clock ticks down close to the end of half number 1. Washington University looking for something off this final possession as John Haas leaves it behind. One Reinhardt, but first a knock on against the Bears. Let's see if Wisconsin can do it one more time. But we'll have to wait and see to the second half. But what a start for this Badgers team, up 21.
Very fast start, very literally. I mean, they have really shown how they can turn on the Jets, especially on that outside, and outrun their defenders. I mean, that's a lot of what sevens is. Can you outrun your man, especially when you have those big gaps? There's not much you can do about that as soon as you're beat. So again, just defensively, WashU really needs to push and pressure up front in order to stop those breakaways from happening.
And the rugby pitch here turning into a little bit of a racetrack with the last two matchups we've seen. Aquinas turning on the burners late for 3 tries in a span of 3 or 4 minutes in that second half rally. Nearly completed in the semifinal on the other side, and now Wisconsin is running all over Washington University. The Bears will look for an answer to open up the second half, trailing by 21. Badgers have converted on 3 tries and have made all 3 of the kicks to follow. WashU will put the ball in the air to begin the final 7 minutes.
I thought I had that game done.
It's in the air, and off we go. Wisconsin takes it cleanly, and it's moving once again. Morit moving around back to Nakabayashi. Patty Lavin as the Badgers switch the field over to the near side. Quick ball movement. Everything in sync right now for the Badgers. As Lavin makes a one-handed catch and dishes it off, and now finally something goes wrong. A knock-on for Wisconsin yields a WashU advantage. And now a kick and chase. This one bounding down underneath the crossbar. Mort slides, and the ball is behind right there. But no try, as both players slid over the top of it. And Mort will be allowed to march this one out to the 22. Kick just shanked sideways right there from Matthew Rivard. And that'll
Other team gets a choice.
hand the possession back over to
They're choosing
Washington University. And they will go with a scrum on Rivard's debacle. Sandro Celibadaci will feed it through, picks it up cleanly, and off he goes. Taken down, Rivard with a strong recovery after his mistake set up the scrum. Well, Washington University not done yet. Joe Kim getting involved down there. Another strong move. Still not in. And now the Bears are on the board. Cole Wofford leans it over.
Excellent move right there, just muscling it in for the try. A little 15s-esque play, if you ask me. And really just trying to push through the massive bodies right in the middle for the try. Excellent physical effort.
So a 21-5 game becomes a 21-7 game as two-point kick knocked through. And a solid response from Washington University in the early stages of the second half. They're not done yet. And both teams, despite the wind, kicking the ball pretty well. 4 for 4 on the two-point attempts. Bears will set up the restart. A reaching catch made on the far side, and the Badgers will get going. Mort on the back end, splits the defense, and he is all alone. Can he go the distance? A couple Bears trying to track him down, but they won't. And I beg your pardon, that's not Mort, that's Cameron Zach. 14, not 15, makes it 26 for Wisconsin.
And that's tough to defend right there, you know. Once you've broken that line, it's really just a foot race. And it's a matter of speed, and all game long Wisconsin has showed that they have that speed.
Zach bangs the kick through, and that makes it 28-7. Wisconsin wastes no time answering back after Washington University made some inroads on the deficit. Three minutes remain. Miguel Rubio with the restart. Played cleanly, and Kim puts two defenders on the ground with his moves. And a third. Kim still going. Now pitches it off. Wofford taken to the turf, but lost it. And here come the Badgers again. On a juggle, this is Patrick Clark.
No one on that outside.
And look at this. Maybe a second consecutive try coming. Absolutely. Cameron Zach, one more time, the Zach attack makes it 32-7. Check that, 33-7 with 2:10 to go.
And again, using that outside, unfortunately, the WashU defense just not making the adjustment to shift over to cover that side of the field. and unfortunately had to pay for it again.
Zach accounted for the last 12 Badger points, trying to make it 14, and he did. What has gotten into the kicking game in this Wisconsin-WashU matchup? 6 for 6.
Very impressive kicking from pretty far distances on weird angles, so props to them for sure.
That was one of the tougher ones. No issue for Zach, as he's got the hot hand right now for this Wisconsin team that is pulling away ahead by 28. One of the stronger offensive performances we've seen in this one. But now WashU wants another counter. Strong tackle made on the back end of that play.
Unfortunately, just a penalty there for getting up and not playing the ball from the ground.
Bunch of juke moves from Rivard. Wisconsin plays it back. Approaching midfield. And less than 50 seconds remaining. Rivard again with a man to his right. Gets it through to him, and here comes another Wisconsin try. Bryce Quinton, the sophomore, out in front of everybody, and he can take his time, but he'll just put it down right away with 30 seconds left, and that is a 40 spot for the Wisconsin Badgers.
You can see the fatigue, unfortunately, setting in. I mean, on the defense, just, again, the position just not quite where it should be, and as a result, Wisconsin being able to seemingly easily just break right through.
So time has expired. Wisconsin ready to put the finishing touches on a blowout bronze medal effort, and that will do it on the line out. What a job by Wisconsin to secure the bronze with a 35-point win, and the offense was just unstoppable. So that'll bring up the gold medal game now. And the battle for the Bluegrass State, Kentucky and Louisville, to determine a winner out of the open division. Kentucky coming off a 24-0 win over these Wisconsin Badgers in the semis, and with what Wisconsin just did to Washington University, that win looks really good now. Louisville defeated WashU 12-5 in their semifinal matchup, and both teams taking the field. How about some Kentucky rugby between the Wildcats and the Cardinals?
This should be a good one. Both teams having very, very successful runs, getting themselves into the position to play for this gold medal game. I mean, Kentucky, a lot of speed right there, especially in the semifinal against Wisconsin, who has just showed their speed and their capabilities on the attack, as well as Louisville, a big, strong team. So this one will be a very interesting matchup.
Cardinals will get it started. And away we go in the first of our two gold medal games. Kentucky fields cleanly to start with. And now the Wildcats are on the move. Across midfield, looking for an offload. Nothing there. But tremendous progress down the pitch for Kentucky. And now the ball dribbles away. This will be an impending knock-on. Advantage to Louisville, and now play stopped, as that one goes against Kai Carlsberg, who couldn't reel it in. And it careened off his foot down low. Louisville scrum on the way. Cameron Donlin will feed it through the legs. And Louisville on the go. Working the far side of the field. Strong tackle made, but advantage Louisville. Maybe a high tackle over there. Now the Cardinals reverse things. Good pressure from Kentucky. As Angelo Eklu goes to the turf. And Louisville has to try the other side, and they're not getting very far right now. And now with the advantage and the high tackle, Louisville has a chance to get started once again, but there's a careless play right there. Advantage to Kentucky on what ended up being a forward pass. At the same time, Kentucky did not wrap. So now Louisville on a fake. That's a good play to get free. And now some space on the far side of the field. Aaron Stevenson fooled a couple Wildcats. Now that has Kentucky on the plus side of midfield here. Eklu near the touch line. Keeps it in play as he's brought down by Jack Phillips. Knock on, advantage Kentucky. And the Wildcats will take it with 4:25 to go in the first half.
Excellent defensive pressure right there, being right up on Louisville. Kentucky's defense showing that they can really put pressure to stop breaks before they happen.
Kentucky scrum. John Wall, the junior, will play this one through. And gets it back on the far side of it. Big hit, survived, and now Kentucky looking to make Louisville pay for the whiff. Kai Carlsberg makes progress up the middle. A fumble on the far side, and Louisville picks it right back up momentarily. But Kentucky still working with it, however. And a physical play. Ball hits the deck. Kentucky survives a bit of chaos, and now Carlsberg has it once more. Lowers the shoulder, charges into a defender. Lot going on above him as he goes to the turf. But Kentucky still keeps it moving, but that's going to be a knock-on, and the ball kicked away. You know, there'll be a not ruling away penalty ahead of it, however, against Louisville. So Kentucky catches a break, and with 3 minutes to go, the Wildcats will have room to work with. A chance to get across midfield. And what has been an even start.
Yes, so far both defenses putting up good pressure. No one has been able to make a solid break towards the try line yet, but we'll see how this penalty shakes things up.
Carlsberg over to Tyler Walenga, who tries to break through, using his physicality and dumping it off to Carlsberg, who's running free. He'll take it to the corner and drop it down for the Kentucky try.
And that was an excellent move right there by Kentucky. Edging out the defender a little bit, showing the speed off the offload. That's how you do it. Then there was no one there to stop it.
So a 5-0 lead for Kentucky on the Kai Carlsberg try. And now it'll be Jack Phillips, the Indiana native, looking to make it 7 from a difficult distance and angle. And he pulled it just a little bit to the left, got a lot behind it. But it remains a 5-0 Kentucky lead with under 1:30 to play. Wildcats ready for the restart. And Louisville fields it inside the 22. 1 minute to go in the first half of this Open Division gold medal game. Kentucky off to a strong start, but Louisville prepared to make a response. However, they have turned it over right back to Kentucky. Phillips flings it to the middle for Merritt. And now Dom Rawson cutting back and forth with it. Gavin James right up the gut. And with 30 seconds left, he's wrestled to the turf. And not releasing the call against Kentucky here with 20 seconds to go. So an opportunity for Louisville to try and march down the field and get this thing tied up. Here they go. E.J. Ayers finds his man running free. Ryan Camerata, the freshman, has some help. Dishes it off with a big-time tackle inside the 22, but Louisville not done yet. Continuing to move closer. Camerata swings it back to the left side. Sidestep move. And now plenty of numbers and a fake and a try for the Cardinals to tie the game.
What a fake right there by Louisville. Literally had the defender turned around. That was impressive to saw that. And again, just sliding right through the gap for the try. Excellent stuff right there.
Aaron Stevenson, a smooth play. And it's 5-all through 7 minutes, pending the 2-point kick. Cameron Donlin will line it up from close range. And it slices, but he hangs it just inside the right post. And at the halftime break, Louisville scores late to take a 7-5 lead.
Was that good? Conversion was good. The referee went like this.
I thought.
Okay, but you should have made a signal that it was good. I'm the only one who saw that. He didn't make a good signal. He just went sideways.
Studio has replay. They can figure it
No, hey, I'm just saying this.
So Louisville edging out Kentucky so far at the halftime break, ahead 7-5 in this one. Tyler Reedy and Claire DeMeo with you from Stinson Rugby Field. Thanks for joining us on this Saturday afternoon, now early evening, as we approach the 6 p.m. hour here in South Bend. And coming down the home stretch, just 2 more games to go after this one. This is the gold medal game for the Open Division, and then we'll have the bronze medal game for the qualifier division. Adrian against Aquinas at 6 p.m., and then Indiana and Notre Dame College. Not the University of Notre Dame. They were knocked out in the quarterfinals, but Notre Dame College in the gold medal game at 6:20 p.m. for the qualifier division. Ready to roll for the second half. Louisville by 2, and Kentucky set to kick. Phillips booms this one away. Pretty good given the wind in his face. Louisville has to retrieve it inside the 22. Phillips in trying to make a tackle, but Louisville keeps the ball moving well here. And now a kick. The wind will help it as it crosses midfield. This will not go into touch as Kentucky tracks it down 30 seconds into the half.
Nice cut and pitch to the outside there by Kentucky.
And close to the touchline and over it. As a couple players wrestled around the ball, and Louisville will send it back into play. Now 1 minute having gone by in the second half. And a well-executed throw-in right there. As Louisville on the go. One broken tackle. And then down goes Reed Terry. Cardinals flip the field again. And now here they come. This is going to be a 3-on-1 up the left side. And a chance for Louisville to extend the lead. One broken tackle. One more straight arm. And the ball is down over the line.
An excellent physical run there by Louisville, getting through multiple tackles to get the try, using their speed on the outside again and just ensuring that they could get the pass off to get the try.
Angelo Eklu just stayed inside the touchline and made a couple strong moves at the end of it to extend the Louisville lead. Now 12-5. And Donlan's kick for 14. Missed it low enough to the left. So that keeps Kentucky within a try. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining on the clock in this second half.
Absolutely, and it'll be interesting to see how they can get the ball back and generate some sort of attack, especially using the speed that they've shown all tournament long.
Deep kick from Louisville, and Kentucky will just down it and come back out to the 22. Kentucky gets it at midfield, rather. So just over 3.5 minutes left, and the Wildcats will be set up well here with a scrum. John Wall, the scrum half. Now Jack Phillips with it at midfield. Knock on against Kentucky. Turns it back over to Louisville. And the ball still sitting right on the stripe. Louisville resumes play. Physical work just short of midfield. Under 2.5 minutes on the clock. Cardinals trying to salt away a gold medal game victory, up by 7. And there goes Eklu again, using the wheels to cut into Kentucky's territory. Camerata on a bounce.
Good
Luckily
pressure.
went right to his man.
Good pressure there by Kentucky, really driving them back on defense. They're playing very energized right now.
Now a ton of space for Brennan Morton-Strauss on the outside, but he's tripped up.
It looks like there will be an obstruction call, and so the ball goes to Kentucky.
And now a look for the Wildcats. 1:35 remaining, and numbers on the left side. Carlsberg had a window for a moment, got down to the 22, and now back to the right side. One-handed catch, what a play! And now breaking away from the defense, down just short of the 5, flipping it off, and Kentucky is going to convert on the try. That was a beautiful play from Tyler Walenga to reel it in with one hand. Otherwise, it would have gone into touch almost certainly. And then he dished it off to a teammate for the score.
Yes, good unselfish playing by Kentucky, getting it out to the teammate on the wing and using that space to go in for the score.
So now a chance to tie the game from long range. Line drive is well off to the right. So Kentucky will need another one.
Just about under a minute here in this match.
Short kick, taken cleanly, but heavy contact with under 30 seconds to go. Louisville digs it out. Up 12-10. And now the ball down. But play continues. Louisville with a drop there. And that is a key knock-on. Kentucky has its chance to win late with a last-second score for gold.
And as time expires, it is critical that they take this next phase very methodically and make sure that they can advance the ball up, use the space they have, use the speed they have, everything at their disposal here.
On the right side, Carlsberg cutting through the middle. Carlsberg has a window. He's off to the races. He dives down.
Second effort.
And a delay from the official. Carlsberg fell down short of the line. Did the second effort get him in? It did!
Yes.
And Kentucky has won it!
Even though he fell short of the line, he's allowed one more move to play the ball into the try zone. And so that's what gave him the score.
So the Wildcats go up 15-12. Carlsberg just saw a window crossing diagonally around the pitch, and he outruns everybody and boots in the two-point kick to boot. And the Wildcats take gold in the Open Division with a 17-12 dramatic walk-off victory over Louisville.
Excellent come from behind victory, again using the late mistakes by Louisville and really doing well to turn that into points. And congratulations to them for getting the gold right here. Well played match.
So another dramatic finish. And Kentucky takes it. And now we'll turn things back over one last time to the qualifier division, starting with the bronze matchup, Adrian and Aquinas. And then at 6:20, probably a couple minutes after, with game starting to run just a few minutes behind schedule, Indiana and Notre Dame College. But Kentucky takes the Open Division gold in the Fighting Irish Sevens Invitational, and they also secure bragging rights, at least rugby-wise, over the entire state for the time being. So that brings Adrian and Aquinas back out onto the field. Adrian had a tough time against Indiana in the semifinal. 24-5 loss for the Bulldogs. And then Aquinas just had a gutting, exhausting defeat in the semis against Notre Dame College. Trailed 19-0 early in the second half. Recorded 3 tries in just about 4 minutes. And cut it down to 19-17. Had an opportunity to win it late, but just slipped away. But now the Saints return with an opportunity to take home bronze. But the Bulldogs just as hungry. And Aquinas will kick it away to get things going. So there we go. Bounding deep and over the try line. So Aquinas will get to run this one back out. And they're off and running quickly here. Now Adrian working with it just inside the 22, pressing on the right side. Sunia Manavahe was slowed down. Now it comes back over to the middle where J.R. Silo takes it and remains on his feet, getting a push here. And right down at the 5. Manavahe again, lunging forward and down for the try just a minute in. Adrian has already matched its semifinal scoring total.
What a physical drive for Adrian, getting in there and really having to muscle their way through under a lot of defensive pressure. That was excellent and very well deserved.
So the freshman, Sunia Manavahe, makes it 5-0. The 2-point kick does not make it through, so the score remains right there, and maybe capitalizing on an Aquinas team certainly tired from the end of the semifinal game and playing on a little bit shorter rest, with about an hour separating the semifinals and bronze gold games here.
And perhaps with the fatigue setting in, it becomes especially important to just play smart and play the way you know how, take it phase by phase.
See how Aquinas bounces back as Nathan Schaefer works it in the middle, throws it on a hop to Savala. And now room to run on the far side of the pitch. And a great offload moves it to Zavala. And Aquinas on the move. And this is going to be a not releasing situation. A couple of the players don't know it, but penalty against Adrian. We'll keep it with Aquinas midway between the 10-meter and the 22-meter line. 4:10 on the clock. Give and go. And now a chip, but tracked down on the fly. Seth Carlisle got to it, and now he sheds off a tackler. Carlisle off to the races, and the defender's giving up on him. Carlisle going all the way. He'll run it back to the middle. And how's this for a start? Adrian shot out of a cannon and up 10-0.
An excellent run right there down the sideline, just really just outpacing his defender. Very tough when you have that type of speed. Just a matter of getting up early to make sure those breaks don't happen defensively for Aquinas. But excellent effort right there by Adrian, getting open and getting into space in order to secure the try.
2-point kick goes through, 12-0, and that wasn't just an average Joe player he outran down there on the right touchline. That was Nathan Schaefer, who several times today we've seen absolutely blaze past everybody to score tries. He was a big factor in the 17-point rally and the semifinal loss. But that time, he was no match as Carlisle got going after he made the strong defensive play to catch the kick in the air.
Catch that thing.
As Adrian restarts and delivers a big hit, Nicholas Andiarena. The Saints hold on to it, though, and a one-on-one situation developing. Stutter step, but it didn't really work, and the ball's just ripped away right there. How about that?
Excellent defensive move by Adrian, just getting to the ball and stripping it right out of his hands.
A crime from Tajay Miles against Marcel Denishin, who really didn't fool him at all with the head fake. So now Adrian, off they go again, but that is a knock-on at midfield. Awkward exchange for Sunia Manavahe, the first try score, and with under 2 minutes to go, Aquinas will set up for a scrum.
Yeah, he's done a decent job.
Yeah, Tom's a good guy.
got good signals, and he's
Decisive, yeah.
Yeah.
And he's in charge.
Yeah.
There is the scrum. And another aggressive play right there, but
It's offsides.
a little too aggressive.
Can't play him before the ball's out.
Offsides against Miles, who's playing with a little bit of fire over the last couple minutes.
Release.
Adrian
Goes.
off
Darius.
and going one more time. That one pitched off. Fake toss to the outside, and now the Bulldogs do get this one away.
Very lucky to get that offload because of the lack of support right there.
Silo up the middle, gives it off, and Guido Fittipaldi is gone. And that's another one for Adrian, make it 17-0.
That was an incredible effort right there, getting the ball off the offload and then once again resetting and handing it back to the teammate just to get all the way into the try zone. That was a smart move right there, and it paid off very well.
They hit where did I see it?
Now a straight
It was Marion and
on
Chinese.
2-point kicking attempt coming for
And it was in the
Tajay Miles.
How was it?
And there was
15 seconds on the clock.
Back in the day, it was
a
He's
Bill
ready to
Curry,
go.
that giant-
And he sends it straight over the top for a 19-0 Bulldog lead. And this Adrian team fired up, throwing water bottles around, and all smiles in this first half. The offense has been all systems go over the first 7 minutes.
so they'll take home a trophy.
Tello Vatuve will put it back into play on the restart. The high spiraling kick fielded just outside the 22 by Ethan Rasmussen. He gets turned around. Time has expired. Now a whistle. And a foul against Adrian. Penalty there, and the Aquinas start was too soon. And now they're good to go. Marcel Denishin runs into some traffic. No knock on there. Aquinas maintains. Zavala pitches it to the outside, and there's a lot of space out there. Stefano, one man to beat.
He beats him.
Takes him to the ground. He's over the line, and Riley is going to score.
An excellent right there again, outrunning their defender and just getting all the way out onto the outside, taking it up and around the corner to place the ball for hopefully an easier conversion.
That was Tajay Miles, completely fooled by the stutter step on the far side of the pitch. And just before halftime, Aquinas cuts into the deficit. Using their speed, it's 19-7, Adrian at the halftime break. And again, offense coming to the forefront with these two teams, something you'd expect. There's a lot of athleticism between these two squads. Not terribly widely known programs, but certainly making some noise today and absolutely moving forward. This Adrian team is very young, not a single senior. And this Aquinas team has just one. Everyone else is a freshman or a sophomore.
Very bright futures for these programs indeed.
Adrian tallied 19 consecutive points to begin the first half, but the final act of the opening 7 minutes saw Aquinas draw back with a try from Stefano Riley, the senior, the only senior.
Was matchup last year, Notre Dame College against IU? I think it might have been. Or they might have met in the semi.
I think it was the semis. But I'm not.
Adrian and Aquinas ready to roll for the second half. Bulldogs lead it 19-7, and the Saints will have the kick here. This one sent low. Fielded by Vateve. This is the bronze medal game for the qualifiers division. Gold medal matchup coming up next as that one goes into touch. Carried by Carlisle. Get some help from a member of the opposition. A pat on the back from Jacob Ederling, the sophomore. Aquinas will bring the ball back into play. 30 seconds into the half. And that gold medal matchup we've got coming up for you will feature Notre Dame College matching up with Indiana. As Aquinas uses the wide side of the field, and now Riley is on the move again. Stefano Riley with one man to beat. Again, he gets by him, dragged down at the 5, still lurching forward, and a knock on at the last moment. Adrian takes over. Stefano Riley making things happen on the wings for this Aquinas team, but not to be had just yet, as the streaking Zavala coming in behind him couldn't hang on, crossing the try line.
Absolutely. You'll see a lot of that speed on the outside and bringing the ball in, one offload, and very, very close to try. Unfortunately, just knocking it on at the end. But excellent effort and very much the right idea.
5:15 to go. Play restarts with a touch from Schaefer. Pitches it backward, and another thundering blow. Seems to be Adrian's specialty. As that time it was Zach Bester, the freshman, getting whacked right at the 5. Looks like the ball will switch over to the Bulldogs on a scrum as the official sets things up. And it looks like a substitution may be needed on the Aquinas side. Nathan Schaefer, the injured Saint. We've already seen one of their other top scoring threats, Archie Fleming, go down with an injury. That was in the semifinal early in the second half. And now Schaefer needing some assistance to get off the field. Clock sitting still at 4:35 remaining. And his replacement checks in, and now both teams will prepare for the Adrian scrum. Miles digs it out, and the toss gets away, and that is recovered for a try by Aquinas.
Unlucky there for Adrian, missing that ball, but excellent awareness by Aquinas to get that ball grounded for the try. Comes at a very crucial point in the match. when they're facing a little bit of a deficit, although we've seen them really try to come back, especially in their last match. So as they make this conversion, it is now a 5-point game, so it is really just anyone's game.
Sudden try came from Marcel Denishin, the freshman, and all of a sudden, Aquinas is right back into this one. 19-14, second half team, I guess. Once again, trailed 19-0 early and are storming right back into it. Carlisle charging up the gut, taken to the turf, and the official stops the play. And whistles down Aquinas for diving over. And now, how about that acceleration right there? Silo gets free, still carrying the ball, now tries to pitch it across, but it's knocked away, and Aquinas defends it well. Denishin spun to the ground and not rolling away against Adrian.
Oh, it was a good break by Adrian right there. Just a little unlucky on that pass that got knocked away.
Now Miles picks it up for Adrian. One hands it over to Vatave. Official has to duck out of the way as it comes back over to the near side. Takao taken down by a couple Saints. And daring the ruck, Aquinas pulls the ball up, and they've earned possession. Inside the final 2 minutes of this bronze medal matchup on the qualifiers division side of things. Adrian leading Aquinas 19-14. Game still very much up for grabs. We just saw a walk-off victory in the gold medal game on the open division end with Kentucky defeating Louisville at the very end.
Yes, that one was a very exciting match.
Okay, all right. I will,
Louisville
I'll say
had the
goodbye.
lead, and then Kentucky coming in at the very end.
You're welcome, sir. Bye.
And a little bit of a messy scrum right there. Good on Aquinas for getting up early on the defense.
Another battle on the Aquinas side, and Adrian is about to extend the lead. Another rush into the tri-zone, and Inoke Takao finishes it off. And that grows the lead back to 10 in the final stages, and a big insurance try for the Bulldogs. It sets up Patello Vatuve for another 2-point kicking try. And he pulled it just off to the left. So it remains a 24-14 Adrian lead.
We've seen a very, very well contested match. Unfortunately, just Aquinas getting edged out on the wing and beat by the speed that Adrian has. They've shown it all match and really all tournament. So it's hard. It's hard to beat that. It's very hard to match up with that, especially when they move so well on the outside.
And the restart goes into touch, and that is it. Adrian secures the bronze in the qualifiers division with a 24-14 takedown of Aquinas. Aquinas nearly rallied once again with 14 unanswered points, but the late score from Inoke Takao sealed the deal. And the bronze medal goes to Adrian. So before we switch back over to the gold medal matchup between Indiana and Notre Dame College, let's give you a look at where the bracket stands as of right now. As you see, touchdown Jesus under the overcast skies here on the University of Notre Dame. It's Indiana and Notre Dame College coming up. Plenty of Big Ten representation in the qualifiers division bracket. 4 Big Ten teams, but just one of them has survived, Indiana. And Notre Dame College, playing at the University of Notre Dame, makes its way to the gold medal game. Should be a great one coming up. Indiana defeated Adrian 24-5 to get here, and Notre Dame College, in a nail-biter, took down Aquinas 19-17, fending off the late rally.
Absolutely, and the key to this match is going to have to be consistency. Like, who stays with it for the entirety of the 14 minutes. We saw in the semifinal that Notre Dame College built themselves up a lead, and then a little bit of complacency kicked in, and they managed to squeeze it out. So that was very critical for them being here. But again, just making sure not to let slip. They've come this far, and Indiana as well, very solid all tournament. Again, proving why they deserve to be in this match. Just very physical. They play very smart, and they control the tempo, and that's going to be a very crucial key to the game for them.
The 26th and final game of this April Saturday at Stinson Rugby Field for the gold in the qualifiers division. Notre Dame College and Indiana. And we are underway with a kick sailing high in the air, taken cleanly inside the 22 by this well-coached Hoosiers team, which just keeps on winning. Right away, a physical start. And here comes Indiana up the left side. A stiff arm, a late pass, reinforcements there as well, and the Hoosiers, 35 seconds in, will put 5 on the board with one late pass. And how about that smart play to move the ball back to the middle?
Making it look easy. Indiana just riding up the side of the field, and some nice unselfish plays, looking for your teammate, passing it out, and making sure that they put themselves in the right position to succeed. And this is what you're seeing here. They move so well together, and this is a massive part of their success today and all season.
Well, Chevalier made the pass. There could be some risk to that play, because if that thing gets deflected or if it's off target, you're giving up a guaranteed 5 points on the board. But Indiana turns 5 into 7, and that is how you start a gold medal game right there. Play started with a long run down the left side from Peyton Wall. And now the restart from Indiana goes right down the middle. The Falcons get on it and play at the advantage. But a knock on. Sees it turn back over to Indiana as the physical play continues around the midfield stripe.
And so Indiana taking advantage of this penalty right here. Looks like they will go into a scrum. They elect to hold a scrum. I'd love to see the way that Notre Dame College tries to defend this attack. Again, a lot of speed on the outside and a lot of unselfish play. So Notre Dame College is really going to have to adapt on defense to the changes in direction and to the quick little pitches.
Strong run. Peyton Wall again. Now Indiana close to forward pass there, but play continues. And a high chip. Watch the touch line here. That one bounces backwards. Still in play, not anymore. And Indiana lines out. Notre Dame College will throw it right back in, and play resumes again. 3:50 to go in the first half. Hoosiers have struck first in this qualifiers division gold medal game. And now they've just picked off the ball right there. What a strong ruck. And the Hoosiers have numbers. Perfect timing on the passes. One last rush to the try-zone, and the ball's down for 5 more. Indiana has come out firing.
Absolutely. Very strong counter ruck right there, winning the ball back. That is the key. That was the key right there on that play. Getting the ball back into their possession, and then again, unselfish plays. One little cut up into the middle, make a defender miss right for the try.
And the straight on 2-point kick through the posts. 14 for Indiana in very quick fashion, just 4 minutes off the clock, and the Hoosiers are rolling out of the gate. Try goes to Wyatt Schrader.
Notre Dame College, again, having to make adjustments, and especially as they get the ball back, just making sure to secure their rucks, especially if Indiana is going to really put a lot of force into the counter ruck.
Restart did not go 10 meters. Wind pushing it backward against Indiana. And now Notre Dame College will get going once again with 2:10 remaining in the first half, which has been dominated by the Hoosiers. Physical play, kick forward. See who picks up this spinning ball. It's Notre Dame. As Hugh Johnston made a strong play on it and drives inside the 22. But a penalty against Notre Dame College during the ruck will hand it back over to Indiana.
Notre Dame College getting some good momentum there, unlucky with the penalty. But again, the right idea, just strong physical runs, getting the ball out quickly into space and creating these opportunities on the attack.
Indiana resumes play and throws it away. And that one went flying backwards as well, so about midway between the 22 and the try line. This is going to be a key situation on the throw-in for Notre Dame College in the waning moments of the first half, down 14. Remy Thompson sent it in, but the official wants to make a change here as the throw was done illegally by the Falcons, and that gives Indiana a scrum, so the opportunity slips away somewhat in just seconds for Notre Dame College. As with 20 seconds left, Indiana works the scrum and starts to make its way out. Physical rush. Long pitch to the outside. The Hoosiers back outside the 22 as the clock dribbles down to 0. And now just a tap forward. Players will go after it. It bounces backward. Body's flying. Notre Dame College has come up with it. Running in the official, Xavier Allen, and he's going to run all the way inside the 22. A saving tackle right there. But the Falcons are still on the prowl. But now the Hoosiers take it away. Allen wants the ball again, but the Hoosiers, with all that chaos, are just going to send it into touch and satisfy themselves with a 14-0 halftime lead.
An excellent half of rugby right here. Quality stuff out of this championship match.
So Indiana Now just 7 minutes away from securing the gold. And the qualifiers division holds the lead over Notre Dame College. And Notre Dame College very close.
Absolutely. We've seen a lot of good things from Notre Dame College. Although they haven't quite yet been able to force some points, they have gotten really close. They have shown some flashes of brilliance. Again, very strong runs, just maybe just support and pitch to finish it off, really. When they make breaks, they're really going for it. So again, having that support there, one person to ruck or another person to pitch it off to and offload the ball, that will be keys to really extending the play into hopefully a try.
Meanwhile, there was an injured Hoosier on the right side of the pitch during the break. Fortunately, he's back to his feet as the Falcons and Hoosiers prepare to open up the second half. 7 minutes to decide a champion in the qualifiers division. Indiana will have the kick. Notre Dame College certainly hoping to maximize possessions with time not totally a factor yet, but certainly a thought on the rise right now.
When Notre Dame College gets their attack going, they get it going. So it's just a matter of gaining possession, keeping it, and extending it through all the way to drive to the other side of the field.
Kick sails toward touch and into it. So on the line out, Notre Dame College will get started and bring the ball back into play inside the 22. Well executed, with Hugh Johnston going up high to retrieve. And now Notre Dame College gets on the run. Asher Hannon with a physical cut. Now it's back to Johnston. Stops, goes, runs into some trouble. Has teammates available, but keeps it himself. And now the rucking keeps it with Notre Dame College as Marcus Jansen Van Vuren got involved. Now Johnston has it again.
Little pick and go action right there for Notre Dame College, but it looks like the ball's been stripped.
Indiana with a big takeaway deep in the Notre Dame College end. Let's see if the Hoosiers can capitalize. We'll work it over to the far side now. Couple moves, a spin, and a last-second dish, and just over the line. That is a third Indiana try.
And credit to Indiana on defense, just staying very disciplined and very aware of what's going on, being able to poach the ball like that in a very critical area, just around the 5, and then able to capitalize on the mistake in order to gain points.
So the Hoosier offense, steady as she goes, continues to pull away from Notre Dame College. And the high spiraling kick is off to the right. So it remains a 19-0 affair. Clock continues to wind down under 5 minutes now.
And Indiana just showing their strength, showing why they are so good, not only on the attack, but defensively.
We'll see how Notre Dame College can play this. Not a ton of speed on the team compared to groups like Aquinas and Adrian and Wisconsin too. But certainly a handful of solid playmakers on the offensive end. This is one of them, McDonald, the sophomore, getting out across the 22. Thompson over to Johnston. Cut on the inside, and here we go. There is some speed. A foot race. Jansen Van Vuren goes all the way and gets Notre Dame College on the board in a flash.
And that is some excellent play, finding that break in the middle and just going for it. This is the type of energy that they need to carry them through the rest of this match. Again, just another flash of brilliance and really just converting into points. That's what they need, and that's what they got.
And that makes it 19-7 as Remy Thompson boots it through. And don't discount Notre Dame College just yet. Still 3+ minutes on the clock.
And we know how fast the tides can turn.
I don't think they got to get fast. I've seen it done twice.
McDonald with the restart. Obviously the Falcons not wanting to waste a whole lot of time here. There it goes. Picked up cleanly by the Hoosiers. Couple strong moves, and now Indiana might have something brewing on the far side. Notre Dame College defending it well. And it's picked up cleanly by the Falcons, but lost away again. However, not releasing called against Indiana. So that brings it right back to Notre Dame College, just shy of midfield. And they'll just kick into touch. Or will they? Not quite. That is a big-time break for Indiana. However, it does come right back to Notre Dame College, well on the plus side of midfield. Harley Sherman out to Johnston. Gets hit as he releases. Out to Rashad Jones-Land. Within the final 2 minutes, Indiana holding on to a 12-point lead with the gold medal at stake.
Pick and go right there by Notre Dame College. Scrambling, trying to find someone.
Michael Yeboah wants something, but nothing there. And now a kick. Picked up perfectly by Indiana, just inside the 22. The ruck spills over. And the official makes a call against Notre Dame College with 1:10 remaining. And a card being shown as well. That might have been a red card. Wouldn't really make a difference with under a minute to go in this one. The official sending a man off. And the clock just continues to wind, and the pendulum swinging more and more to the side of Indiana with under 30 seconds to play now.
Notre Dame College now down a man. They've really got to pick it up on defense and shift into a zone. It's going to be very difficult to fend off an Indiana attack, so they have to be very disciplined and get up early off the scrum.
Clock's about to hit 0 as Indiana pulls off the scrum. Another penalty called against Notre Dame College. And
Sounds good.
another scrum coming here for Indiana in the final moments. Hoosiers busting up the middle of the field one more time with the time expired.
All they got to do now is kick it out into touch.
Here it comes. Oh, maybe not. A little bit of a fake out right there. Indiana not done yet. And there it is. And the Indiana Hoosiers will take the qualifiers division gold medal home to Bloomington as they win it all in the Fighting Irish Sevens Invitational.
This was an excellent display by both teams here, both showing why they deserve to be in this match, but Indiana just edging out Notre Dame College, staying disciplined, cool, and collected as they always do, and showing why they have been the dominant team all tournament long.
And that is all for today. Almost 10 hours of rugby here at the University of Notre Dame, and we got every game in despite the weather, and all done really well. Another productive Fighting Irish Sevens men's collegiate rugby tournament for Claire DeMeo, Marissa Panethier, and everyone back in the studio. I'm Tyler Reedy saying thank you so much for tuning in today. I hope you enjoyed the show. We'll see you next time from Stinson Rugby Field.